French scenes. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves. Julius Caesar, Act 1, Scene 2, lines 1 to 2. There was a time, you read, when making movies took so many people. Actors, cameramen, technicians, screenwriters, costumers, editors, producers, and directors. I can believe it. That was before computer animation, before the National Likeness Act, before the nose flood of marvels. Back in that time, they still used laboratories to make prints. Sometimes there would be a year between the completion of a film and its release to theaters. Back then, they used actual pieces of film, with holes down the sides for the projector. I've even handled some of it. It is cold, heavy, and shiny. Now, there's none of that. No doctors, lawyers, Indian chiefs between the idea and substance. There's only one person, with maybe a couple of hackers for the dog's work. Who makes movies? The movie maker. There's only one piece of equipment, the GAX 600. There's one true law. Clean your mainframe and have a full set of specs. I have to keep that in mind all the time. Lois was yelling from the next room where she was working on her movie Monster Without a Meaning. "We've got it," she said, storming in. "The bottoms of Morris Ancrum's feet." "Where?" "Query up," she said. It was an image research place across the city run by a 17-year-old who must have seen every movie and TV show ever made. "It's from an unlikely source," said Lois, reading from the hard copy. "Tennessee Johnson. Ancrum played Jefferson Davis. There's a scene where he steps on a platform to give a secession speech. Imagine Morris Ancrum alive and kicking 360 degrees, top and bottom. Top was easy. There's an overhead shot in Invaders from Mars when the guys in the fuzzy suits stick the ruby hatpin thing in his neck." "Is that your last hold-up? I wish this thing were that goddamn easy," I said. "No, legal," she said. Since the National Fair Likeness Act passed, you had to pay the person, or the estate, of anyone even remotely famous, anyone recognizable from a movie anywhere. In the early days after passage, some movie makers tried to get around it by using parts of people. Say you wanted a prissy hotel clerk. You'd use Franklin Pangborn's hair, Grady Sutton's chin, Eric Blor's eyes. Sounded great in theory, but what they got looked like a walking police composite sketch. Nobody liked them, and they scared little kids. You might as well pay and make Rondo Hatton the bellboy. "What's the problem now?" I asked. "Ever tried to find the heirs of Olin Howland's estate?" Lois asked. "What I'm doing is called This Guy Goes to Town. It's a Nouvelle Vague movie. It stars everybody in France in 1962. You remember the French New Wave? A bunch of film critics who wrote for a magazine, Cahiers du Cinéma. They burned to make films, lived, slept, ate films in the 1950s. Bad American movies even their directors had forgotten, B-westerns, German silent expressionistic bores, French cliffhangers from 1916 starring the Kaiser as a gorilla, things like that. Anything they could find to show at midnight when everybody else had gone home, in theaters where one of their cousins worked as an usher. Some of them got to make a few shorts in the mid-50s. Suddenly, studios and producers handed them cameras and money. Go out and make movies, they said. Talk is cheap. Truffaut, René, Godard, Rivette, Remet, Chris Marker, Alain Robbe-Grillet. The 400 Blows, Hiroshima Mon Amour, Breathless, La Jetée, Trans-Europe Express. They blew movie-making wide open. And why I love them is that for the first time, underneath the surface of them, even the comedies, was a sense of tragedy, that we were all frail human beings, and not celluloid heroes and heroines. It took the French to remind us of that. The main thing guys like Godard and Truffaut had going for them was that they didn't understand English very well. Like in Riot in Cell Block 11, when Neville Brand gets shot at by the prison guard with a Thompson, he yells, "Look out, Monty! They got a chopper! Back inside!" What the Cahiers people heard was, "Steady, mon frère! Let us leave this place of wasted dreams." And they watched a lot of undubbed, unsubtitled films in those dingy theaters. They learned from them, but not necessarily what the films had to teach. It's like seeing D.W. Griffith's 1916 Intolerance and listening to an old Leonard Cohen album at the same time. What you're seeing doesn't get in the way of what you're thinking. The words and images made for cultures half a century apart mesh in a way that makes for sleepless nights and new ideas. And, of course, every one of the new wave filmmakers was in love, one way or another, with Jean Moreau. I'm playing Guy. Or my image is, anyway. For one thing, composition, sequencing, and specs on a real person take only about 15 minutes easy work. I stepped up on the sequencer platform. Johnny Rizzulli pushed in a standard scan program. The matrix analyzer, which is about the size of an old iron lung, flew around me on its yokes and gimbals like the runaway merry-go-round in Strangers on a Train. Then it flew over my head like the crop duster in North by Northwest. After it stopped, the platform moved back and forth. I was bathed in light like a sheet of paper on an old office copier. Johnny gave me the thumbs up. I ran the imaging a day later. It's always ugly the first time you watch yourself tie your shoelaces, roll your eyes, scratch your head, and belch. As close, as far away, from whatever angle and whatever lighting you want. And when you talk, you never sound like you think you do. I'm going to put a little more whine in my voice, just a quarter turn on the old Nicholson knob. The movie will be in English, of course, with subtitles, English subtitles. The screen starts to fade out. Director, voice off. Hold it, that's not right. Cameraman, off. What? Director, also me, with a mustache and jodhpurs, walking on screen. I don't want to dissolve here. He looks around. Well? Cameraman, off. You'll have to call the optical effects man. Director, call him! Puts hands on hips. Voices off. Optical effects! Optical effects! Hey! Sounds of clanking and jangling. Man in coveralls. Jean-Paul Belmondo walks on carrying a huge work bag marked Optical Effects. He has a hunk of bread in one hand. Belmondo. Boss? Director. I don't want to dissolve here. Belmondo shrugs. Okay. He takes out a stovepipe, walks toward the camera POV, jams the end of the stovepipe over the lens. Camera shudders. The circular image on the screen irises in. Camera swings wildly, trying to get away. Screen irises to black. Sound of labored breathing, then asphyxiation. Director's voice. No, it can't breathe. I don't want an iris either. Belmondo's voice. Suit yourself, boss. Sound of tearing. Camera POV. Belmondo pulls off stovepipe. Camera quits moving. Breathing returns to normal. Director. What kind of effects you have in there? Belmondo. All kinds. I can do anything. Director. Like what? Belmondo. Hey, cameraman. Pan down to his feet. Camera pans down onto shoes. Hold still, monsieur le directeur. Sound of jet taking off. There. Now, pan up. Camera pans up. Director is standing where he was, back to us, but now his head is on backwards. He looks down his back. Director. Hey! Ow! Fix me! Belmondo. Soon as I get this effect you want. Director. Ow! Quick! Anything! Something from the old Fayard serials. Belmondo. How about this? He reaches into the bag, brings out a Jacob's ladder, crackling and humming. Director. Great! Anything! Just fix my head! Belmondo sticks the Jacob's ladder into the camera's POV. Jagged lightning bolt wiped to the next scene of a roadway down which Guy, me, is walking. Belmondo, VO. We aim the plays, boss. Director, VO. Great. Now, could you fix my head? Belmondo, VO. Hold still. Three Stooges sound of nail being pried from a dry board. Director, VO. Thanks. Belmondo, VO. Think nothing of it. Sound of clanking bag being dragged away. Voice now in distance. Anybody seen my wine? Guy, me, continues to walk down the road. Camera pans with him. Stops as he continues off-screen left. Camera is focused on a road sign. Nevers, 32 kilometers. Alphaville, 60 kilometers. Marienbad, 347 kilometers. Hiroshima, 14,497 kilometers. Guyville, 2 kilometers. To get my mind off the work on the movie, I went to one of the usual parties with the usual types there, and on the many screens in the house were the usual undergrounds. On one, Erich von Stroheim was doing Carmen Miranda's dance from The Gang's All Here, in full banana regalia, a 3-minute loop that drew your eyes from anywhere in line of sight. On another, John F. Kennedy and Marilyn Monroe tore up a bed in room 12 of the Bates Motel. In the living room on the biggest screen, Laurel and Hardy were doing things with Wallace Beery and Clark Gable they had never thought of doing in real life. I watched for a moment. At one point, a tired and puffy Hardy turned to a drunk and besmeared Laurel and said, "Why don't you do something to help me?" Enough, enough. I moved to another room. There was a TV there, too. Something seemed wrong. The screen too fuzzy, sound bad, acting unnatural. It took me a few seconds to realize that they had the set tuned to a local, low-power TV station and were watching an old movie, King Vidor's 1934 Our Daily Bread. It was the story of a bunch of Depression-era idealistic have-nots making a working, dynamic, corny, and totally American commune out of a few acres of land by sheer dint of will. I had seen it before. The Cahiers du Cinéma people always wrote about it when they talked about what real Marxist movies should be like, back in those dim pre-400 blows days, when all they had were typewriters and theories. The house smelled of butyl nitrate and uglier things. There were a dozen built-in aerosol dispensers placed strategically about the room. The air was a stale mix of vasopressins, pheromones, and endorphins, which floated in a blue mist a couple of meters off the floors. A drunken jerk stood at one of the dispensers and punched its button repeatedly, like a laboratory animal wired to stimulate its pleasure center. I said my goodbyes to the hostess, the host having gone upstairs to show some new arrivals. Some really interesting stuff. I walked the 10 blocks home to my place. My head slowly cleared on the way, the quiet buzzing left. After a while, all the parties run together into one big jello wiggly image of people watching movies, people talking about them. The grocer, Pierre Brasseur, turns to Marie, Jean Moreau, and Guy, me. "I assure you the Brussels sprouts are very fine," he says. "They don't look it to me," says Marie. "Look," says Guy, me, stepping between them. "Why not artichokes?" "This time of year?" asks the grocer. "Who asked you?" says Marie to Guy, me. She plants her feet. "I want Brussels sprouts." but not these vile, disgusting things." "How dare you say that?" says the grocer. "Leave my shop. I won't have my vegetables insulted." "Easy, Mac," I, Guy, say. "Who asked you?" he says, and reaches behind the counter for a baseball bat. "Don't threaten him," says Marie. "Nobody's threatening me," Guy, I, say to her. "He is," says Marie. "He's going to hit you." "No, I'm not," says the grocer to Marie. "I'm going to hit you. Get out of my shop. I didn't fight in the marquee to have some shishi tramp disparage me." "Easy, Mac," Guy, I, say to him. "And now I am going to hit you," says the grocer. "I'll take these Brussels sprouts after all," says Marie, running her hand through her hair. "Very good. How much?" "Half a kilo," she says. She turns to me, Guy. "Perhaps we can make it to the bakery before it closes." "Is shopping here always like this?" I, Guy, ask. "I wouldn't know," she says. "I just got off the bus." It was the perfect ending for the scene. I liked it a lot. It was much better than what I had programmed. Because from the time Marie decided to take the sprouts, none of the scene was as I had written it. "You look tired," said Lois, leaning against my office door jamb, arms crossed like Bacall in To Have and Have Not. "I am tired. I haven't been sleeping." "I take a couple of Dexedril a day," she said. "I'm in this last push on the movie, so I'm making it a point to get at least 2 hours sleep a night." Lois," I said, "have you ever programmed a scene one way and had it come out another?"
"That's what that little red reset button is for," she said. She looked at me with her gray-blue eyes.
"Then it's happened to you?"
"Sure."
"Did you let the scene play all the way through?"
"Of course not. As soon as anything deviated from the program, I'd kill it and start over."
"Wouldn't you be interested in letting them go and see what happens?"
"And have a mess on my hands? That was what was wrong with the old way of making movies. I treat it as a glitch, start again, and get it right."
She tilted her head.
"Why do you ask?"
"A lot of stuff's been, getting off track. I don't know how or why."
"And you're letting them run on?"
"Some," I said, not meeting her gaze.
"I'd hate to see your studio timeshare bill. You must be way over budget."
"I try not to imagine it, but I'm sure I've got a better movie for it." She took my hand for a second, but only a second. She was wearing a blue rib-knit sweater. Blue was definitely her color.
"That way lies madness," she said. "Call maintenance and get them to blow out the low-level format of your RAM disk a couple of times. Got to run," she said, her tone changing instantly. "Got a monster to kill."
"Thanks a lot. Really?" I say. She stops at the door.
"They put a lot of stuff in the GAX," she said. "No telling what kind of garbage is floating around in there, unused, that can leak out. If you want to play around, you might as well put in a bunch of fractals and watch the pretty pictures. If you want to make a movie, you've got to tell it what to do and sit on its head while it's doing it."
She looked directly at me.
"It's just points of light fixed on a plane, Scott."
She left. Delphine Seyrig is giving Guy, me, trouble. She was supposed to be the woman who asks Guy to help her get a new chest of drawers up the steps of her house. We'd seen her pushing it down the street in the background of the scene before with Marie and Guy, me, in the bakery. While Marie, Moreau, is in the vintners, Seyrig asks Guy, me, for help. Now she's arguing about her part.
"I suppose I'm here just to be a tumble in the hay for you?" she asks.
I don't know what you're talking about, lady. Do you want help with the Bureau or what? Bureau? Do you mean FBI? Asks a voice behind Guy, me. Guy, me, turns. Eddie Constantine, dressed as Lemmy Caution, in a cheap trench coat and a bad hat, stares at Guy, me, with his cue-ball eyes. No, chest of drawers, says Serig. Chester Gould? Dick Tracy? Asks Constantine. Guy, me, wanders away, leaving them to argue semantics on the steps. As he turns the corner, the sound of 3 quick shots comes from the street he has just left. He heads toward the wine shop, where Marie stands smoking. I almost forgot about the screening of Monster Without a Meaning. There was a note on my screen from Lois. I didn't know she was through or anywhere near it, but then I didn't even know what day it was. I took my cup of bad black coffee into the packed screening room. Lois wasn't there. She said she'd never attend a showing of one of her movies. There were the usual reps, a few critics, some of her friends, a couple of sequencer operators, and a dense crowd of the usual bit-part unknowns. Boris, Lois's boyfriend, got up to speak. Boris had been working off and on for 5 years on his own movie, The Beast with Two Backs. He said something redundant and sat down, and the movie started with the obligatory GAX 600 logo. Even the credits were right. They slimed down the screen and formed shaded, hairy letters in deep perspective, like those from a flat print of an old 3D movie. John Agar was the scientist on vacation. He was catching a goddamn mackerel out of what purported to be a high Sierra Nevada lake. He used his fly rod with all the grace of a longshoreman handling a pitchfork for the first time. When the decayed orbit satellite hits the experimental laboratory of the twin hermit mad scientists, Les Tremaine and Leo G. Carroll. An Air Force major, Kenneth Toby, searching for the satellite, meets up with both Agar and the women, Mara Corday, Julie Adams, who were on their way to take jobs with the mad doctors when the shock wave of the explosion blew their car into a ditch. Agar had stopped to help them, and the jeep with Toby and the comic relief, Sergeant Joe Sawyer, Corporal Sid Melton, drives up. Cut to the Webb farmhouse. Gramps, Olin Howland, Patricia, Florida Freebus, Aunt Sophonciba, Kathleen Freeman, and little Jimmy, George Foghorn Winslow, were listening to the radio when a wave of static swept over it. They hear the explosion, and Gramps and little Jimmy jump into the Woody and drive over to the old science place. It goes just like you imagine from there, except for the monster. It's all done subjective camera. The monster sneaks up. You've always seen something moving in the background of the long master shot before, in the direction from which the monster comes. It was originally a guy, Robert Clark, coming in to get treated for a rare nerve disorder. He was on Les Tremaine's gurney when the satellite hit, dousing him with experimental chemicals and space virus from the newly discovered Van Allen belt. The monster gets closer and closer to the victims. They see something in a mirror, or hear a twig snap, and they turn around. They start to scream. Their eyeballs go white like fried marbles. Blood squirts out their ears and nose. Their gums dissolve. Their hair chars away. Then the whole face, the clothes evaporate. Wind rushes toward their radioactive burning. It's all over in a second, but it's all there, every detail perfect. The scene where Florida Freebus melts is a real shocker. From the way the camera lingers over it, you know the monster's enjoying it. By the time General Morris Ankrum, Colonel R.G. Armstrong, and Secretary of State Henry Hall wise up, things are bad. At one point the monster turns and stares back over its shoulder. There's an actual charred trail of destruction stretching behind it, burning houses like Christmas tree lights in the far mountains, the small town a few miles back looking like the ones they built for the Project Ivy A-bomb tests in Nevada. Turning its head, the monster looks down at the quiet nighttime city before it. All the power and wonder of death are in that shot. Power and wonder are in me, too, in the form of a giant headache. One of my eyes isn't focusing anymore. A bad sign, and rubbing doesn't help. I get up to go. The movie's great, but the light is hurting my eyes too much. Suddenly, here come 3 F-84 Thunderjets, flown by Captain Clint Eastwood, First Lieutenant Leonard Nimoy, and Colonel James Whitmore. The Reds didn't like the regular stuff in Korea. This thing shouldn't like this atomic napalm either, says Whitmore. Let's go in and spread a little honey around, boys. The jets peel off. Cut to the monsters' POV. The jets come in with a roar. Underwing tanks come off as they power back up into a climb. The bombs tumble lazily toward the screen. 1 whistles harmlessly by. 2 are dropping short. 3 keep getting bigger and bigger. Then, blam! Whoosh! You're the monster, and you're being burned to death in a radioactive napalm firestorm. Screaming doesn't help. 1 hand comes up just before the eyes melt away like lumps of lard on a floor furnace. The hand crisps to paper, curls, blood starts to shoot out, and evaporates like verga over the Mojave. The last thing the monster hears is its auditory canals boiling away with a screeching hiss. Cut to Agar, inventor of the atomic napalm, holding Mara Corday on a hill above the burning city and the charring monster. He's breathing hard. His hair is singed. Her skirt is torn off one side, exposing her long legs. Up above, Whitmore, oxygen mask off, smiles down and wags the jet's wings. Pull back to a panorama of the countryside. Corday and Agar grow smaller. The scene lifts, takes in jets, county, then state. Miles up now, the curve of the earth appears, grows larger, continue to pull back. Whole of U.S., North and Central America appears. Beeping on soundtrack. We are moving along with a white luminescence which is revealed to be a Sputnik-type satellite. Beeping stops. Satellite begins to fall away from camera, lurching some as it hits the edges of the atmosphere. As it falls, letters slime down the screen. The end? Credits, a movie by Lois B. Traven. The lights come up. I begin to breathe again. I'm standing in the middle of the aisle, applauding as hard as I can. Everybody else is applauding, too. Everybody. Then my head really begins to hurt, and I go outside into the cool night and sit on the studio wall like Humpty Dumpty. Lois is headed for the big time. She deserves it. The notes on my desk are now hand-deep. Pink ones, then orange ones from the executive offices, then the bright red-striped ones from accounting. Fuck 'em. I'm almost through. I sat down and plugged on. Nothing happened. I punched maintenance. Sorry, says Bobo. You got to get authorization from Snell before you can get back online, says here. Snell in accounting or Snell in the big building? Let me check. There's a lot of yelling around the office on the other end. Snell in the big building. Yeah, okay. So I have to eat dung in front of Snell, promise him anything, renegotiate my contract right then and there in his office without my business manager or agent. But I have to get this movie finished. Then I have to go over to accounting and sign a lot of stuff. I call Bernie and Chinua and tell them to come down to the studio and clean up the contractual shambles as best they can, and not to expect to hear from me for a week or so. Then I call my friend Chukai, who helped install the first GAX 600, and talk to him for an hour and a half and learn a few things. Then I go to Radio Shack and run up a bill of $6,124, buy 2 weeks' worth of survival food at Apocalypse Andy's, put everything in my car, and drive over to the office deep under the bowels of the GAX 600. I have locked everyone else out of the mainframe with words known only to myself and Alain René. Let them wait. I have put a note on the door. Leave me alone. I am finishing the movie. Do not try to stop me. You are locked out of the 600 until I am through. Do not attempt to take me offline. I have rewired the 600 to wipe out everything, every movie in it, but mine, if you do. Do not cut my power. I have a generator in here. If you turn me off, the GAX is history. See attached receipt. Leave me alone until I have finished. You will get everything back and a great movie, too." They were knocking. Now they're pounding on the door. Screw 'em. I'm starting the scene where Guy, me, and Marie hitch a ride on the garbage wagon out of the communist pig farm. The locksmith was quiet, but he couldn't do any good either. I put on the kind of locks they use on the outsides of prisons. They tried to put a note on the screen. "Back off," I wrote. They began to ease them, pleading notes, one at a time, through the razor-thin crack under the fireproof steel door. Every few hours I would gather them up. They quit coming for a while. Some time later there was a polite knock. A note slid under. "May I come in for a few moments?" it asked. It was signed A. René. "Go away," I wrote back. "You haven't made a good movie since La Guerre est finie." I could imagine his turning to the cops and studio heads in his dignified, humble way. He must be pushing 90 by now, shrugging his shoulders as if to say, "Well, I tried my best," and walking away. "You must end this madness," says Marie. "We've been here a week. The room smells. I smell. You smell. I'm tired of dehydrated apple chips. I want to talk on the beach again, get some sunlight." "What kind of ending would that be?" Guy asked. "I've seen worse. I've been in much worse. Why do you have this obsessive desire to recreate movies made 50 years ago?" Guy, look out the window of the cheap hotel, past the edge of the taped roller shade. Guy, don't know. Guy, rub my chin, covered with a scratchy, weak stubble. Maybe those movies, those things were like a breath of fresh air. They led to everything we have today. Well, we could use a breath of fresh air. No, really. They came in on a stultified, lumbering dinosaur of an industry, tore at its flanks, nibbled at it with soft, rubbery beaks. Something, I don't know what. Stung it into action, showed it there were other ways of doing things, made it question itself, showed that movies could be free, not straitjackets. Recreating them won't make any new statements, said Moreau. I'm trying to breathe new life into them, then, into what they were, what they meant to me, to others, Guy say. What I want to do more than anything is to take her from the motel, out on the sunny street to the car. Then I want to drive her up the winding roads to the cliffs overlooking the Mediterranean. Then I want her to lean over, her right arm around my neck, her hair blowing in the wind, and give me a kiss that will last forever, and say, I love you, and I'm ready. Then I will press down the accelerator, and we will go through the guardrail, hang in the air, and begin to fall faster and faster until the eternal blue sea comes up to meet us in a tender hand-shaped spray, and just before the impact she will smile and pat my arm, never taking her eyes off the windshield. Movies are freer than they ever were, she says from the bed. I was there, I know. You're just going through the motions. The things that brought about those films are remembered only by old people, bureaucrats, film critics, she says with a sneer. What about you? Guy asked, turning to her. You remember? You're not old. You're alive, vibrant. My heart is breaking. She gives me, Guy, a stare filled with sorrow. No, I'm not. I'm a character in a movie. I'm points of light fixed on a plane. A tear gas canister crashes through the window. There is a pounding against the door. The cops, Guy say, reaching for the .45 automatic. The pimps, Marie says. The room is filling with gas. Bullets fly. I fire at the door, the window shades, as I reach for Marie's hand. The door bursts open. 2 quick close-ups, her face terrified, mine determined, with a snarl and a holy wreath of cordite rising from my pistol. My head is numb. I see in the dim work-light from my screen the last note they stuck under the door fluttering as the invisible gas is pumped in. I type fan. I reach for the non-existent button which will wipe everything but "This guy goes to town," and mentally push it. I smile up at them as they come through the doors and walls. Pimps, Nazis, film critics, studio cops, deep-sea divers, spacemen, clowns, and lawyers. Through the windows I can see the long geometric rows of the shrubs forming quincunxes, the classical statuary, people moving to and fro in a garden like a painting by Fragonard. I must have been away a long time. Someone was telling me, as I was making my way toward these first calm thoughts, that This Guy is the biggest hit of the season. I have been told that while I was on my 4-week vacation from human cares and woes, that I have become that old-time curiosity, the rich man who is crazy as a pissant. Far less rich, of course, than I would have been had I not renegotiated my contract before my last, somewhat spectacular, orgy of movie and love-making in my locked office. I am now calm. I am not looking forward to my recovery, but suppose I will have to get some of my own money out of my manager's guardianship. A nurse comes in, opens the taffeta curtains at another set of windows, revealing nice morning sunlight through the tiny, very tasteful bars. She turns to me and smiles. It is Anouk Aimée. Afterward. I predicted all the crap you're seeing at the Googleplex in this story 20 years ago. All the explosions, all the CGI, etc., etc. Of course, the movies in this story are lots better than any you'll ever see at the mall. I wanted a story in which the French New Wave of the late 50s and early 60s was recreated, made new again. Those films burst on the cinema world with a power audiences not seeing them for the first time can't comprehend. Now all their tricks are just part of the cinematic grammar, i.e., how movies are made. They, mostly reviewers associated with Cahiers du Cinéma, Truffaut, Godard, that bunch, tried to invent cinema anew, since both American and French films were mostly snoozing in the 1950s. Make it fun again. Tell new stories. Or old ones, new ways. As I said elsewhere, what they really had going for them was a not very good grasp of English. They watched what was happening in American and British films, but pretty much had to figure out their own dialogue. Hence their preference for American B-movies. You could follow the action in those if you were a chimpanzee who'd never seen a movie. You didn't need to know the language to see the movie. Some of the old guys, too, René, Chabrol, who'd been working in the business already, saw what the new guys were doing and started making films their own way. You got your novelist friends and acquaintances to write a screenplay, something they'd never, ever considered until you asked, or you adapted some Fawcett gold medal American paperback. You had a bilingual friend read it and tell you what happened in the book. You paid $200 in francs for the rights to some poor hack in Hoboken who'd written it, and you took your crew of 2 and 2 actors out onto the streets of some Paris burb, and you made a film, which in the early 60s made the American distributor $500,000 on his $10,000 investment. It was a heady time for French cinema. Up here, in the 1980s present, I saw the Meeny Tekel Ufarsin on the wall. As soon as we got computers in the cinema business, things would change, and probably for the worse. Only I got it ass backwards. Pioneers leave ugly towns. Instead of 1 person and 1 computer, it's 7 zillion people and 5,000 computers. Have you ever sat all the way through the credits of a movie with lots of CGI stuff in it? Second assistant to virtual swing crew Dolly Grip, Betty Sweezel Mopac, and Sweezel's relatives applaud. Anyway, I wrote this on December 15th to 18th, 1986, for George Zebrowski's first round of Synergy anthologies. It says here I goobered with it some more on March 9th, 1987, which I don't remember. Yes, I do. Some moron at HBJ wanted me to take out the JFK Marilyn Jackie scene because Jackie had just sued someone for 6 bazillion simoleons and won. I was talking about the uses to which the computer stuff could make anyone do anything on the screen. If I'm lying, I'm dying. I get into these fights with morons all the time. Zabrowski, of course, backed me. The scene stayed in, slightly altered. That was the 2-minute rewrite on March 9th, 3 months after I'd written the story. It was a paragraph to start with, and it was still a paragraph when I got through with it. Dave Garnett picked it up for his SF Orbit yearbook, an attempt to establish a British YBSF. That didn't work. The complaint? Too many Yanks in it. He said, this is about the English language, but they didn't hear him. This one is, of course, in my collection, Dream Factories and Radio Pictures. Another note. For an early Armadillicon, Ruth Barrett got me, Neil Barrett Jr., and Joe Lansdale, to record 2 of our stories, reading in various music and sermon recording studios around the state, and put together a 3-cassette package called the Gonzo Tapes, all in 3 days, and sold them out at the Armadillicon. I still have mine. Where's yours? Recordings of me reading my stories are rare. Ellen Datlow's done some in the last few years on CD. This will soon be remedied by me recording everything in Howard Who as an audiobook, before a few nights of invited audiences. Start lining up now. Household Words, or The Powers That Be. His theory of life was entirely wrong. He thought men ought to be buttered up, and the world made soft and accommodating for them, and all sorts of fellow have turkey for their Christmas dinner. Thomas Carlyle. He was the first to find out the immense spiritual power of the Christmas turkey. Mrs. Oliphant. Under a deep cerulean November sky, the train stopped on a turn near the road 1/2 mile outside the town of Barchester. 2 closed carriages waited on the road. Passengers leaned out the train windows and watched as a small man in a suit as brown as a Norfolk biffin stepped down from the doorway at the end of the 3rd rail car. Men waved their hats, women their scarves. "Hooray, Charlie!" they yelled. "Hurrah, Mr. Dickens! Hooray for Boz!" The small man, accompanied by 2 others, limped across the cinders to a group of men who waited, hats in hand, near the carriages. He turned, doffed his stovepipe hat to the train, and waved to the cheering people. Footmen loaded his travelling case in the trunk of props from the train into the last carriage. The train, with barely a lurch, moved smoothly on down the tracks toward the cathedral tower of the town, hidden from view by trees. There a huge crowd, estimated at more than 3,000, would be waiting for the author, to cheer him and watch him alight. The welcoming committee had met him here to obviate that indignity, and to take him by a side street to his hotel, avoiding the crowds. When the men were all in, the drivers at the fronts of the carriages released their brakes, and the carriages made their way quickly down the road toward town. Promptly at 8 p.m., the lights in the workingmen's hall came up to full brilliance. On stage were 3 deep magenta folding screens, the center one parallel to the audience, the 2 wings curved in slightly toward them. The stage curtains had been drawn in to touch the wings of the screen. Directly in front of the center panel stood a waist-high, 4-legged small table. At the audience's right side of the desk was a raised wooden block. At its left, on a small lower projection, stood a glass and a sweating carafe of ice water. Next to the water were an ivory letter opener and a white linen handkerchief. The top of the table was covered with the fringed magenta cloth that hung below the tabletop only an inch or so. Without preamble, Charles Dickens walked with a slight limp in from the side of the stage and took his place behind the desk, carrying in his hand a small octavo volume. When he stood behind the thin-legged table, his whole body, except for the few inches across his waist, was fully visible to the audience. There came a thunderous roar of applause, wave after wave. Then, as one, the audience rose to its feet, joyed for the very sight of the man who had brought so much warmth and wonder to their heater-sides and hearths. He stood unmoving behind the desk, looking over them with his bright brown eyes above the now familiar, due to the frontispiece by Mr. Frith in his latest published book, Pip's Expectations, visage with its high, balding forehead, the shock of brownish hair combed to the left, the large pointed beard and connected thick moustache. He wore a brown formal evening suit, the jacket with black velvet lapels worn opened, showing his vest and watch-chain. His shirt was white, with an old-fashioned neck-stock in place of the new button-on collars, and he wore an even more old-fashioned bow-tie, with 2 inches of end hanging down from the bows. After 2 full minutes of applause, he nodded to the audience, and they slowed, then stopped, sitting down with much clatter of canes and rustle of clothing and scraping of chairs, a scattering of coughs. From far back in the hall came a set of nervous hiccups, quickly shushed. "My dear readers," said Dickens, "you do me more honour than I can stand. Since it is nearing the holiday season, I have chosen my reading especially as suits that most Christian of seasons." Murmurs went around the hall. "As I look around me at this fine Barchester crowd, I see many of you in the proud blue and red uniforms of Her Majesty's Power Service, and I must remind you that I was writing in a time more than 2 decades gone, when things in our country were neither as Christian as we should have liked, nor as fast and modern as we thought. To mention nothing of a type of weather only the most elderly, and I count myself among them, remember with absolutely no regrets whatsoever." Laughter. "As I read, should you, my auditors, be moved to express yourselves in matters of appreciation and applause, tears, or indeed hostility," more laughter, "please be assured you may do so without distracting or discomforting me in any adverse way." He poured a small amount of water from carafe to glass and drank. "Tonight I shall read to you The Christmas Garland." There were oohs and more applause, the ones who guessed before nodding in satisfaction to themselves and their neighbours. The house lights dimmed until only Dickens, the desk, and the central magenta panel were illuminated. He opened the book in his hand, and without looking at it said, "The Christmas Garland, Holly Sprigg the First." No doubt about it, Marley was dead as a doorknob. Dickens barely glanced at the prompt book in his hand as he read. It was the regular edition of The Christmas Garland, the pages cut out and pasted in the centre of larger-bound octavo leaves. There were deletions and underlinings in red, blue, and yellow inks, notes to himself, directions for changes of voice, alternate wordings for lines. The whole had been shortened by more than a third, to fit into an hour and a half for these paid readings. When he had begun his charity readings more than 10 years ago, the edition as printed had gone on more than 2 hours and a half. Through deletions and transpositions, he reduced it to its present length without losing effect or sense. He moved continually as he read, now using the letter as Eben's quill, then the block of wood, 3 heavy blows with his left hand, as a door-knocker. He moved his fingers together, the book between them, to simulate Cratchit's attempts to warm himself at a single glowing coal. His voice was slow, cold and drawn as Eben Miser, solemnly cheerful as the gentleman from the charity, merry and bright as Miser's nephew. The audience laughed or drew inward on itself as he read the opening scenes. "For I am that spirit of Christmas past," said the visitant. "I am to show you things that were. Take my hand." Eben Miser did so, and they were out the window casing and over the night city in a slow movement. They flew slowly into the darkness to the north. And then they were outside a house and shop, looking through the window at a large man in old-fashioned waistcoat and knee-breeks, with his spectacles pushed back on his forehead. "Why, old Mr. Fezziwig!" to whom I was prenticed," said Ebenezer.
"Oh," said Fezziwig, 7 o'clock! Away with your quills! Roll back the carpets! Move those desks against the walls! It's Christmas Eve, and no one works!"
As Dickens acted out preparations for the party, his eyes going to the propped book only twice, he remembered the writing of this, his most famous story. It had been late October of the year 1843. He was halfway through the writing of Martin Sweezelbug, had just, in fact, sent the young hero to America, the place he himself had returned from late in 1842, the place that had become the source of one long squeal of protest when he had published Notes on the Americans early in the year. He had gone from triumph to disdain in less than 6 months. For the first time in his life, the monthly numbers had been a chore for him. He was having troubles with Sweezelbug, and the sales were disappointing, as they had been for Gabriel Varden, the locksmith of London, of 2 years before. The Americans who were outraged with his travel book were the same who had named a species of far western trout after Gabriel Varden's daughter. Between finishing the November number of Sweezelbug on October 18th and having to start the next on November 3rd, he had taken one of the steam trains to the opening of the Manchester Institute of that city. Sitting on the platform, waiting his turn to speak, the idea for the Christmas garland had come to him unbidden. He could hardly contain himself, waiting until after the speeches and the banquet to return to the quiet of his hotel to think it through. And since he had a larger and larger family each year to support, more indigent brothers and sisters, in-laws, and his importunate mother and father, he conceived the story as a separate book, to be sold at Christmas, as were many of the holiday annuals, keepsakes, and books of remembrance, illustrated, of course, with cuts by John Leech. The whole plan was afire in his mind that night and all the way back to London the next day. He went straight to Chapman and Hall and presented the notion to them. They agreed with alacrity, and began ordering up stock and writing advertisements. He had had no wild success since the 2 books that had made his reputation, Tales of the Nimrod Club and Oliver Twist, parts of them written simultaneously, in overlapping monthly numbers 6 years before. He had envisioned for the Christmas garland sales that would earn him £3,000 or more.
"Show me no more, no more," said Ebenezer. "These are things long past, the alternate miseries and joys of my youth. Those times are all gone. We can no more change them than stop the tides."
"These are things as they were," said the spirit of Christmases past. "These things are unchangeable. They have happened." "I had forgotten both pleasure and heartache," said Miser. "I had forgotten the firewood, the smoke, the horses." "In another night, as Marley said, you shall be visited by another, who will show you things as they are now. Prepare," said the spirit, as with the final guttering of a candle it was gone. Ebenezer was back in his bed, in his cold bedchamber in the dark. He dropped his head to the horsehair pillow and slept. 22 years had gone by since Dickens wrote the words he read. He remembered his disappointment with the sales of the Christmas garland. "Disappointment? Disappointment!" yelled his friend Macready, the actor, when he had complained. "Disappointment at selling 20,000 copies in 6 days? Disappointment, Charlie!" It was not that it had not sold phenomenally, but that it was such a well-made book. Red cover, gilt-edged pages, 4 hand-titted cuts, the best type in paper, and because of Dickens's insistence that everyone have one, priced far too low, that his half-copyright earnings through January 1844 only came to £347, 6 shillings, 2pence, when he had counted on thousands. That had been the disappointment. Dickens spoke on. This was the 94th public reading of The Christmas Garland, his most popular, next to the trial scene from The Nimrod Club and the death of little Dombey. At home, these days, he worked on an abridgment of the scenes, including that of the great sea storm, from the Copperfield record of the world as it rolled, which he thought would make a capital dramatic reading, perhaps to be followed by a short comic scene, such as his reading of Mrs. Gamp, the hit of the otherwise disappointing Martin Sweezelbug. What a winter that had been! The hostile American press, doing the monthly numbers of Sweezelbug, writing and seeing to the publication of the Christmas Garland in less than 6 weeks, preparing his growing family, his wife, an ever-increasing number of children, his sister-in-law, Georgina Hogarth, the servants and dogs, for the coming sojourn to Italy, severing his ties with Bentley's Miscellany, thinking of starting a daily newspaper of a liberal slant, walking each night through London streets 5, 10, 15 miles, because his brain was hot with plans and he could not sleep or rest. He was never to know such energies again. There was his foot, now, for instance. He believed its present pain was a nervous condition brought on by walking 12 miles one night years ago through the snow. The doctors who had diagnosed it as gout were dismissed. A third was brought in who diagnosed it as a nervous condition brought on by walking through the snow. Before each of his readings, his servant John had to put upon the bare foot a fomentation of the poppy, which allowed him to put on a sock and shoe and make it the 2 hours standing up. He still had a wife, though he had not seen her in 6 years. They had separated after 23 years of marriage and 9 children. Some of the living children and Georgina had remained with Dickens, taking his side against the mother and sister. One boy was in the Navy, another in Australia, 2 others in school. Only one child, Mamie, young Tinderbox, as Dickens called her, visited freely between the 2 households, taking neither side. The separation had of course caused scandal, and Dickens's break with Anthony Trollope. They belonged to the same clubs. Trollope had walked into one. Several scandalized members were saying that Dickens had taken his sister-in-law as mistress. "No such thing," said Trollope. "It's a young actress." So it was. Trollope said he was averting a larger outrageous lie with the truth. Dickens had not seen it that way. Her name was Ellen Ternan. She and Dickens had performed in charity theatricals together, The Frozen Deep and Johnson's Every Man in His Humour. She was of a stage family. Her mother and 2 sisters were actresses. Her sister Fanny had married Anthony Trollope's brother Tom in Florence, Italy, where she had gone to be his children's tutor after the death of Tom's wife, Theodosia. The world had been a much more settled place when the young fire-eating Boz had published his first works, and had remained so for some time afterward. But look at it now. The Americans had just finished blowing the heads off first themselves and then their president, had thrown the world in turmoil. Which side should we take? For 4 years, destroying a large part of their manpower and manufacturing capabilities. What irked Dickens was not their violent war, they had it coming, but that he would not be able to arrange a reading tour there for at least another year. An American had shown up 2 weeks ago at his publisher's office with an offer of £10,000, cash on the barrelhead, if Dickens would agree to a 3-month tour of 75 readings. Both his friend Forster and the old actor Macready advised him against it for reasons of his health. Besides his foot, there had been some tightening in his chest for the last year or so, and his bowels had been in straitened circumstances long before that. Ah, but what a trooper! He found even with his mind wandering he had not lost his place, or missed a change of voice or character, not given the slightest hint that his whole being was not in the reading being communicated to his forward-leaning, intent auditors. Ebenezer opened his eyes. How long had he slept? Was the spirit of Christmases past, that bit of undigested potato, that dollop of mustard? He thought.
There came to his bedchamber a slight crackling sound. The air was suffused with a faint blue glow. Miser reached into the watch-catch above his bed and took down his timepiece. It was 12 o'clock, he saw by the glow, which slowly brightened about his bed. 12? Surely at noon. And not the midnight before, when the spirit of Christmases past had come. Had he slept the clock round, all through the shambug Christmas day? He grasped the bedclothes to haul himself out onto the cold bare floor. The overall bright glow coalesced in the corner nearest the chair. The popping became louder, like far-away fireworks over the Thames on Coronation Day, or the ice slowly breaking on a March day. There was a smell of hot metal in the air, the sharp odor before a thunderstorm, but without heat or dampness. And then it was there, in the room behind the chair. It was a looming figure, far above normal height, shrouded in a gown of copper and mica, and above its head, at its top, glowing green and jagged with purple, was one of Faraday's needles. The listeners jerked back, as always. There was a rustle of crinoline and starch as they hunkered back down. Most knew the story as they knew their own hearts, but the effect on them was always the same. Dickens knew why, for when he had written those words more than 2 decades before, his own hair had stood on end as if he were in the very presence of the motility factor itself. It was from that moment on in the writing of the Christmas garland that he had never wavered, never slowed down. It was that moment when, overcome by tiredness at his desk, he had flung himself and his hat and cane out into the, in those days, dark London night, and had walked till dawn, out to Holborn, up Ducat Lane, across to Seven Sisters, and back up and down Vauxhall Bridge Road, to come in again just as the household was rising, and throw himself fully clothed across his bed, to sleep for an hour, and then rising, go back to his ink bottle and quills. The crackling sound grew louder as the spirit shook his raiments, and a spark danced between the needle and the ceiling, leaving a bright blue spot there to slowly fade, as Ebenezer watched, fascinated as a bird before a snake. "Know that I am the spirit of Christmases current, Ebenezer. Know that I am in the form that the men who hire your accountancy worship, as you worship the money that flows like the motive force itself, from them to you." "What do you wish of me?" asked Eben. The spirit laughed, and a large gust of blue washed over the room, as if day had come and gone in an instant. "Wish? Nothing. I am only to show you what takes place this Christmas." "You mean this past day?" "Past? Oh, very well, as you will." The spirit laughed again. "Take my hand." "I will be vulcanized in an instant," said Miser. "No, you shall not." It held out an empty sleeve. Miser felt invisible fingers take his. "Come," said the spirit. "Hold on to me." There was a feeling of lightness in Miser's head. He became a point of light, as the flash of a meteor across the heavens, or the dot of a lightning bug against an American night. And they were outside his nephew's house in the daylight. "As before, you are neither seen nor heard," said the spirit of Christmas's current. "Walk through this wall with me." They did, but Miser had the sensation that instead of walking directly through, they had in a twinkling gone up the window-pane, across the roof tiles, down the heated air of the chimney, across the ceiling, and into the room just inside the window, too fast to apprehend. The effect was the same, from outside to inside, but Ebenezer had the memory of doing it the long way.
Dickens's voice became high, thin, and merry as he took on the younger tones of Miser's nephew, his nephew's wife, their in-laws, and guests at the party where they were settling in for a game of charades before the Christmas meal. Actors on the stage of the time said that Dickens was the greatest actor of his age. Others thought it beneath his dignity to do the readings. Authors should be paid to publish books, not read them for money. Some of his readings he had dropped after they did not have the desired effect, comic or pathetic or terrific, on the audience. Others he had prepared but never given, because they had proved unsatisfying to him. By the time any reading had joined his repertoire, he had rehearsed it 25 times before its debut. He knew that he was a good actor. If he had not gone into journalism, covering the courts and the Parliament when a youth, he would have gone on the stage. But he knew he was not great. He knew it was the words and the acting that had made his readings such a success. No matter how many times they had read and heard them, audiences still responded to them as if they had come newly dry from his pen that very morning. Dickens paused for another drink from the glass, mopped his brow with a handkerchief that a moment before had been Miser's nightcap. The audience waited patiently, the slight hum of the fans in the ceiling purring to let the accumulated warmth of 1,500 bodies escape into the cold night. The glow from the selenium lights against the magenta screen added nothing to the heat. He put the glass down, eyes twinkling, and went back to his reading. "If only my uncle were here," said his nephew. "Oh, why bother?" asked his pretty young wife. "He's probably at his office counting out more profits from the Greater Cumberland and Smythe Jones Motility Factory, or the United Batchford Motive Force Delivery Service, and no doubt got poor Bob Cratchit there with him, chained to his stool." "Hush, please," asked the nephew. "Well, it's true. A man like Eben Miser, he does sums for 17 different power brokers, yet his office is still lit with candles. He lets poor Cratchit freeze in the outer office, and poor Bob, with the troubles he has at home. Your uncle should be ashamed of what he pays him, of how he himself lives."
"But after all," said her father, the greengrocer, "it is a free market, and he pays what the trade will bear."
"That's wrong, too," said the young wife, hands on hips. "How the working-men are to better themselves if their wages are so low they have to put their children working at such early ages is beyond me. How are they to make ends meet? How are they to advance themselves if there are no better wages in the future, perhaps even lower ones, and they can't live decently now?"
"The Tories won't be happy if women such as yourself get the suffrage," said her father with a laugh. "Neither would anyone on the board of directors of a motive power company."
"If I did not love you as a father," said the young wife, "I should be very cross with you."
"Come, come," said her husband, the nephew. "It's Christmas Day. Where's your charity?"
"Where's your uncle's?"
"He does as the world wills," said the nephew. "Only more so," said another guest, and they all laughed, the young wife included. "Well, I invited him," said Miser's nephew. "It's up to him to come or no. I should welcome him with all the gladness of the season."
"As would I," said his wife. "Only you might as well wish for Christian charity to be carried on every day in every way throughout the year, in every nation on earth."
"Pray show me this," asked Eben Miser of the spirit. "No love is lost betwixt my nephew's wife and myself. My nephew means very well, but he does not grasp the full principles of business to his bosom. He has done well enough. He could do much better."
"Come," said the spirit of Christmas's current, grabbing Miser's hand in its unseen own. There was another crackle of blue lightning, and they were away, up a nail, across the roof, down the gutter pipe, and off into the day. After this reading, Dickens had 2 more in the provinces, then back to St. James's Hall in London for the holiday series.
He would read not only the Christmas Garland there, but also both the Chimes and The Haunted Man, his last Christmas book from back in 1848. In London he would also oversee the Christmas supplement of Household Words, his weekly magazine, this year on a theme superintended by Dickens and including one short story by him, was the conceit of Christmas at Mugby Junction, a station where 5 railway lines converged. Leaning over the junction would be the bright blue towers of the HMPS, from which the trains drew their force. Indeed, Wilkie Collins's contribution was the story of a boy back in London who proudly wore the crisp blue and red uniform, imagining, as he sat on duty with his headset strapped on, Mugby Junction and the great rail lines that he powered, on one of which was coming to London, and to whom he would be introduced on his fortnight off duty, his brother-in-law's cousin, a girl. Dickens had, of course, made Collins rewrite all the precious parts, and bring Father Christmas in for a scratch behind the ears. "Else it might as well take place during August Bank Holiday," said Dickens in a terse note to Collins, when the manuscript had caught up with him at his hotel in Aberdeen yesterday. Just now, the letter-opener in his hand had become the cane of old Mr. J.U. as he walked toward the Cratchit's door. Such a smell, like a bakery and a laundry and a pub all rolled together. The very air was thick with Christmas, so much so that Ebenezer wondered how he detected the smells, unseen and unheard as he was, as the sputtering blue and purple spirit stood beside him. "Where's your father?" asked Mrs. Cratchit. "He's just gone to fetch Giant Timmy," said the youngest daughter. "Your brother's name is Tim," said Mrs. Cratchit. "It's just the neighbours call him that," she added with a smile. The door came open without a knock, and there stood Katy, their eldest, laden with baskets and a case, come all the way from Cambridge, where she worked as a nanny. "Mother," she said, "oh, the changes on the trains! I thought I should never reach here." "Well," said Mrs. Cratchit, hugging her, "you're here, that's what matters. Now it will be a very merry Christmas." "I must have waited in 10 stations," said Katy, taking off her shawl, then hugging her sisters and giving them small presents. "Every line its own train, every one with its own motive car. Absolutely nothing works right on Christmas Eve." She looked around. "Where's Father? Where's Tim?" "Your father's off fetching him, and his pay," said Mrs. Cratchit. "When can I go to work, Mumsy?" asked Bobby, pulling at his pinafore. "Not for a long time yet," said Mrs. Cratchit. "Perhaps you'll be the first one in the family goes to university." "Don't tease him so," said Katy. "Well, it's possible," said his mother. "Not with what Mr. Miser pays Father, and what I can send when I can, nor even with Tim's pay," said Katy. "And unless I am mistaken, his rates have gone down." "All of them are down," said Mrs. Cratchit. "What with the Irish and the potato blight, the streets here are full of red hair and beards, all looking for work." There was a sound outside in the street, and the door came open, Mr. Cratchit's back appearing as he turned. "This way? No, this way." He tugged twice, and then was followed. Behind Mr. Cratchit came Tim. He weighed 15 stone, though he was but 12 years old. He wore a white, shapeless smock, with the name Wilborn Motility Service written in smudged ink across the left chest, and white pants. His skin was translucent, as if made of waxed parchment, and his head had taken on a slight pear-like appearance, not helped by the short bowl shape into which his hair had been cut. There were 2 round notches in the bowl cut just above the temples, and small, bruised, and slightly burnt circles covered the exposed skin there. But it was the eyes Miser noticed most. The eyes, once blue-green like his father's, had faded to whitish-grey. They seemed both staring from their sockets in amazement, and to be taking in absolutely nothing, as if they were white china doorknobs stuck below his brows. "Tim!" yelled Katy. She ran to him and hugged him as best she could.
He slowly lifted one of his arms to wrap around her shoulders.
"Oh, you're hurting,"
she said, and pulled away.
"Here, sit here,"
said Bob Cratchit, making motions toward the largest chair. It groaned as the boy sat down.
"There is a small bonus for Christmas,"
said Mr. Cratchit.
"Not much."
He patted the corner of the pay envelope in his pocket.
"Not enough to equal even the old pay rates. But something. They've been working especially hard. The paymaster at Wilborn's was telling me they've been hired as motive power for 6 new factories in the last month alone."
"Oh, Tim," said Katy, "it's so good to see you and have you home for Christmas, even for just the day."
He looked at her for a long time, then went back to watching the fireplace. Then there was the steaming sound of a goose coming out of the oven, hissing in its own gravy, and of a pudding going in, and Mr. Cratchit leapt up and started the gin and apple punch, with its pieces of pineapple and oranges and a full stick of cinnamon bark. Halfway through the meal, when healths were going round, and Mr. Miser's name mentioned, and the Queen's, Giant Timmy sat forward suddenly in the big chair that had been pulled up to the table, and said,
"God bless us all each, every—"
Then he went quiet again, staring at his glass.
"That's right. That's exactly right, Tim," said Bob Cratchit. "God bless us all, each and every one."
Then the Spirit and Ebenezer were outside in the snow, looking in at the window. "I have nothing to do with this," said Eben. "I pay Cratchit as good as he could get, and I have nothing to do whatsoever with the policies of the companies for whom I do the accounts." He looked at the Spirit of Christmas's current, who said nothing, and in a thrice he was back in his bedchamber, and the blue-purple glow was fading from the air. Exhausted, as if he had swum 10 miles off Blackpool, he dropped to unconsciousness against his soft pillow. Dickens grew rapidly tired as he read, but he dared not now let down either himself or his audience. In many ways, that younger self who had written the story had been a dreamer, but he had been also a very practical man in business and social matters. That night in Manchester, as he waited for Mr. Disraeli to wind down, and as the idea for the Christmas garland ran through his head, he thought he had seen a glimpse of a simple social need, and with all the assurance and arrogance of youth, what needed to be done. If he could strike the hammer blow with a Christmas tale, so much the better. So he had. The Spirit of Christmases Yet to Come was a small imp-like person, jumping here and there. It wore no mica or copper, only a tight garment, and a small cloth skull-cap, from which stood up only a single wire, slightly glowing at the tip. First the Spirit was behind the chair, then in front, then above the bureau, then at one corner of the bed. Despite its somewhat comic manner, the Spirit frightened Ebenezer as the others had not. He drew back, afraid, for the face below the cap was an upturned grin, whether from mirth or in a rictus of pain he did not know. The imp said nothing, but held out a gutta-percha-covered wand for Miser to grasp, as if it knew the very touch of its nervous hand would cause instant death, of the kind Miser had feared from the sprite before. Miser took the end of the wand. Instantly they were on the ceiling, then out in the hall, back near the chair, then inside something dark, then out into the night.
"I know you are to show me the Christmas yet to come, as Marley said. But is it Christmas as it will be, or only Christmas yet to come if I keep on this way?"
The imp was silent. They were in the air near the Serpentine, then somewhere off Margate, then back at the confluence of the Thames and Isis, then somewhere over the river near the docks. As Ebenezer looked down, a slow barge transformed into a sleek boat going an unimaginable speed across the water. As he watched, it went in a long, fast circle and crashed into a wharf, spewing bodies like toy soldiers from a bumped table. He looked out toward the city. London towered up and up and up,
till the highest buildings were level with his place in the middle of the air. And above the highest buildings stood giant towers of every kind and shape, humming and glowing blue in the air. Between the tall stone and iron buildings ran aerial railways, level after crossing level of them, and on every one some kind of train, some sleek, some box-like, moving along their spans. The city was a blaze of light. Every corner on every street glowed. All the buildings were lit. Far to the horizon, the lights stretched past all comprehension. Lights in a million houses, more lights than all the candles and lamps and new motility lights in Eben Miser's world could make if all lit at once. There was no end to the glow. The whole river valley was one blue sheen that hurt his eyes. Here and there, though, the blue flickered. As he watched, some trains gathered speed on their rails 300 feet above the ground, and on others, higher or lower, they stopped completely. Then he and the imp were closer to one of the trains that had come to a halt. The passengers were pressed to the windows of one of the carriages, which had no engines or motive cars attached, and then in a flash around a building came a spotted snake of light that was another train, and there was a great grinding roar as the two became one. The trains were a wilted salad of metal and wheels, and people fled by like hornet larvae from a nest hit by a shotgun blast. They tumbled without sound down the crevasses between the buildings, and cracked windows and masonry followed them as rails snapped like stretched string. Something was wrong with the sky, for the blue light flickered on and off, as did the lights of the city, and the top of one of the towers began to glow faint red, as if it were a mulling poker. Then he and the imp were on the ground, near a churchyard, and as they watched, with a grinding clang that died instantly, a train-car from above went through the belfry of the church. Bodies whose screams grew higher and louder thudded into the sacred ground, snapping off tombstones, giving statues a clothing of true human skin. The imp of Christmas is yet to come drew nearer a wooden cross in the pauper section, pointing. Eben Miser stood transfixed, watching the towers of buildings, stone attached to iron, and the twisting cords of the railways above come loose and dangle before breaking off and falling. With a deafening roar, a ground-level railway train came ploughing through the churchyard wall, tearing a great gouge in the earth, and, shedding passengers like an otter shakes water, burst through the opposite wall, ending its career farther out of sight. It left a huge furrow through the cemetery, and at the cemetery's exact center, a quiet, intact railway car in which nothing moved. Here and there in the torn earth a coffin stood on end, or lay cut in two, exactly half an anatomy lesson. Eben Miser saw that one of the great towers nearby had its side punched open, as neat a cut as with a knife through a hoop of cheese. From this opening shambled an army, if ever army such as this could be. They were huge, and their heads too were huge, and the sides of their heads smoked. The hair of some was smouldering, which they did not notice until some quite burst afire, and then those slowly sank back to the ground. Others walked in place, only thinking their thin legs were moving them forward. A higher part of the tower fell on 20 or 30 of them, with no effect on the others who were walking before or behind them. Great fires were bursting out in the buildings overhead. A jagged bolt lanced into the Thames, turning it to steam. A return bolt blew the top from a tower, which fell away from the river, taking 2 giant buildings with it. A train shot out of the city 1,000 feet up. As it left, the entire valley winked out into a darkness, lit only by dim blazes from fires. Miser heard the train hit in Southwark in the pitch blackness before his night vision came back. All around there was moaning. The small moaning of people, larger ones of twisted cooling metal, great ones of buildings before they snapped and fell. He began to make out shapes in the churchyard slowly, here and there. There were fires on bodies of people, on the wooden seats of train benches. A burning Chesterfield fell onto the railway car, showering sparks. The staggering figures came closer. They were dressed in loose clothing,
By the light of fires he saw their bulbous shapes. One drew near, and turned toward him. Its eyes, all their eyes, were like pale doorknobs. They moved toward him. The closest, its lips trying to say words, lifted its arms. Others joined it, and they came on slowly, their shoulders moving ineffectually back and forth. They shuffled from one foot to the other, getting closer and closer. They lifted their white, soft grub-worm fingers toward him. Whap! Dickens brought his palm down hard on the wooden block. The whole audience jumped. Men and women both yelped. Then nervous laughter ran through the hall. Ibn Miser opened the shutter. The boy in the street had another snowball ready to throw when he noticed the man at the window. He turned to run.
"Wait, boy," Ibn Miser called. "Wait! What day is this?"
"What? Why, sir, it's Christmas Day."
"Bless me," said Ibn Miser. "Of course, the spirits have done it all in one night. Of course they have. There's still time. Boy, you know that turkey in the shop down the street?"
His foot was paining him mightily. He shifted his weight to the other leg, his arms drawing the giant shape of the man-sized turkey in the air. He was Ibn Miser, and he was the boy, and he was also the poulterer, running back with the turkey. And from that day on, he was a man with a mission, a most Christian one, and he took to his bosom his nephew's family, and that of all mankind, but most especially that of Bob Cratchit, and that most special case of Giant Timmy, who did not die, and took to his heart those great words, "God bless us all each, every." Charles Dickens closed his book and stood bathed in the selenium glow and waited for that battering love that was applause. Afterward. In my time I've killed some of the best. John W. Campbell sat in the editor's chair at Astounding Analog for 32 years, first changing the field radically, and for the better, then becoming a curmudgeon. Nothing phases him. He buys my first story. Bam! 7 months later, he's dead. I've killed, in no particular order, Galaxy, the original Crawdaddy, Eternity SF, the anthology series New Dimensions, sorry Bob, sorry Marta, Omni Online, Event Horizon, InfiniteMatrix.net. Eileen Gunn fixed it so there'd be no possible way I could be the last thing people ever read there. Then she bought the last story she ever put up from Andy Hooper, and he asked me to write an afterword for it. Ha, ha, ha. My pride and joy? I killed Amazing. Twice. It goes along for 68 years. The first SF magazine ever. Through changes of ownership, good times and bad, Richard S. Shaver stories, the brilliant editorship of Seeley Goldsmith, Harry Harrison, Malsberg, etc., etc. In its entire history I'd had one half a story there, Men of Greywater Station, with George R.R. Martin, in the early 1970s. This is the background. I, and only I, and the Royal Mail in Britain, noticed that 1993 is the 150th anniversary of Dickens' A Christmas Carol. It's August already. It's hotter now, as the name of a stove in a Tex Avery droopy cartoon has it, in Austin, and I'm in an unair-conditioned house. I'm thinking about Dickens, and I realize only one person, Kim Mohan of Amazing up in Wisconsin, could possibly get any story I wrote about Christmas out by Christmas. We'd talked at WisCon in Madison earlier in the year, and he said he was only working 3 months ahead of cover date. In the pub biz, that's called cutting it too close. I called him. He told me that if I got it in before the end of the month, and he took it, it would surely be out in the December issue. I sat down in the white heat and wrote at white heat between August 15th and 18th, 1993, and typed it up and sent it off. And Kim called me on August 24th, taking it.
That's what I call service. One of the joys of doing this one was that I got to read, hurriedly between my first phone call and the writing, Peter Ackroyd's Charles Dickens, which is not only the best bio of the man, Victorian England comes reekingly alive, it's also one of the best biographies of anyone ever published. I'd read all the standard and definitive 2- and 3-volume bios on the writer that had come before, but nothing compared to this one. Time goes by. There was an Armadillo-con in October where I read this. Then I got in my car and drove 1,000 miles to arrive at dusk in Telluride, Colorado, like some Columbus on October 12, 1993, where I was to try to teach writing to 7th and 12th graders as part of the Colorado Artists in the Schools program. Don't ask. I was there 2 months, and the San Miguel River got smaller and smaller with ice on the edges, and I kept fishing till it was useless. On Thanksgiving, I walked the half-mile from where I was staying to Pamela Zoline's place, where we were all eating. It was minus 17 degrees Fahrenheit, with a 40-mile-per-hour wind, and by the time I got there, the 12 pounds of mashed potatoes I was bringing froze solid as a rock in the stockpot. It was a great Thanksgiving. Then when I show up at the general delivery window at the P.O., there's a couple of contributors' copies of Amazing waiting for me. Instead of December 1993, the issue says Winter 1994. Uh-oh. Yeah, I killed it. A few years later, when I was in Oso, Amazing was revived, and Kim was moved from Wisconsin to Washington State, about 60 miles from me, a jaunty day's mail away. He bought a story of mine I'd written to replace a story of mine he'd wanted revisions on. Instead of monkeying with a perfectly fine story, I took it back and gave him a brand-new one, warning him all the time what had happened the last time he bought something from me. He published the story and sent me contributors' copies and slapped a big post-it note on it that said, "See, you didn't kill Amazing a second time." He was right. It wasn't the one with my story in it, but the one after that Amazing died for the second time. Like the Blue Eagle of the New Deal National Recovery Administration had it, we do our part. Sorry, Kim. Part of the tone of Household Words came from the fact that it was written the week after the death of the late, great, sorely missed Chan Oliver, who was like a second dad to me, and still driving his next-to-last car, 187,000 miles now, and fishing with some of his tackle. I know he'd like that. The Sawing Boys. There was a place in the woods where 3 paths came together and turned into one big path, heading south. A bearded man in a large straw hat and patched bib overalls came down one. Over his shoulder was a tow sack, and out of it stuck the handle of a saw. The man had a long, wide face and large, thin ears. Down the path to his left came a short man in butternut pants and a red checkerboard shirt that said Ralston Purina net weight 20 pounds on it. He had on a bright red cloth cap that stood up on the top of his head. Slung over his back was a leather strap. Hanging from it was a big ripsaw. On the third path were 2 people, one of whom wore a yellow and black striped shirt and had a mustache that stood straight out from the sides of his nose. The other man was dressed in a dark brown barn coat. He had a wrinkled face and wore a brown McKinsey cap down from which the ear-flaps hung, even though it was a warm morning. The man with the mustache carried a narrow folding ladder. The other carried a 2-man bucksaw. The first man stopped. "Hi, you," he said in the general direction of the other 2 paths. "Howdy," said the short man in the red cap. "Well, well, well," said the man with a floppy-eared hat, putting down his big saw. "Me-how," said the man with a wiry mustache. They looked each other over, keeping their distance, eyeing each other's clothing and saws. "Well, I guess we know where we're all headed," said the man with the brown McKinsey cap. "I reckon,"
said the man in the straw hat. "I'm Luke Apuleius, from over Cornfield County way. I play the crosscut." "I'm Rooster Joe Banty," said the second. "I'm a ripsaw bender myself." "I'm Felix Horblitz," said the man in stripes with the ladder. "That there's Cave Canum. We play this here big bucksaw."
They looked at each other some more.
"I'm to wondering," said Luke, bringing his tow sack around in front of him. "I'm wondering if'n we know the same tunes. Seems to me it'd be a shame to have to play agin each other if'n we could help it."
"You all know Trottin' Gertie Home?" asked Felix.
Luke and Rooster Joe nodded.
"How about When the Shine Comes Out in the Dripper?" asked Rooster Joe.
The others nodded.
"How are you on Snake Handler's two-step?" asked Luke Apuleius.
More nods.
"Well, that's a start on it," said Cave Canum. "We can talk about it on the way there. I bet we'd sound right purty together."
So, side by bucksaw and ladder, they set out down the big path south.
What we are doing is we are walking down this unpaved road. How we have come to be walking down this unpaved road is a very long and tiresome story that I should not bore you with. We are being Chris the shoemaker, who is the brains of this operation, and a very known guy back where we come from, which is south of Long Island, and Large Jake and Little Willie, who are being the brawn, and Miss Millie D. Chantpie, who is Chris the shoemaker's doll, and who is always dressed to the nines, and myself, Charlie Perro, whose job it is to remind everyone what their job is being.
"I am astounded as all get up," says Little Willie, "that there are so many places with no persons in them, no wise." Looking around to the trees and bushes and such, "We have seen 2 tool sheds which looked as if they once housed families of 14, but of real for true homes I am not seeing any."
"Use your glimpse for something besides keeping your nose from sliding into your eyebrows," says Chris the shoemaker. "You will have seen the sign that said one of the tool cribs is the town of Podunk, and the other shed is the burg of Stettel. I am believing the next one we will encounter is called Pratt Falls. I am assuming it contains some sort of trickle of fluid, a stunning and precipitous descent in elevation established by someone with the aforementioned surname." He is called Chris the shoemaker because that is now his moniker, and he once hung around shoe stores. At that time, the cobbler shops was the place where the policy action was hot, and before you can be saying, "Hey, presto, there is Chris the shoemaker in a new loud suit looking like a comet," and he is the middle guy between the shoemakers and the elves that rig the policy.
"Who would have thought it?" asked Little Willie. "Both balonies on the rear blowing at the same time, and bending up the framus, and all the push and pull running out. I mean, what are the chances?"
Little Willie is called that because he is the smaller of the 2 brothers. Large Jake is called that because, oh my goodness, is he large. He is so large that people have confused him for Nightfall. They are standing on the corner shooting the breeze with some guys, and suddenly all the light goes away, and so do the other guys. There are all these cigarettes dropping to the pavement where guys used to be, and the person looks around and, whoa, it is not night at all, it is only Large Jake. For 2 brothers, they do not look a thing alike. Little Willie looks, you should excuse the expression, like something from the family Rodentia, whereas Large Jake is a very pleasant-looking individual, only the pleasant is spread across about 3 feet of mook. Miss Millie D. Chantpie is hubba stuff, only Chris the shoemaker best not see you give her more than 1 Long Island peak, and the talk is she used to be a roving debutante. Chris has got the goo-goo eyes for her, and she is just about a whiz at the new crossword puzzles, which always give Little Willie a headache when he tries to do one. Where we are is somewhere in the state of Kentucky, which I had not been able to imagine had I not seen it yesterday from the train. Why we were here was for a meet with this known guy who runs a used furniture business on South Wabash Street in Chi-City. The meet was to involve lots of known guys, and to be at some hunting lodge in these hills outside Frankfurt, where we should not be bothered by prying eyes. Only first, the train is late, and the jalopy we bought stalled on us in the dark, and there must have been this wrong turn somewhere, and the next thing you are knowing, the balonies blow, and we are playing in the ditch and gunk and goo all over the place. So here we are, walking down this, pardon the expression, road, and we are looking for a phone and a mechanically inclined individual, and we are not having such a hot time of it. "You will notice the absence of wires," said Chris the shoemaker, "which leads me to believe we will not find no blower at this watery paradise of pratfalls."
"Christ almighty, I'm getting hungry," says Miss Millie D. Chantpie of a sudden. She is in this real flapper outfit with a bandeau top and fringes, and is wearing pearls that must have come out of oysters the size of freight trucks. "If we do not soon find the object of our quest," says Chris the shoemaker, "I shall have Large Jake blow you the head off a moose, or whatever they have in place of cows out here." It being a meet, we are pretty well rotted up, all except for Chris, who had to put on his fall togs last year on bargain day at the courthouse and do a minute standing on his head, so of course he can no longer have an Oscar anywhere within a block of his person. So Miss Millie D. Chantpie carries his cannon in one of her enchanting little reticules. Large Jake is under an even more stringent set of behavioral codes, but he just plain does not care, and I do not personally know any cops or even the Sammies who are so gauche as to try to frisk him without first calling out the militia. Large Jake usually carries a powder wagon. It is the kind of thing they use on mad elephants, or to stop runaway locomotives, only it is sawed off on both ends to be only about a foot long. Little Willie usually carries a sissy rod, only it is a dumb gat, so there is not much commotion when he uses it, just the sound of air coming out of it, and then the sound of air coming out of whomsoever he uses it on. Little Willie has had a date to ride old Sparky before, only he was let out on a technical. The technical was that the judge had not noticed the big shoebox full of guitars on the corner of his desk before he brought the gavel down. I am packing my usual complement of calibers, which, I am prouder than anything to say, I have never used. They are only there for the bulges for people to ogle at, while Chris the shoemaker is speaking. Pratt Falls is another couple of broken boards and a sign saying, "Feed and Seed." There was this dry ditch with a hole with a couple of rocks in it. "It was sure no Niagara," says Little Willie. "That's for certain." At the end of the place was a sign, all weathered out except for the part that said 2 miles. We are making this 2 miles in something less than 3/4 of an hour, because it is mostly uphill and our dogs are barking, and Miss Millie D. Chantpie, who has left her high heels in the flivver, is falling off the sides of her flats very often. We are looking down into what passes for a real live town in these parts. "This is the kind of place," says Little Willie, "where when you are in the paper business and you mess up your double sawbuck plates and print a $21 bill, you bring it here and ask for change, and the guy at the store will look in the drawer and ask you if 2 9s and a 3 will do." "Ah, but look, gentleman and lady," says Chris the shoemaker, "there are at least 2 wires coming down over the mountain into this metropolis, and my guess is that they are attached to civilization at the other end." "I do not spy no filling station," I says, "but there does seem to be great activity for so early of a morning. I am counting houses. More people are already in town than live here." "Perhaps the large gaudy sign up ahead will explain it," says Little Willie. The sign is being at an angle where another larger dirt path comes into town. From all around on the mountains I can see people coming in wagons and on horses and on foot. We get to the sign. This is what it says. I kid you not. "Big Harmony Contest, Brimmy Town Square, Saturday, May 16th. $50 first prize. Brought to you by Watkins Products and Carduai, makers of Black Draft. Extra, Sacred Harp Singing, Reverend Shape Note and the Mount Sinai Choir." "Well, well," says Chris.
Looks like there'll be plenty of étrangers in this burg. We get in here, make the call on the meat, get someone to fix the jalopy, and be on our way. We should fit right in." While Chris the shoemaker is saying this, he is adjusting his orange and pink tie and shooting the cuffs on his purple and white pinstripe suit. Little Willie is straightening his pumpkin-colored, double-breasted suit and brushing the dust off his yellow spats. Large Jake is dressed in a pure white suit, with a black shirt and white tie, and has on a white fedora with a thin black band. Miss Millie D. Chantpie swirls her fringes and rearranges the ostrich feather in her cloche. I feel pretty much like a sparrow among peacocks. "Yeah," I says, looking over the town. "They'll probably never notice we've been here." They made their way into town and went into a store. They bought themselves some items, and went out onto the long, columned veranda of the place and sat down on some nail kegs, resting their saws and ladders against the porch railings. Cave Canum had a big 5-cent RC cola and a bag of Tom's nickel peanuts. He took a long drink of the cola, tore the top off the celluloid bag, and poured the salted peanuts into the neck of the bottle. The liquid instantly turned to foam and overflowed the top, which Canum put into his mouth. When it settled down, he drank from the bottle and chewed on the peanuts that came up the neck. Rooster Joe took off his red cap. He had a 5-cent moon pie the size of a dinner plate and took bites off that. Horbliss had a 10-cent can of King Oscar sardines. The key attached to the bottom broke off at the wrong place. Rather than tearing his thumb up, he took out his pocket knife and cut the top of the can off and peeled the ragged edge back. He drank off the oil, smacking his lips, then took out the sardines between his thumb and the knife blade and ate them. Luke had bought a 2-foot length of sugar cane and was sucking on it, spitting out the fine slivers which came away in his mouth. They ate in silence and watched the crowds go by, clumps of people breaking away and eddying into the stores and shops. At one end of town, farmers stopped their wagons and began selling the produce. From the other end, at the big open place where the courthouse would be if Brimytown were the county seat, music started up. They had rarely seen so many men in white shirts, even on Sunday, and women and kids in their finest clothes. Even if they were only patched and faded coveralls, they were starched and clean. Then a bunch of city flatlanders came by. The men all had on hats and bright suits and ties, and the woman, a goddess, was the first flapper they had ever seen. The eyes of the flatlanders were moving everywhere. Heads turned to watch them all along their route. They were moving toward the General Mercantile, and they looked tired and dusty for all their fancy duds. "Well, boys," said Luke, "that were a right smart breakfast. I reckon us all better be getting on down towards the musical place and see what the otherns look like." They gathered up their saws and ladders and walked toward the sweetest sounds this side of Big Bone Lick. "So," says Little Willie to a citizen, "tell us where we can score a couple of motorman's gloves." The man is looking at him like he has just stepped off one of the outermost colder planets. This is fitting, for the citizen looks to us vice versa. "What my friend of limited vocabulary means," says Chris the shoemaker to the astounding and astounded individual, "is where might we purchase a mess of fried pork chops?" The man keeps looking at us with his wide eyes the size of doorknobs. "Eats," I volunteers. Nothing is happening. Large Jake makes eating motions with his mitt and goozle. Still nothing. "Say, fellers," says this other resident, "you won't be getting nothing useful out'n him. He's one of the simpler folks hereabouts, what them Victorian painter fellers used to call naturals. What you want's Ma Gooser's place, straight down this here street." "Much obliged," says Chris.
"It's about time, too," says Miss Millie D. Chantpie. "I'm so hungry I could eat the ass off a pigeon through a park bench."
I am still staring at the individual who has given us directions, who is knocking the ashes out of his corncob pipe against the rain barrel.
Such a collection of spungs and phoebes I personally have never seen, says Chris the shoemaker, who is all the time looking at the wire that comes down the hill into town.
I must admit you are right,
says little Willie. And indeed it seems every living thing for 3 counties is here. There are nags and wagons, prego dolls with stair-step children born 9 months and 15 minutes apart, guys wearing only a hat and 1 blue garment, a couple of men with what's left of great war uniforms with the Dago dazzlers still pinned to the chests. Yes, indeedy, a motley and hilarity-making group. The streets are being full of wagons with melons and the lesser legumes, and things which for a fact I know grow in the ground. The indigenous peoples are selling everything what moves, and from far away you can hear the beginnings of music. I spy, says Chris the shoemaker.
What's that?
Asks little Willie. I spy the blacksmith shop, and I spy the general mercantile establishment to which the blower wire runs. Here is what we are doing. William and I will saunter over to the smithy and forge, where we will inquire of aid for the vehicle. Charlie Perro, you will go make the call, which will tender our apologies as being late for the meet, and get some further instructions. Jacob, you will take the love of my life, Miss Milly, to this venerable Ma Gooser's editorium, where we will soon join you in a prodigious repast. The general mercantile is in the way of selling everything on God's green earth, and the aroma is very mouth-watering. It is a mixture of apple candy and nag-tack, coal oil and licorice and flour, roasted coffee and big burlap sacks of nothing in particular. There is ladies' dresses and guy hats and weapons of all kinds. There is 1 phone. It is on the back wall. It is the kind Alexander Graham Bell made himself. Good person, I says to the man behind the counter, who is wearing specs and a vest and has a tape measure draped over his shoulder. Might I use your telephonic equipment to make a collect long-distance call? Everything's long-distance from here, he opines. Collect, you say? That is being correct. He goes to the wall and twists a crank and makes bell sounds. Hello, Gertie. This is Spoon. How's things in Grinder Switch? You don't say. Well, there's a city feller here needs to make a collect call. Right. You fix him up. He hands me the long earpiece and puts me in the fishwife care of this Gertie, and parks himself nearby and begins to count some bright, glittery objects. I tells Gertie the number I want. There are these sounds like the towers are falling.
And what's your name?
Asks this Gertie. I gives her the name of this known newspaper guy who hangs out at chases and who writes about life in the roaring 40s back in the big city. The party on the other end will be wise that that is not who it is, but will know I know he knows. I hear this voice, and Gertie gives them my name, and they say okay.
Go ahead,
says Gertie. We are missing the meat, I says. Please-o, says the voice. Eat me all ofke. And he says, I's way. Is he away and o me yerhe? Itch, I am thinking to myself. To him, I says, Elte asowe atwe ote ude. Oge omhe. He gets off the blower. I used to have a cousin that could talk Mex, says Spoon at the counter. I thank him for the use of the phone. Proud as a peach of it, he says, wiping at it with a cloth. Well, you should be, I tell him. Then I buy 2 cents worth of candy and put it in a couple of pockets, and then I ease on down this town's Great White Way. This Ma Gooser's is some hopping joint. I don't think the griddle here's been allowed to cool off since the McKinley administration. Large Jake and Miss Millie D. Chantpie are already tucking in. The place is as busy as a chop house on Chinese New Year. There are these indistinguishable shapes on the platters. A woman the size of Large Jake comes by with 6 full plates along each arm, headed towards a table of what looks like 2 ox drivers in flannel shirts. These 2 ox drivers are as alike as all get out.
The woman puts 3 plates in front of each guy, and they fall into them mouth first. The woman comes back. She has wild hair, and it does not look like she has breasts. It looks like she has a solid shelf across her chest under her work shirt.
Yeah?
She says, wiping sweat from her brow. I'd like a steak and some eggs, I says. Over easy on the eggs, steak well done, some juice on the side.
You'll get the breakfast if you get anything, she says. Same's everybody else.
She follows my eyes back to the 2 giants at the next table. Large Jake can put away the groceries, but he is a piker next to these 2. A couple of the plates in front of them are already shining clean, and they are reaching for a pile of biscuits on the next table as they work on their 3rd plates.
Them's the famous singing Aesop twins, Bert and Mert, says Ma Gooser. If everybody could pile it in like them, I'd be a rich woman.
She turns to the kitchen.
Hey, Jughead, she yells. Where's them 6 dozen biscuits? Come in, Ma Gooser,
yells a voice from back in the hell there.
More black-strap lasses over here, Ma,
yells a corncob from another table.
Hold your water, yells Ma. I only got 6 hands.
She runs back towards the kitchen. Chris the shoemaker and little Willie comes in and settles down.
Well, we are set in some departments. The blacksmith is gathering up the tools of his trade, and little William will accompany him in his wagon to the site of the vehicular happenstance. I will swear to you he picks up his anvil and puts it into his wagon just like that. The thing must have dropped the wagon bed 2 foot.
What is it they are feeding the locals around here? He looks down at the plates in front of Large Jake and Miss Millie.
What is that?
I got no idea, sweetie, says Miss Millie, putting another forkful in. But it sure is good.
And what's the news from our friends across the ways?
Zex, I says. He looks at me. You are telling me Zex in this umbre full of ubres?
No, Chris, I says.
The word is Zex.
Oh, he says. And for why?
Izzy and Mo, I says.
Izzy and Mo?
How did Izzy and Mo get wise to this deal?
How do Izzy and Mo get wise to anything? I says, keeping my voice low and not moving my goosel. Hell, if someone could get them to come over, this umbre uningray biz would be a snap. If they can dress like women shipwrecks and get picked up by runners' ships, they can get wind of a meet somewhere.
So what are our options being? Asks Chris the shoemaker.
That is why we have all these round-trip tickets, I says.
He is quiet. Ma Gooser slaps down these plates in front of us, and coffee all round, and takes 2 more piles of biscuits over to the famous singing Aesop twins.
Well, that puts the damper on my portion of the era of Coolidge prosperity, says Chris the shoemaker. I am beginning to think this decade is going to be a more problematical thing than first imagined. In fact, I am getting in one rotten mood.
He takes a drink of coffee. His beezer lights up.
Say, the flit in the knowledge box got nothing on this.
He drains the cup dry. He digs at his plate, then wolfs it all down.
Suddenly my mood is changing. Sudden like I am in a working mood.
I drops my fork.
Nix? I asks, nice,
looking at him like I am a tired halibut.
No nix at all. It is of a sudden very clear why we have come to be in this place through these unlikely circumstances. I had just not realized it till now.
Large Jake has finished his 2nd plate. He pushes it away and looks at Chris the shoemaker.
Later, says Chris. Outside.
Jake nods.
Of a sudden like I am not enjoying Ma Gooser's groaning board as much as I should wish. For when Chris is in a working mood, things happen.
They had drawn spot number 24 down at the judging stand. Each contestant could sing 3 songs, and the black draft people had a big gong they could ring if anyone was too bad.
I don't know about the ones from round here, said Cave Canum,
but they won't need that there gong for the people we know about. We came in third to some of 'em last year in Sweet Tater City." "Me neither," said Rooster Joe. "The folks I seen can sure play and sing. Why, even the famous Aesop twins, Bert and Mert, is here. You ever hear them do 'Land Where No Cabins Fall'?"
"Nope," said Luke, "but I have heard of 'em. It seems we'll just have to outplay them all."
They were under a tree, pretty far away from the rest of the crowd, who were waiting for the contest to begin.
"Let's rosin up, boys,"
said Luke, taking his cross-cut saw out of his tow-sack. Felix unfolded the ladder and climbed up. Cave pulled out a big willow bow strung with braided mule-tail hair. Rooster Joe took out an 8-ounce ball-peen hammer and sat back against a tree-root. Luke rosined up his fiddle bow.
"Okay, let's give her about 2 pounds of press and bend."
He nodded his head. They bowed, Felix pressing down on the big bucksaw handle from above, Rooster Joe striking his rip-saw, Luke pulling at the back of his crosscut. The same note, 3 octaves apart, floated on the air.
"Well, that's enough rehearsing," said Luke. "Now all we got to do is stay in this shady spot and wait till our turn."
They put their instruments and ladder against the tree and took naps.
When Chris the shoemaker starts to working, usually someone ends up with cackle fruit on their mug. When little Willie and Chris first teamed up when they were so very young, they did all the usual grifts. They worked the cherry-colored cat and the old hydrophobile, and once or twice even pulled off the glim-drop, which is a wonder since neither of them has a glass peeper. They quit the grift when it turns out that little Willie is always off nugging when Chris needs him, or is piping some doll's stems when he should be laying Zex. So they went into various other forms of getting the mazuma. The ramadula Chris has come up with is a simple one. We are to get the Lizzie going, or barring that, are to hooverize another one. Then we cut the lines of communication, immobilize the town clown, glom the loot, and give them the old razoo. "But, Chris," says I, "it is so simple and easy, there must be something wrong with your brainstorm. And besides, it is what, maybe 100 simoleons in all? I have seen you lose that betting on which raindrop will run down a window pane first." "We have been placed here to do this thing," says Chris the shoemaker. "We are all standing on the porch of Margoosers. We cut the phone," says Chris. "No one can call out. Any other jalopies, Large Jake makes inoperable. That leaves horses, which even we can go faster than. We make the local yokel do a Brody, so there is no Cicero lightning or Illinois thunder. We are gone, and the news takes till next week to get over the ridge yonder."
Miss Millie the chant-pie has one of her shoes off and is rubbing her well-turned foot.
"My corns is killing me," she says. "And, Chris, I think this is the dumbest thing you have ever thought about."
"I will note and file that," says Chris. "Meantimes, that is the plan. Little William here will start a rumor that will make our presence acceptable before he goes off with a man with a thews of iron. We will only blizo this caper should the flivver not be fixable, or we cannot kipe another one. So it is written. So it shall be done."
10 minutes later, just before little Willie leaves in the wagon, I hear 2 people talking close by, pointing to Miss Millie the chant-pie, and swearing she is a famous chanteuse, and that Chris the shoemaker is a talent scout from OK Records.
"The town clown," says Chris to me in a while, "will be no problem. He is that gent you see over there sucking on the yam-sickle, with a tin star pinned to his long johns, with a Civil War cannon tucked in his belt."
I nod.
"Johnny Perro," he says to me, "now let us make like we are mesmerized by this screeching and hollering that is beginning."
The contest is under way. It was like this carnival freak show had of a sudden gone into a production of No No Nanette while you were trying to get a good peek at the India rubber woman. I am not sure whether to be laughing or crying, so I just puts on the look a steer gets just after the hammer comes down, and pretends to watch. What I am really thinking, even I don't know.
There had been sister harmony groups and guitar and mandolin ensembles, 3 guys on one big harmonica, a couple of 12-year-olds playing ocarinas and washboards, a woman on gut-bucket broom bass, a handbell choir from a church, 3 one-man bands, and a guy who could tear newspapers to the tune of Hold That Tiger. Every 8 acts or so, Reverend Shapenote and the Mount Sinai Choir got up and sang sacred harp music, singing the notes only, with no words, because their church believed you went straight to hell if you sang words to a hymn. You could only lift your voice in song. Luke lay with his hat over his eyes through 2 more acts. It was well into the afternoon. People were getting hot and cranky all over the town. As the next act started, Luke sat up. He looked toward the stage. 2 giants in coveralls and flannel shirts got up. Even from this far away, their voices carried clear and loud, not strained, deep bass and baritone. The words of 8 more miles to home, and then You Are My Sunshine came back, and for their last song they went into the old hymn, Absalom, Absalom. David, he wept and wept, saying, Oh, my son, oh, my son. And a chill went up Luke's back. That's them, said Rooster Joe, seeing Luke awake. Well, said Luke, Apuleius, pulling his hat back down over his eyes as the crowd went crazy, them is the ones we really have to beat. Call me when they gets to the cowbell quintet so we can be moseying up there. I am being very relieved when little Willie comes driving into town in the flivver. It is looking much the worse for wear, but seems to be running fine. He parks it on Main Street at the far edge of the crowd and comes walking over to me and Chris the shoemaker. How are you standing this? He asks. Why do you not get up there, William? Asks Chris. I know for a fact you warbled for the cheese up at the River Academy before they let you out on the technical. It was just to keep from driving an Irish buggy, says little Willie. The Lizzie will go wherever you want it to. Tires patched, gassed, and lubered up. Say the syllable. Chris nods to large Jake over at the edge of the crowd. Jake saunters back towards the only 2 trucks in town, besides the Cardaway vehicle, which, being too gaudy even for us, Jake has already fixed while it is parked right in front of the stage, for Jake is a very clever fellow for someone with such big mitts. Charlie Perro, says Chris, reaching in Miss Millie D. Chantpie's purse. How's about taking these nippers here, handing me a pair of wire cutters, and go see if that blower wire back of the General Mercantile isn't too long by about 6 feet when I give you the nod? Then you should come back and help us. He also takes his howitzer out of Miss Millie's bag. Little William, he says, turning, take Miss Millie D. Chantpie to the car and start it up. I shall go see what the Cardaway Black Draft people are doing. So it was we sets out to pull the biggest caper in the history of Bremytown. That's them, said Rooster Joe. The cowbells are for us. Well, boys, said Luke, it's do or die time. They gathered up their saws and sacks and ladder and started for the stage. Miss Millie D. Chantpie is in the car, looking cool as a cucumber. Little Willie is at one side of the crowd, standing out like a sore thumb. He has his hand under his jacket on the old crowd-pleaser. Large Jake is back, shading 3 or 4 people from the hot afternoon sun. I am at the corner of the General Mercantile, one eye on Chris the shoemaker and one on the wire coming down the back of the store. The prize moolah is in this big glass cracker jar on the table with the judges so everybody can see it. It is in greenbacks. I am seeing large Jake move up behind the John Law figure, who is sucking at a jug of corn liquor. You would not think the prohib was the rule of the land here. I am seeing these guys climb onto the stage, and I cannot believe my peepers, because they are pulling saws and ladders out of their backs. Are these carpenters, or what? There is a guy in a straw hat, and one with a bristle moustache, and one with a red checked shirt and red hat, and one with a cap with big floppy ear flaps. One is climbing on a ladder. They are having tools everywhere. What the ding-dong is going on? And they begin to play, a corny song, but it is high and sweet, and then I am thinking of birds and rivers and running water and so forth. So I shakes myself and keeps my glims on Chris the Shoemaker. The guys with the saws are finishing their song, and people are going gaga over them. And then I see that Chris is in position. "Thank you," said Luke. "We all is the Sawing Boys, and we are pleased as butter to be here. I got a cousin over to Cornfield County what has one of them new cat-whisker crystal radio devices, and you should hear the things that comes right over the air from it. Well, I learned a few of them, and me and the boys talked about them, and now we'll do a couple for you. Here we're going to do one by the Molokai Hotel Royal Hawaiian Serenaders called Ule Uhe Omekoi Wahwa. Take it away, Sawing Boys." He tapped his foot. He bent his saw and bowed the first high, swelling notes. Then Rooster Joe came down on the harmony rhythm on the ripsaw. Felix bent down on the ladder on the handle of the bucksaw, and Cave pulled the big willow bow, and they were off into a fast, swinging song that was about lagoons and fish and food. People were jumping and yelling all over town, and Luke, whose voice was nothing special, started singing. "Ume hoi uli koi hawawa, wa hawaii hawaii ume o lui lui." And the applause began before Rooster Joe finished, alone with a dying, struck high note that held for 10 or 15 seconds. People were yelling and screaming, and the Kardui people didn't know what to do with themselves. Thank you, said Luke Apuleius, wiping his brow with his arm while holding his big straw hat in his hand. "Now here's another one I heard. We hope you all like it. It's from the Abe Schwartz Orchestra, and it's called Bame Rebin in Palestine. Take it away, Sawing Boys." They hit halting, fluttering notes, punctuated by Rooster Joe's hammered ripsaw, and then the bucksaw went rolling behind it, Felix pumping up and down on the handle, Cave Canem bowing away. It sounded like flutes and violins and clarinets and mandolins. It sounded 1,000 years old, but not like Moonshine Mountain music. It was from another time and another land. Something is wrong, for Chris is standing very still, like he is already in the old oak kimono, and I can see he is not going to be giving me the high sign. I see that little Willie, who never does anything on his own, is motioning to me and Large Jake to come over. So over I trot, and the music really washes over me. I know it in my bones, for it is the music of the old neighborhood where all of us but Miss Millie grew up. I am coming up on Chris the Shoemaker, and I see he has turned on the waterworks. He is transfixed, for here, 1,000 miles from home, he is being caught up in the mighty coils of memory and transfiguration. I am hearing with his ears, and what the saws are making is not the Abe Schwartz Orchestra, but Itzhakeel Kramptweiss of Philadelphia, or perhaps Naphtali Brandwein, who used to play bar mitzvahs and weddings with his back to the audience so rival clarinet players couldn't see his hands and how he made those notes. There is maybe 10,000 years behind that noise, and it is calling all the way across the Kentucky hills from the land of Gaza. And while they are still playing, we walk with Chris the Shoemaker back to the jalopy, and pile in around Miss Millie D. Chanpie, who, when she sees Chris crying, begins herself, and I confess I too am a little blurry-eyed at the poignance of the moment. And we pull out of Brimytown, the saws still whining and screeching their jazzy ancient tune, and as it is fading and we are going up the hill, Chris the Shoemaker speaks for us all. And what he says is, "God damn! You cannot be going anywhere these days without you run into a bunch of half-assed klezmorim." For Arthur Honeycutt and the late Sheldon Leonard. Glossary to the Sawing Boys. Balonies, tires. Bargain day, court time set aside for sentencing plea bargain cases. Beezer, the face, sometimes especially the nose. Bleazol. 1. An interjection. Careful. You are being overheard. Some chump is wise to the deal. 2. Verb. To forego something, change plans, etc. The cherry-colored cat. An old con game. Cicero lightning and Illinois thunder. The muzzle flashes from machine guns and the sound of hand grenades going off. Do a minute. 30 days. Dogs are barking. Feet are hurting. Fall togs. The suit you wear going into and coming out of jail. Flit. Prison coffee, from its resemblance to the popular fly spray of the time. Flivver. A jalopy. Framis. A thingamajig or doohickey. Gitas. Money of any kind or amount. Glimdrop. Con game involving leaving a glass eye as security for an amount of money. At least one of the con men should have a glass eye. Glims. Eyes. Goozle. Mouth. Hoover eyes. Pre-Depression. Hoover had been Allied Food Commissioner during the Great War and was responsible for people getting the most use out of whatever foods they had. The standard command from parents was, "Hooverize that plate," possibly a secondary reference to vacuum cleaners of the time. Irish buggy, also Irish Surrey, a wheelbarrow. Jalopy, a flivver. Lizzie, a flivver. Mazuma, money of any kind or amount. Mook, face. Motorman's gloves, any especially large cut of meat. Nugging, porking. The old hydrophobile, con game involving pretending to be bitten by someone's possibly mad dog. Piping some doll's stems, looking at some woman's legs. Pull, gas and oil. Sammy's, the feds. Zex, quiet, as in Blizo. Cut it out, jiggy, speed it. Laying Zex, keeping lookout. Rules of Pig Latin. Initial consonants are moved to the end of the word, and A is added to the consonant. Initial vowels are moved to the end of the word, and way is added to the vowel. Afterward, Ellen Datlow and Terry Windling did a series of anthologies of retold fairy tales in the mid and late 90s, and they wanted me in them. I said, "I'll do the Brementown Musicians," without thinking much about what I was saying. Well, now, go read the Brementown Musicians. I'll wait. Back already? Tell me what happens in the tale. Not much, you say. Well, that's what struck me, too, on rereading it for the first time in 40-some-odd years. A bunch of animals who want to be musicians go to Brementown, meet up with a bunch of robbers, make a lot of noise, and scare them off. The end. Now tell me that's not what happens in The Sawing Boys. Writing like Damon Runyon is not as easy as it looks. Present tense, for one thing, is counter to how we think. We tell stories in the past tense. They've already happened as they're being told. Runyon wrote as if the story hadn't happened yet, was taking place as he wrote it. What you have to do is, you write a part for the late Sheldon Leonard to say out of the side of his mouth. The other part, the Sawing Boys part, I wanted to write for the late Denver Pyle to speak in his role as the father of the band, played by the Dillards, on the old Andy Griffith show, set in Mayberry, RFD. I think I did a swell job, on both counts. There are some philology, fairy tale collecting references here, but pretty subtle. Not as many as in my later contribution to the series, Our Mortal Span, which came from an epiphanic moment as the middle Billy Goat Gruff in a second-grade play. This was published in Blackthorn White Rose, the second in the series. When I tell people what this story is really about, the spread of mass communications, radio and gramophone records, in the early 20th century, they don't believe me. It must be true, because Gardner Dozois picked it up for his year's best SF. Heart of Whitenesse. Dr. Faustus? He's dead. Down these mean cobbled lanes a man must go, methinks, especially when out before lark rise, if larks there still be within 1,000 mile of this bone-breaking cold. From the rust to Spain the world is locked in snow and ice, a sheet of blue glass. There was no summer to speak of. Bread is dear, and in France we hear they are eating each other up, like the cannibals of the Western Indies. It's bad now I rehearse a play at the Rose, that I work away on the poem of the celebrated Hero and Leander, that life seems more like a Jake's each day. Then some unseen toady comes knocking on the door and slips a note through the latch-hole this early, the pounding fist matching that in my head.
I'd come up from the covers and poured myself a cup of Malmsey you could have drowned a pygmy in, then dressed as best I could, and made my way out into this cold world. Shoreditch was dismal in the best of times, and this wasn't it. And what do I see on gaining the lane but a man making steaming water into the street-ditch from a great bull-pizzle of an accoutrement? He sees me and winks. His wink said, "I see you're interested." My wink back says I'm usually interested, but not at this instant, but keep me in mind if you see me again. He immediately smiles, then turns his pick-a-venture beard toward the cold row of houses to his left. Winking is the silent language full of nuance and detail. We are, after all, talking about the overtures to a capital offense. I come to the shop on the note. I go in. Though I have never been there before, I know I can ignore the fellows working there. It is a dyer's, full of boiling vats and acrid smells and steam. At least it is warm. And go through a door, up some rude steps, to go through another plated with strips of iron, and into the presence of a high lord of the realm. He is signing something. He sees me and slides the paper under another. It is probably the names of people soon to decorate a bridge or fence. This social interaction is, too, full of nuance. One of them is that we two pretend not to know who the other is. Sometimes their names are Cecil, Stansfield, Salisbury. Sometimes not. Sometimes my name is Christopher, or Chris, familiar Kit, or the poet, or plain Marlowe. We do pretend, though we have no names, that we are the impersonal representatives of great ideas and forces, moved by large motives like the clockwork heavens themselves. "A certain person needs inquired about," said the man behind the small table. "Earlier inquiries have proved ineffectual. It has been thought best the next devolved to yourself. This person is beyond Oxford. Make arrangements. Go there quietly. Once in Oxford," he said, taking out of his sleeve a document with a wax seal upon it and laying it on the table, "you may open these, your instructions and knowledges. Follow them to the letter. At a certain point, if you must follow them thoroughly," he said, coming down hard upon the word, "we shall require a token of faith." He was telling me, without saying, that I was to see someone, do something to change their mind, or keep them from continuing a present course. Failing that, I was to bring back to London their heart, as in the old story of the evil step-queen, the huntsman, and the beautiful girl who ended up consorting with forest dwarves, eating poison and so forth. I nodded, which was all I was required to do. But he had not as yet handed me the missive, which meant he was not through. He leaned back in his chair. "I said your name was put forth," he said, "for this endeavour, but not by me. I know you to be a godless man, a blasphemer, most probably an invert. I so hate that the business of true good government makes occasional use of such as you. But the awkward circumstances of this mission, shall we say, makes some of your peccados absolute necessities. Only this would make me have any dealings with you whatsoever. There will come a reckoning one fine day." Since he had violated the unspoken tenets of the arrangement by speaking to me personally, and, moreover, telling the plain, unvarnished truth, and he knew it, I felt justified in my answer. My answer was, "As you say, Lord," and I used his name. He clenched the arms of his chair, started up, and he calmed himself, settled again. His eyes went to the other papers before him. "I believe that is all," he said, and handed me the document. I picked it up, turned, and left. Well, work on Hero and Leander's right out for a few days, but I betook me as fast as the icy ways would let, from my precincts in Shoreditch, to the city.
Normally it would mean going about over London Bridge, but as I was in a hurry, I walked straight across the river, directly opposite the Rose, to the theatre itself in Southwark. The river was, and had been for 2 months, frozen to a depth of 5 feet all the way to Gravesend. Small boys ran back and forth across the river. Here and there were set up booths with stiff frozen awnings. The largest concatenation of them was further up past the town at Windsor, where Her Majesty the Queen had proclaimed a frost fair and set up a royal pavilion. A man with a bucket and axe was chopping the river for chunks of water. Others walked the ice and beat at limbs and timbers embedded in it. Free firewood was free in any weather. A thick pall of smoke hung over London town, every fire lit. A bank of heavy cloud hung further north than that. There were tales that when the great cold had come 2 months agone, flocks of birds in flight had fallen to the ground and shattered. Cattle froze standing. To make matters worse, the plague, which had closed the theatres for 3 months this last long-forgotten summer, had not gone completely away, as all hoped, and was still taking 30 a week on the bills of mortality. It would probably be back again this summer and close the theatre, the Curtain, and the Rose once more. Lord Strange's and Lord Nottingham's men would again have to take to touring the provinces beyond 7 mile from London. But as for now, cold or no, at the Rose we put on plays each afternoon without snow in the open-air ring. At the moment we do poor old Green's Friar Bacon and Friar Bungay. Green not dead these 7 months, exploded from dropsy in a flop. They sold the clothes off him and buried him in a diaper with a wreath of laurel about his head. We rehearse mine own Massacre at Paris and Shakespeare's Harry Sixt, while we play his T. Andronicus, alternate with Tom Kidd's Spanish tragedy, of which Andronicus is an overheated, feeble Romanish imitation. Shakespeare's also writing a longish poem, his on the celebrated Venus and Adonis, which at this rate will be done before my hero. This man, the same age as me, bears watching. Unlike when I did at Cambridge, I take no part in the acting. Will Shakespeare is forever being messengers, third murderer, courtier. He tugs ropes when engines are needed. He counts receipts. He makes himself useful withal. No one here this early but Will Kemp. He snores as usual on his bed of straw and ticking in the tiring house above and behind the stage. He sounds the bear that's eaten all the dogs on a good day at the pit. I find some ink, almost frozen, and leave a note for John Allen to take over for me, pleading urgent business down country to throw off the scent, and make my way, this time over the bridge, back to Shoreditch. Shoreditch is the place where actors live, since it was close to the original theatres, and so it is the place where actors die. Often enough, first news you hear on a morning is, "Another actor dead in Shoreditch." Never Eastcheap or Spitalfields, not even Southwark itself, always Shoreditch. At a tavern, at their lodgings, in the street itself. Turn them over. If it's not the plague, it's another actor dead from a knife, fists, drink, pox, for all that matter, cannon fire or hailstones in the remembered summers. I make arrangements. I realign myself to other stations. My sword stays in its corner. My new hat, my velvet doublet all untied, hung on their hooks. I put on round slops, a leathern tunic. I cut away my beard. In place of sword, a 10-inch poignard, a pointed slouch hat, a large sack for my back. In an hour I am back at Riverside, appearing as the third of the 3 Ps in John Heywood's The 4 Ps, apothecary, ready to make my way, like him, at least as far as Oxenford. The ferrymen are all on holiday, their boats put up on timbers above the ice. Here and there people skate, unshoed on the ice, slip and fall. The gaiety seems forced, not like the fierce abandon of the early days of the great frost. But I have been watching on my sojourn each day to and from the Rose, and I lick my finger and stick it up, the spit freezing almost at once, to test the wind. And as I know the wind, and I know my man, I walk about halfway out on the solid Thames and wait. As I wait, I see 2 figures dressed much like the 2 ambassadors from Poland in my Massacre at Paris. that is, not very well, one of them being Kemp, saunter toward me on the dull grey ice. I know them to be a man named Frizier and one named Skeers, Graham and Nicholas, I believe, both to be bought for £1 in any trial, both doing the occasional coney-catching, gulling and sharping. Both men I have seen in taverns in Shoreditch, in Deptford, along the docks, working the theatres. There is little way they can know me, so I assume they have taken me for a mark, as it slowly becomes apparent they are approaching me. Their opening line, on feigning recognition, will be, "How, sir, are you not a man from Hereford, Cheshire, Luddington, known to my cousin Jim?" They are closer, but they say to my surprise, "Seems the man is late this day, Ingo." "Thought he be, Nick." They are waiting for the same thing I am. They take no notice of me standing but 20 feet away. "Bedamn me if it's not the fastest thing I ever seen," says one. "I have seen the cheetah cat of Africa," says the other, "and this man would leave it standing." "I believe you to be right." And far down the ice, toward where the tide would be, I spy my man just before they do. If you do not know for what you look, you will think your eyes have blemished and twitched, for what comes fast and eclipses the background at a prodigious rate. I drop my pack to the ground and slowly hold up a signal-jack and wave it back and forth. "Bedamn me," says one of the men, "what he's turning this way." "How does he stop it?" asks the other, looking for shelter from the approaching apparition. And with a grating and a great screech and plume of paradise, the thing turns to us and slows. It is a ship, long and thin, up on high thin rails like a sleigh, with a mast amidships and a jib up front, and as the thing slows, great double booms of teethed iron have fallen from the stern where a keel-board should be. The sails luff and come down, and the thing stops 3 feet from me, the stinging curtain of ice falling around me. "Who flies Frobisher's flag?" came a voice from the back. Then up from the hull comes a huge man and threw a round anchor out onto the frozen Thames. "Aye," I said, "a man who's seen you come by here these last weeks punctually, a man who marvels at the speed of your craft, and," I said, "an apothecary who needs must get to Oxford as quick as he can." The huge man was bearded and wore furs, and a round hat in the Russian manner of some Arctic beast. "So you spoil my tack by showing my old admiral's flag. Who'd you sail with, man? Drake? Hawkins? Raleigh? Sir Walter Tobacco himself? You weren't with Admiral Martin, else I'd know you, that's for sure." "Never a one," said I. "My brother was with Hawkins when he shot the pantaloons off Don Iago off Portsmouth. My cousin, with one good eye before the Armada, and one bad one after, was with Raleigh." "So you're no salt?" "Not whatsoever." "Where's your brother and cousin now?" "They've swallowed the anchor." He laughed. "That's so. Retired to land, eh? Some can take the sea, some can't. Captain Jack Cheese at your service. Where is it you need to go, Oxford? Hop in. I'll have you there in 2 hours.
Did you hear that, Graham? Asked one of the men. Oxford in 2 hours. There's no such way he can do no such thing, said the other, looking at Captain Cheese.
Is that money I hear talking, or only the crackling of the ice? Asked Captain Jack.
Well, it's as much money as we have. What be that, Graham? 2 fat pounds you don't make no Oxford in no 2 hours. As against?
I can use £2, said Jack Cheese.
But what's your bet, man? Asked the other.
Same as you. £2. If you'll kill me for £2, he said, pulling at his furry breeks and revealing the butts of 2 pistols the size of boarding cannons, I'd do the same for you.
The two looked back and forth, then said,
Agreed. Climb in, said Captain Jack. Stay low, hang tight. Ship's all you are. I've got a following wind and a snowstorm crossing north from the west, and we'll be up on one runner most of the time. Say your prayers now, for I don't stop for nothing nor nobody, and I don't go back for dead men nor lost bones.
The clock struck 10 as we clambered aboard. My pack just hit the decking when, with a whoop, Jack Cheese jerked the rope, the jib sprang up, wind from nowhere filled it, the back of the boat screamed and wobbled to and fro. He jerked the anchor off the ice, pulled up the ice brakes, and jerked the mainsail up and full. People scattered to left and right, and the ice-boat leapt ahead with a dizzy shudder. I saw the backward-looking eyes of Frazier and Skeers close tight as they hung on to the gunwales with whitened hands, buffeting back and forth like skittle-balls. And the docks and quays became one long blur to left and right. Then we stood still, and the land moved to either side, as if it were being paid out like a thick grey and white painted rope. I looked back. Jack Cheese had a big smile on his face. His white teeth showed bright against his red skin and the brown fur. I swear he was humming. Past Richmond we went, and Cheese steered out further toward the leftward bank as the stalls, awnings, booths, and bright red of the Royal Pavilion appeared, flung themselves to our right, and receded behind. Skiz was the only sound. We sat still in the middle of the noise, and the objects flickering on and off, small, then large, then small again, side to side. Ahead, above the river, over the whiteness of the landscape and the ice, the dark line of cloud grew darker, thicker, lower. Skeers and Frazier lay like dead men, only their grips on the hull showing them to be conscious. I leaned my head closer to Captain Cheese. "A word of warning," I said. "Don't trust those two."
"Hell and damn, son," he smiled. "I don't trust you." "Hold tight," he said, pulling something. True to his word, in the stillness, one side of the ice-boat rose up 2 feet off the level. We sailed along with the sound halved, slowly dropped back down to both iron runners, level. I looked up. The mainsail was tight as a pair of Italian leggings. "There goes Hampton, coming up on Staines,"
he called out, so the 2 men in front could have heard him if they'd chosen to. A skater flashed by inches away.
"Damn fool lubber," said Jack Cheese. "I got sea road rights of way."
A deer paused, flailed away, fell and was gone, untouched behind us. And then we went into a wall of whiteness that peppered and stung. The whole world dissolved away. I thought for an instant I had gone blind from the speed of our progress. Then I saw Captain Cheese still sitting a foot or two away. Skeers and Frazier had disappeared, as had the prow and the jibsail. I could see nothing but the section of boat I was in, the captain, the edge of the mainsail above. No river, no people, no landmarks, just snow and whiteness.
"How can you see?" "Can't," said the captain. "How do you know where we are?" "Dead reckoning," he said. "Kick them up front. Tell them to hang tight," he said. I did. When Skeers and Frazier opened their eyes, they almost screamed. Then Cheese dropped the jib and the main and let the ice brakes go. We came to a stop, in the middle of the swirling snow, as in the middle of a void. Snowflakes the size of thalers came down. Then I made out a bulking shape a foot or two beyond the prow of the ice runner. "Everybody out! Grab the hull! Lift, that's right! Usually have to do this myself. Step sharp! You two, point the prow up! That's it! Push! Push!" In the driven snow, the indistinct shape took form. Great timbers, planking, rocks, chunks of iron were before us, covered with ice. The 2 men out front put the prow over one of the icy gaps 15 feet apart. Cheese and I lifted the stern, then climbed over after it. "Settle in, batten down," said the captain. Once more we swayed sickeningly, jerked, with sails filled, and we were gone. "What was that?" I asked. "Reading weir," he said, "just where the Kennet comes in on the port side. If we'd have hit that, we'd have been crushed like eggs. You can go to sleep now if you want. It's smooth sailing all the way in now." But of course I couldn't. There seemed no movement, just the white blank ahead, behind, to each side. "That would have been Wallingford," he said once. Then, a little further on, "Abingdon, just there." We sailed on. There was a small pop in the canvas. "Damn," he said. "The wind may go contrary. I might have to tack."
He watched the sail a while, then settled back.
"I was wrong," he said. Then, "Hold tight!"
Vizier or skiers moaned. He dropped the sails. We lost motion. I heard the ice brakes grab, saw a small curtain of crystalline ice mix with the snow. The moving, roiling whiteness became a still, roiling whiteness. The anchor hit the ice. And one after the other, even with us, the bells of the Oxford Tower struck noon. "Thanks be to you," I said, "Captain Jack Cheese."
"And to you. What was your name?"
"John," I said. "Johnny Factotum." He looked at me, put his finger aside his nose.
"Ah, then, Mr. Factotum,"
he said. I shook his hand. "You've done me a great service," I said.
"And you me,"
said Captain Jack.
"You've made me the easiest £3 ever."
"3?"
yelled the two men still in the boat.
"The bet was £2."
"The bet was 2, which I now take."
The captain held out his hand.
"The fare back to London is 1 more for you both."
"What? What fare?" they asked.
"The bet was 2 hours to here, which I have just done, from the Tower Bells in London to the Campanile of Oxford. To do this I had perforce to take you here in the time allotted, which—"
and Jack Cheese turned once more to me and laid his finger to nose.
"I have just done. Therefore, quod erat demonstrandum," he said. "The wager being forfeit, either I shall bid you adieu and give to you the freedom of the river and the roads, or I shall drop you off in your own footprints on the London ice for a further £1."
The two looked at each other, their eyes pewter plates in the driven snow.
"But,"
one began to say,
"these my unconditional, unimprovable terms," said Captain Jack.
We were drawing a crowd of student clerks and magisters, who marvelled at the ice-boat.
"Very well,"
sighed one of the men.
"The bet?"
It was handed over.
"The downward fare?"
It too.
"Hunker down in front, keep your heads down,"
said Jack Cheese, and took out one of his mutton-leg pistols and laid it in front of him.
"And no Spanish sissyhood," he said. "For going down river, we don't stop for Reading Weir, we take it at speed." "No! Abaft, Dolly!"
yelled Jack Cheese to the crowd.
"I go upstream a pace, I turn, I come back down. If you don't leave the river now, don't blame me for loss of life and limb. No stopping, Jack Cheese," he said.
The sails snapped up, the ice-break lifted, they blurred away into the upper Thames ices. We all ran fast as we could from the centre of the ice. I stopped. So did half the crowd who'd come to my side of the river. The blur of Captain Jack Cheese, the hull and sails, and the frightened, popped eyes at gunwale level zipped by. The laughter of Jack Cheese came back to us as they flashed into the closing down-river snow and were gone. And here I had been worried about him with 2 sharpers aboard, done as well as any Gamaliel Ratsey, and no Spanish sissyhood for sure. I doubt the 2 would twitch till they got back to London docks. The students were marvelling among themselves. It reminded me of my days at Cambridge, bare 7 years gone. But my purposes lay elsewhere. I walked away from the crowd unnoticed. They were as soon lost to me in the blowing whiteness as I them. I sat under a pine by the riverside. From my pack I took a snap-hance and started a small fire in the great snowing chill, using needles of the tree for a fragrant combustion. I filled my pipe, lit it, and took in a great calming lungful of Sir Walter's curse. I was, no doubt, in the middle of the great university. I didn't care. I finished one pipeful, lit another, took in half that, ate some salt beef and hard bread, the only kind to be found in London. Then I took from the apothecary pack, with its compartments and pockets filled with simples, emetics, herbs, and powders, the document with the seal. I read it over twice. Then, per instructions, added it to the fire. I finished my pipe, knocked the dottles into the flame, and put it away. The man's name was Johann Faustus, a German of Wittenberg. He was suspected, of course, of the usual blasphemy, treason, subordination of the judiciary, atheism. The real charge, of course, was that he consorted with known Catholics, priests, prelates, the Pope himself. But what most worried the government was that he consorted with known Catholics here, in this realm. I was to find if he were involved in any plot, if suspicions were true to put an end to his part in it. These things were in the document itself. To this I added a few things I knew. That he was a doctor of both law and medicine, as so many are in this our country. That he had spent many years teaching at Wittenberg, not a notorious stronghold of the popish faith. That he was a magician, a conjurer, an alchemist, and, in the popular deluded notion of the times, supposed to have trafficked with Satan. There were many tales from the continent that he'd gulled, dazzled, conjured 2 and 4 emperors and kings, whether with the usual golden leaden ruses, arts of legerdemain, or the tarot cards, or what not, I knew not. Very well, then. But as benighted superstitious men had written my instructions, I had to ask myself, what would a man dealing with the devil be doing in part of a Catholic plot? The devil has his own devices and traps, I suppose, some of them, I think, involving designs on the Popish Church itself. Will he use one religion against another? Why don't men stop and think when they begin convolving their minds as to motive? Were they all absent the days brains were forged? And why would an atheist deal with the devil? The very professors tie themselves in knotlets of logic over just such questions as these. Well, then, let's apply William of Ockham's fine razor to this Gordian knot of high senselessness. I'll trot up to him and ask him if he's involved in any treacherous plotting. Being an atheist, in league with both the devil and the Pope, and for all I know the Turk, he'll tell me right out the truth. If treasonable, I shall cut off his head. If not, should I cut off his head to be safe? Enough forethought. Time for action. I reached into the bottom of my peddler's pack and took out 2 long curved blades like scimitars. So long and thin, John Sinclair could have worn them proportional and attached them with thongs to the soles of my rude boots. So equilibrized at the edge of the river I stood, and set out toward my destination which the letter had given me, Lawton near Cricklade, near the very source of the Thames Isis. And as I stood to begin my way northwestward, the sun, as if in a poem by Chidiock Tichborne, showed itself for the first time in 2 long months through the overcast, as a blazing ball, flooding the sky, the snow and ice in a pure sheen of blinding light. I began to skate toward it, toward the heart of Whitenesse itself. Skiss, 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 the only sound from my skates, the pack swinging to and fro on my back, pure motion now, side to side, one arm folded behind me, the other out front as counterweight, into the blinded and blinding river before me. Past the mill at Lechlade, toward Kempsford, the sides of the Thames Isis grew closer and rougher. Past Kempsford to the edge of Cricklade itself, where the Roy comes in from the left just at the town, and turning then to right and north I go, up the River Churn, just larger than the Shoreditch in London itself, and a mile up and on the right, away from the stream, the outbuildings of a small town itself, and on a small hill beyond the town roofs, an old manor house. I got off my skates, and unbound them, and put them in the pack. And now to ask leading questions of the rude common folk of the town.
I walked to the front of the manor house and stopped, and beheld a sight to make me furious. Tied to a post in front of the place, a horse stood steaming in what must have been 40 degrees below frost. Its coat was lathered, the foam beginning to freeze in clumps on its mane and legs. Steam came from its nostrils. That someone rode a horse like that, and left it like that, in weather like this, made me burn. It regarded me with an unconcerned eye, without shivering. I walked past it to the door of the manor house, where, of course, my man lived. The sun, once the bright white ball, was covered again, and going down besides. Dark would fall like a disgraced nobleman in a few moments. I rang the great iron door-knocker 3 times, and 3 hollow booms echoed down an inner hallway. The door opened to reveal a hairy man, below the middle height. His beard flowed into his massive head of hair. His ears, which stuck out beyond that tangle, were thin and pointed. His smile was even, but 2 lower teeth stuck up from the bottom lip. His brows met in the middle to form one hairy ridge. "That horse needs seeing to," I said. He peered past me.
"Not that one," he said. "My master is expecting you, and cut the mad. He knows who you are and why you're here."
"To try to sell the good doctor simples and potions."
"All right," said the servant. "This way."
We walked down the hall. A brass head sitting on a shelf in a niche turned its eyes to follow me with its gaze as we passed. How very like Virgil. We came to a closet doorway set at one side of the hallway.
"You can't just go in, though," said the servant, "without your worthy. Inside this here room is a sphinx. It'll ask you a question. You can't answer it, it eats you."
"What if I answer it?"
"Well, I guess you could eat it, if you've a mind to, and she'll hold still. But mainly you can go through the next door. The doctor's in."
"Have our blaze away," I said.
"Oh, that's a good one," said the servant. "I'll just stand behind the door here. She asks the first person she sees."
"You don't mind if I take out my knife, do you?"
"Take out a 6-pounder cannon for all the good it'll do you. You're not a wise man," he said.
I eased my knife from its sheath. He opened the door. I expected either assassins, fright masks, jacks-in-boxes, some such. As he opened the door, I stooped to the side in case of man-traps or spring-arms. Nothing happened. Nothing leapt out. I peered around the jam. Standing on a stone that led back into a cavern beyond was a woman to the waist, a 4-footed leopard from there down. Behind her back were wings. She was molting, putting in new feathers here and there. She looked at me with the eyes of a cat, narrow, vertical pupils. I dared not look away.
"What?" she asked in a sibilant voice that echoed in the hall. 11 fingers in the morning, lives in a high place at noon, and has no head at sundown."
"The present Queen's late mom," I said.
"Righto!"
said the servant, and closed the door. I heard a heavy weight thrash against it, the sound of scratching and tearing. The servant slammed his fist on the door.
"Settle down, you!" he yelled. "There'll be plenty more dumb ones come this way."
He opened the door at the end of the hall, and I walked into the chamber of Dr. Faustus. The room is dark but warm. A fire glows in the hearth. The walls are lined with books. There are dark marks on the high ceiling, done in other paint. Dr. John Faust sits on a high stool before a reading stand. A lamp hangs above. I see another brass head is watching me from the wall.
"Damn,"
says the servant.
"Oh,"
says Faustus, looking up.
I thought you'd be alone, Wagner.
He looks at me.
The others they sent weren't very bright. They barely got inside the house.
I can imagine, I say. Your lady's costume needs mending. The feathers aren't sewn in with double-loop stitches. He laughs.
I am Dr. Johann Faustus, he says.
And I am, I say, thinking of names.
Please drop the mumming, he says. I've read your Tamerlane, both parts.
I look around. Can we be honest? I ask.
Only one of us, he says.
I have been sent here,
probably to find out to whom I owe my allegiance, and its treasonableness, and not being able to tell whether I'm lying, to kill me. Better safe than sorry. Did you enjoy your ride on the ice?
There is no way he could have known. I was not followed. Perhaps he is inducing. If he knows who I am, and that I was in London this morning, only one method could have gotten me here so fast. But no one else who saw... I stopped. This is the way fear starts. Very much, I say.
Your masters want to know if I plot for the Pope. Excuse me, the Bishop of Rome. No.
Or the Spaniard.
No. Nor French, Jews, Turks. No. I do not plot even for myself.
Now you can leave. And I am to take your word? I ask.
I am taking yours.
Easily enough done, I say. Wagner, the servant, has left the room. Faustus is very confident of himself.
You haven't asked me if I serve the devil, he says.
No one serves the devil, I say. There is no devil. Faustus looks at me.
So they have finally stooped so high as to send an atheist. Then I shall have to deal with you on the same high level. He bows to me.
I bowed back.
If you are a true atheist, and I convince you there's magic, will you take my word and go away?
All magic is mumbo-jumbo, sleight of hand, mists, legerdemain, I say.
Oh, I think not, says Faustus.
Blaze away, I say. Convenient Wagner has gone. Next he'll no doubt appear some smoke, a voice from a horn, a hand.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe, says Faustus, what I serve is knowledge. I want it all. Knowledge is magic. Other knowledge leads to magic. Where others draw back, I begin. I ask questions of Catholics, of Jews, of Spaniards, of Turks, if they have wisdom I seek. We'll find, if you're a true atheist, a truly logical man. Look down.
I do. I am standing in a 5-pointed star, surrounded by a circle, written over with nonsense and names in Greek and Latin. Faustus steps off his stool, on to another drawing on the floor. The room grows dark, then brighter, and much warmer, as he waves his arms around like a conjurer before the weasel comes out the glove. Good trick, that.
I tell you this as a rational man, he says. Stay in the pentagram. Do not step out.
I felt hot breathing on the back of my neck that moved my hair.
Do not look around, says Faustus, his voice calm and reasoned. If you look around, you will scream. If you scream, you will jump. If you jump, you leave the pentagram. If you leave it, the thing behind you will bite off your head. The Sphinx out yonder was but a dim stencil of what stands behind you. So do not look, no matter how much you want to."
"No," I said, "you've got it wrong. I won't look around, not because I am afraid I'll jump, but because the act of looking will be to admit you've touched a superstitious addendum of my brain, one left over from that savage state. I look, I am lost, no matter what follows." Faust regards me anew. "Besides," I said, "what is back there?" Here, whoever it was must have leaned even closer and blew hot breath down on me, though, as I remember, Wagner was shorter. "Someone else, then." "Is another of your assistants. If they are going to kill me, they should have done it by now. On with your show. I am your attentive audience. Do you parade the wonders of past ages before me? Isis and Osiris and so forth? What of the past? Was Julius Caesar a redhead, as I have heard? How about beauty? The Sphinx woman should have been able to change costumes by now."
"You Cambridge men are always big on Homer. How about Helen of Troy?" asks Faustus.
"Is this the face that launched 1,000 ships, etc.?" I asked. "I think not. Convince me, Faustus. Do your shilly-shally."
"You asked for it," he says.
I expected the knife to go through my back. Whoever was behind me was breathing slowly. Faustus waved his arms, his lips moved. He threw his arms downward. I expected smoke, sparkles, explosion. There was none. It is 14 feet tall. It has a head made of rocks and stones. Its body is brass, one leg of lead, the other of tin. I know this because the room was bright from the roaring fires that crackled with flame from each foot. This was more like it.
"Speak, spirit," said Faustus. "Schnarch, schnarch," it said, or words to that effect.
And then it turned into the Queen, and the Queen turned into the King of Scotland. I don't mean someone who looked like him. I mean him. He shifted form and shape before me. He turns, his hair is longer, his nose thinner, his moustache flows. He changes to another version of himself, and his head jumped off bloodily to the floor. He turns into a huge, sour-faced man, then back to someone who looks vaguely like the King of Scotland, then another, then a man and woman joined at the hip, another king, a woman, 3 fat Germans, a thin one, a small woman, a fat, bearded man, a thin guy with a beard, a blip of light, another bearded man, a woman, a tall, thin man, his son. This was very good indeed. Would we had him at the Rose.
"Tell him of what lies before, spirit."
"Tell him," I said to Faustus, "to tell me of plots."
"Plots!"
the thing roared.
"You want the truth."
It was back 14 feet tall and afire, stooping under the ceiling.
"You live by a government. Governments need plots, else people ask why they die. Where's the bread? Human, human! You are the ones in torment. We here are free. Plots, beware, Essex."
Essex? The Queen's true right arm? Her lover?
"Beware, Guido with his dark shining lantern. Beware, the house in the rye fields. Beware the papers in the tub of flour. Beware pillars. Beware posts. Beware the Dutch, the French, the colonists in Virginia."
Virginia? They're lost.
"Beware Russia and the Zulu and the Dutch Africans. Beware everything. Beware everybody. Aye!"
It disappears. Faustus slumps to the floor, sweating and pale.
The light comes back to normal.
"He'll be like that a few minutes,"
says Wagner, coming in the door with a jug of wine and 3 glasses.
"He said Malmsey's your favourite. Drink?"
We shook hands at the doorway early next morning. "I was impressed," I said. "All that foo-for-all? Just for me?"
"If they're sending atheists, I had better get out of this country. No one will be safe."
"Goodbye," I said, putting the box in my pack. The door closed. I walked out past the hitching post. Tied to it with a leather strap was a carpenter's sawhorse. Strapped about the middle of it, hanging under it, was a huge stoppered glass bottle filled with hay. How droll of Wagner, I thought. I went to the river, out on my skates, and headed back out the churn to the Thames ices, back to London, uneventfully, one hand behind me, the other counterweight, the pack swinging, my skates thin and sharp. Skiz, skiz, skiz. When I got back to my lodgings, there was a note for me in the locked room. I took the token of proof with me, and went by back ways and devious alleys to an address. There, waiting, was another High Lord of the realm. He saw the box in my hand, nodded. He took the corner of my sleeve, pulled me to follow him. We went through several buildings, downward, through a long tunnel, turning, and came to a room full of guards beyond a door. Then we went upstairs, passing a few clerks and other stairwells that led down, whence came screams. Too late to stop now.
"Someone wants to hear your report besides me,"
said the High Lord. We waited outside a room from which came the sounds of high, indistinct conversation. The door opened. A man I recognized as the royal architect came out, holding a roll of drawings under his arm. His face reddened. "What a dump!" said a loud woman's voice from the room beyond.
"What a dump! What a dump!"
came a high-pitched voice over hers. I imagined a parrot of the red Amazonian kind.
"Shut up, you!"
said the woman's voice.
"What a dump! What a dump!"
"Be sure to make a leg, man,"
said the High Lord behind me, and urged me into the room. There she was, Gloriana herself. From the waist down it looked as if she'd been swallowed by some huge spangled velvet clam, while stealing from it the pearls that adorned her torso, arms, neck, and hair. "Your Majesty," I said, dropping to my knees. The Lord bowed behind me.
"What a dump!"
said the other voice. I looked over. On a high sideboard, the royal dwarf, whose name I believed to be Monarcho, was dressed as a baby in a diaper and a bonnet, his legs dangling over the sides, 4 feet from the floor. "Well?" asked the Queen. "You look horrible without your face here." "Well?" I nodded toward the box under my arm. "Oh, give that to someone else. I don't want to see those things." She turned her head away, then back, becoming the Queen again. "Were we right?" I looked her in the eyes, below her shaven brow and the painted-in brow-line, at the red wig, the pearls, the sparkling clamshell of a gown. "His last words, Majesty," I said, "were of the Bishop of Rome and of your late cousin."
"I knew it," she said. "I knew it." "I knew it," yelled Monarcho.
The Queen threw a mirror at him. He jumped down with a thud and waddled off to torment the lapdog. "You have been of great service," she said to me. "Reward him, my lord, but not overmuch. Don't ever appear again in my presence without at least a moustache." I made the knee again. "Leave," she said to me. "You, stay," she said to the Lord. I backed out. The door swung. "Builders!" she was yelling. "What a dump!"
"What like that?"
said Monarcho, and the door closed with a thud. So now it is another wet summer, in May, and I am lodging in Deptford, awaiting the pleasure of the Privy Council to question me. At first I was sure it dealt with the business of this winter last, as rumour had come back to me that Faustus had been seen alive in France. If I had heard, other keener ears had heard a week before. But now, the reason they sent the bailiff for me, while I was staying at Walsingham's place in Kent, was because of that naughty custard kid. For he and his friends had published a scurrilous pamphlet a month ago. Warrants had been sworn, searches made, and in Kid's place they found some of my writings, done while we were both usually drunk, when we roomed together 3 years ago, cobbling together old plays. I had, in some of them, been forthright and indiscreet. Kid even more so. So they took him downstairs, and just showed him the tongues, and he began to peach on his 104-year-old great-aunt. Of course, he'd said all the writings were mine. And now I'm having to stay in Deptford, since I can get away to Kent if ever they are through with me, and await every morning, and the last 10 mornings, the vagaries of the Privy Council. And somewhat late of each May evening, a bailiff comes out, says, "You still here?" and "They're gone. Be back here in the morning." But not this morning. I come in at 7 o'clock, and the bailiff says, "They specifically and especially said they'd not get to you today. Be back tomorrow." I thanked him. I walked out. A day and a night of freedom awaited me. And who do I spy coming at me but my companions in the peradventure of the iceboat, Nick Scares and Ingram Frazier, along with another real piece of work I know of from the theatres. People often reach for their purses and shake hands with him, named Robert Poley.
"What ho, Chris?" he says. "How's the playhouse dodge?"
"As right as rain till the plague comes back," I say. I watch, but neither Scares nor Frazier seems to recognize me. I am dressed as a gentleman again, my beard and moustache new waxed, my hat a perfect comet of colour and dash.
"Well, we're heading for Mrs. Bull's place," says Poley. "She owes us each a drink from the cards last night. It is our good fortune, and business has been good," he says, holding up parts of 3 wallets. "How's about we stands you a few?"
"Thanks be," I say, "but I am at liberty for the first time in days, and needs be back hot on a poem, now that Shakespeare's Venus and Adonis is printed."
"Well, then," says Poley, "one quick drink to fire the muse."
And then I see that Scares is winking at me. But not one of the winks I know. Perhaps his eye is watering. Perhaps he is crying for the Frenchmen who we hear are once again eating each other up like cannibals. Perhaps not. Oh, well, I think, what can a few drinks with a bunch of convivial invert dizzards such as myself harm me? I have been threatened with a Privy Council. I walk away untouched and unfettered. "Right," I say, and we head off toward Deptford and Mrs. Bull's, though I keep a tight hold on my purse. A drink could be just what the doctors ordered. For John Clute, The Hum of Pleroma. Afterward. This is the one I'm so proud of I could shit. This is the most jam-packed story I ever wrote. It's so full of stuff I don't see how it held it all without exploding all over the reader. I wrote this April 21st and 22nd, 1996, at almost the end of my first full year in Oso, Washington. I read it the night of the 22nd at the Fremont Public Library in Seattle at the annual fundraising meeting for the Clarion West SF Writers' Workshop. I went back to Oso and wrote a final draft on the 24th and 25th and sent it off. Off was to the editor of the revived New Worlds anthology, Dave Garnett, who was in the way interior of England.
Mike Moorcock, editor emeritus and money guy, was living 25 miles away from where I used to live, in Austin, in Bastrop, Texas. I sent the story off International Priority Mail to England on the 25th of April. I got a check for the story on May 7th, 1996, mailed from Bastrop, Texas. Dave got the story, emailed Mike. Mike sent me a check. That's the way I like to do business. Send me an acceptance letter and a contract later. Send the money first. I had started with the concept Marlowe, Christopher Marlowe, the Elizabethan playwright, as Raymond Chandler's Detective Marlowe, as narrated by Joseph Conrad's Marlowe, who narrates Heart of Darkness, or, as you're probably most familiar, Coppola's Apocalypse Now. Marlowe was a spy in Burley and Cecil's Secret Service for Q.E. the First. He did go on missions just like Martin Sheen. I tried to narrate the story as Chandler would have, for about a page. Try doing 20th century wise guy narration. All the talent in the room stood out like a tarantula on an angel food cake. And a 16th century setting. You'll do it for about a page, too, before getting wise to yourself. I knew my plot and setting. Finding out the name of Q.E. the First's dwarf jester Monarcho took some doing. Now there's a book out on all the court jesters of nearly every European principality between 1400 and 1700 I sure could have used in 1996. And the Quest and the Faustus and Wagner, the werewolf stuff. What surprised the hell out of me was when Jack Cheese showed up in his ice boat about 10 pages in. He showed up, and I had Marlowe get in the boat with him. This story, too, was written in longhand in what I refer to as Eileen's ledger, although it's mine. As a welcome to Washington State present, Eileen Gunn presented me with this 300-page ledger, the kind Bob Cratchit used. She'd found in a thrift store in Edmonds or somewhere. I used it for nearly all the first drafts of all the stories I wrote in my 8 years in Washington, and a couple since. When I die, Xeroxes of the longhand drafts in there go to the Special Collections Library at Texas A&M University, where the rest of my stuff is and will be. The book itself will go back to Eileen, with my thanks. I doubt I'll ever write another story with so much going on in it as this one. It's just too goddamned hard to keep up that level of resonance. I read this also at WesterCon in El Paso in 1996, where me and James Blaylock were the guests of honor, the most poorly attended WesterCon in about 35 years. Gardner Dozois picked it up for his YBSF. I fired off cards to Dave and Mike. See? Somebody read New Worlds. As far as I know, the book was never reviewed anywhere, and if it was, they didn't mention Heart of Whitenesse. It was the title story of my 5th collection, from Subterranean Press in 2005, with a wonderful Bruegel-esque cover by Doug Potter of the ice boat scattering skaters on its way upriver, Cheese and Marlowe sitting up wide awake, Frazier and Skiers, all big ol' eyeballs cowering at the gunwale. Sometimes I really don't know how I do it. Mr. Goober's show. You know how it is. There's a bar on the corner where hardly anybody knows your name, and you like it that way. Live bands play there 2 or 3 nights a week. Before they start up, it's nice, and on the nights they don't play, there's a good jukebox, the big TVs on low on ESPN all the time. At his prices, the owner should be a millionaire, but he's given his friends so many free drinks, they've forgotten they should pay for more than every 3rd or 4th one. Not that you know the owner, but you've watched. You go there when your life's good. You go there when your life's bad. Mostly you go there instead of having a good or bad life. And one night, fairly crowded, you're on the stools so the couples and the happy people can have the booths and tables. Someone's put $12 in the jukebox, and they have some taste. The TV's on the Australian thumb wrestling finals. The neon beer signs are on, and the place looks like the inside of the Ferris wheel on opening night at the State Fair.
You start talking to the guy next to you, early 50s, your age, and you get off on TV. You can talk to any American except a Pentecostal about television. And you're talking the classic stuff. The last Newhart episode, Northern Exposure, the episode where Lucy stomps the grapes, the coast-to-coast big-mouth Dick Van Dyke. Howdy doody. Every 8-year-old boy in America had a Jones for Princess Summer, Fall, Winter, Spring. And the guy, whose name you know is Eldon, maybe he told you, maybe you were born knowing it, starts asking you about some sci-fi show from the early 50s. Maybe you didn't get it. Maybe it was only on local upstate New York, sort of. It sounds like a travelogue, like the old 7 League Boots, only about space, stars and such, planets. Well, no, you say. There was Tom Corbett, Space Cadet, Space Patrol, Captain Video, which you never got but knew about, Rod Brown of the Rocket Rangers, Captain Midnight, or Jet Jackson, Flying Commando, depending on whether you saw it before or after Ovaltine quit sponsoring it. And in reruns, people's lips flapped around, saying Captain Midnight, but what came out was Jet Jackson. Or maybe one of the anthology shows, Twilight Zone, or Tales of... No, he says, not them. See, there was this TV... Oh, you say, a TV. Well, the only one I know of was this one where a guy at a grocery store, one season, invents this TV that contacts... No, he says, looking at you. Gee, this guy can be intense. I don't mean Johnny Jupiter, which is what you were going to say. Jimmy Duckweather invents TV. Contacts Jupiter, which is inhabited by puppets when they're inside the TV, and by guys in robot suits when they come down to Earth, and almost caused Duckweather to lose his job and not get a date with the boss's daughter, episode after episode, 2 seasons. Maybe you mean Red Planet Mars, a movie. Peter Graves, Andrea King, guy invents hydrogen tube, Nazis, commies, Eisenhower president, Jesus speaks from Mars. Well, the Twonky. Horrible movie about a TV from the future? Hans Conried. Nah, that's not it. And so it goes. The conversation turns to other stuff. You're not the one with the answer, and mostly it's conversation you forget, because if all the crap we carry around in our heads were real, and it was flushed, the continents would drown, and you forget it, and mostly get drunk and a little maudlin, slightly depressed and mildly horny, and eventually you go home. But it doesn't matter, because this isn't your story. It's Eldon's. When he was 8 years old, City Kid Eldon and his 7-year-old sister Irene were sent off for 2 weeks in the summer of 1953 to Aunt Joni's house in upstate New York, while, unknown to them, their mother had a hysterectomy. Aunt Joni was not their favorite aunt. That was Aunt Noni, who would as soon whip out a Monopoly board or Game of Life or checkers as look at you, and always took them off on picnics or fishing or whatever it was she thought they'd like to do. But Aunt Noni, their mom's youngest sister, was off in Egypt on a cruise she'd won in a slogan contest for pitted dates, so it fell to Aunt Joni, their father's oldest sister, to keep them the 2 weeks. Their father's side of the family wasn't the fun one. If an adult unbent toward a child a little, some other family member would be around to remind them they were just children. Their cousins on that side of the family, not that Aunt Joni or Uncle Arthridge had any, were like mice. They had to take off their shoes and put on house slippers when they got home from school. They could never go into the family room. They had to be in bed by 8:30 p.m., even when the sun was still up in the summer. Uncle Arthridge was off in California, so it was just them and Aunt Joni, who, through no fault of her own, looked just like the Queen and Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs, which they had seen with Aunt Noni the summer before. They arrived by train, white tags stuck to them like turkeys in a raffle, and a porter had made sure they were comfortable. When Irene had been upset, realizing she would be away from home and was going to be at Aunt Joni's for 2 weeks, and had begun to sniffle, Eldon held her hand. He was still at the age where he could hold his sister's hand against the world and think nothing of it. Aunt Joni was waiting for them in the depot on the platform, and handed the porter a $1 tip, which made him smile.
and then Aunt Joni drove them, allowing them to sit in the front seat of her Plymouth, to her house. And there they were. At first he thought it might be a radio. It was up on legs, the bottom of them looking like eagle claws holding a wooden ball. It wasn't a sewing machine cabinet, or a table. It might be a liquor cabinet, but there wasn't a keyhole. It was the second day at Aunt Joni's, and he was already cranky. Irene had had a crying jag the night before, and their aunt had given them some ice cream. He was exploring. He already knew every room. There was a basement and an attic. The real radio was in the front room. This was in the sitting room at the back. One of the reasons they hadn't wanted to come to Aunt Joni's was that she had no television, like their downstairs neighbors, the Stevenses, did back in the city. They spent the first part of summer vacation downstairs in front of it, every chance they got. 2 weeks at Aunt Noni's without television would have been great, because she wouldn't have given them time to think, and would have them exhausted by bedtime anyway. But 2 weeks at Aunt Joni and Uncle Arthridge's without television was going to be murder. She had let them listen to radio, but not the scary shows or anything good. And Johnny Dollar and Suspense weren't on out here, she was sure. So he was looking at the cabinet in the sitting room. It had the eagle claw legs. It was about 3 feet wide, and the part that was solid started 1.5 feet off the floor. There was 2 feet of cabinet above that. At the back was a rounded part with air holes in it, like a Lincoln Continental spare tire holder. He ran his hand over it. It was made out of that same stuff as the backs of radios and televisions. There were 2 little knobs on the front of the cabinet, though he couldn't see a door. He pulled on them. Then he turned and pulled on them. They opened, revealing 3 or 4 other knobs and a metal toggle switch down at the right front corner. They didn't look like radio controls. It didn't look like a television either. There was no screen. There was no big lightning bolt moving dial like on their radio at home in the city. Then he noticed a double line of wood across the top front of it, like on the old ice box at his grandfather's. He pushed on it from the floor. Something gave, but he couldn't make it go farther. Eldon pulled a stool up to the front of it.
"What are you doing?"
asked Irene.
"This must be another radio," he said.
"This part lifts up." He climbed atop the stool. He had a hard time getting his fingers under the ridge. He pushed. The whole top of the thing lifted up a few inches. He could see glass. Then it was too heavy. He lifted at it again after it dropped down, and this time it came up halfway open. There was glass on the underlid. It was a mirror. He saw the reflection of part of the room. Something else moved below the mirror, inside the cabinet.
"Aunt Joni's coming,"
said Irene. He dropped the lid and pushed the stool away and closed the doors. "What are you 2 little cautions doing?" asked Aunt Joni from the other room. The next morning, when Aunt Joni went to the store on the corner, he opened the top while Irene watched. The inner lid was a mirror that stopped halfway up at an angle. Once he got it to a certain point, it clicked into place. There was a noise from inside, and another click. He looked down into it. There was a big, dark glass screen. "It's a television," he said.
"Can we get Howdy Doody?"
"I don't know," he said.
"You better ask Aunt Joni, or you'll get in trouble."
He clicked the toggle switch. Nothing happened.
"It doesn't work," he said.
"Maybe it's not plugged in,"
said Irene. Eldon lay down on the bare floor at the edge of the area rug, saw the prongs of a big electric plug sticking out underneath. He pulled on it. The cord uncoiled from behind. He looked around for the outlet. The nearest one was on the far wall. "What are you 2 doing?" asked Aunt Joni, stepping into the room with a small grocery bag in her arms.
"Is this a television set?" asked Eldon.
"Can we get Howdy Doody?"
asked Irene. Aunt Joni put down the sack. "It is a television, but it won't work any more. There's no need to plug it in. It's an old-style one from before the war. They don't work like that any more. Your Uncle Arthridge and I bought it in 1938. There were no broadcasts out here then, but we thought there would be soon." As she was saying this, she stepped forward, took the cord from Eldon's hands, rewound it, and placed it behind the cabinet again. "Then came the war, and everything changed. This kind won't work any more. So we shan't be playing with it, shall we? It's probably dangerous by now."
"Can't we try it just once?"
said Eldon. "I do not think so," said Aunt Joni. "Please put it out of your mind. Go wash up now. We'll have lunch soon." 3 days before they left, they found themselves alone in the house again in the early evening. It had rained that afternoon and was cool for summer. Irene heard scraping in the sitting room. She went there and found Eldon pushing the television cabinet down the bare part of the floor toward the electrical outlet on the far wall. He plugged it in. Irene sat down in front of it, made herself comfortable.
"You're going to get in trouble," she said. "What if it explodes?"
He opened the lid. They saw the reflection of the television screen in it from the end of the couch. He flipped the toggle. Something hummed. There was a glow in the back, and they heard something spinning. Eldon put his hand near the round part and felt pulses of air, like from a weak fan. He could see lights through the holes in the cabinet, and something was moving. He twisted a small knob, and light sprang up in the picture tube part, enlarged and reflected in the mirror on the lid. Lines of bright static moved up the screen and disappeared in a repeating pattern. He turned another knob, the larger one, and the light went dark and then bright again. Then a picture came in. They watched those last 3 days every time Aunt Joni left, afraid at first, watching only a few minutes, then turning it off, unplugging it, and closing it up and pushing it back into its place, careful not to scratch the floor. Then they watched more, and there was an excitement each time they went through the ritual, a tense expectation. Since no sound came in, what they saw they referred to as Mr. Goober's show, from his shape and his motions, and what went on around him. He was on any time they turned the TV on. They left Aunt Joni's reluctantly. She had never caught them watching it. They took the train home. Eldon was in a kind of anxiety. He talked to all his friends who knew nothing about anything like that, and some of them had been as far away as San Francisco during the summer. The only person he could talk to about it was his little sister Irene. He did not know what the jumpiness in him was. They rushed into Aunt Joni's house the first time they visited at Christmas and ran to the sitting room. The wall was blank. They looked at each other, then ran back into the living room. "Aunt Joni!" said Eldon, interrupting her, Uncle Arthridge, and his father. "Aunt Joni, where's the television?" "Television? Oh, that thing. I sold it to a used furniture man at the end of the summer. He bought it for the cabinetry, he said, and was going to make an aquarium out of it. I suppose he sold the insides for scrap." They grew up, talking to each other late at nights about what they had seen. When their family got TV, they spent their time trying to find it again. Then high school, then college, the 60s. Eldon went to NAM, came back about the same. Irene got a job in television and sent him letters while he taught bookkeeping at a junior college. April 11th, 1971. Dear Bro, I ran down what kind of set Aunt Joni had. It was a mechanical television with a Nipkoff disc scanner. It was a model made between 1927 and 1929. Mechanical, yes. You light a person, place, thing very, very brightly. On one side are the studio's photoelectric cells that turn light to current.
Between the subject and the cells, you drop in a disc that spins 300 times a minute. Starting at the edge of the disc and spiraling inward all the way around to the center are holes. You have a slit-scan shutter. As the light leaves the subject, it's broken into a series of lines by the holes passing across the slit. The photoelectric cells pick up the pulses of light. An orthicon tube does exactly the same thing, except electronically, in a camera, and your modern TV is just a big orthicon tube on the other end. Since it was a mechanical signal, your disc in the cabinet at home had to spin at exactly the same rate, so they had to send out a regulating signal at the same time. Not swell, not good definition, but workable. But Aunt Joni, rest her soul, was right. Nothing in 1953 was broadcasting that it could receive, because all early pre-war televisions were made with the picture portion going out on FM, and the sound going out on shortwave. So her set had receivers for both, and neither of them are where TV is now on the wavelengths, where they've been since 1946. Mr. Goober could not have come from an FCC-licensed broadcaster in 1953. I'll check Canada and Mexico, but I'm pretty sure everything was moved off those bands by then, even experimental stations. Since we never got sound, either there was none, or maybe it was coming in with a picture, like now, and her set couldn't separate 4 pieces of information, 1/2 each of 2 signals, which is why we use FM for TV. It shouldn't have happened, I don't think. There are weird stories, the ghost signals of a Midwest station people saw the test patterns of more than a year after they quit broadcasting, the famous 2.8-second delay in radio transmissions all over the world on shortwave in 1927 and early 1928. I'm going to the NAB meeting in 3 weeks. We'll talk to everybody there, especially the old guys, and find out if any of them knows about Mr. Goober's show. Stay sweet. Your sis, Irene.
Eldon began the search on his own, at parties, at bars, at ball games. During the next few years he wrote his sister with bits of fugitive matter he'd picked up, and he got quite a specialized knowledge of local TV shows, kids' show clowns, shock theater hosts, and eclectic local programming of the early 1950s throughout these United States. June 25th, 1979.
Dear Eldon, sorry it took so long to get this letter off to you, but I've been busy at work and helping with the fund drive, and I also think I'm on to something. I've just run across stuff that indicates there was some kind of medical outfit that used radio in the late 40s and early 50s. Hope you can come home for Christmas this time. Mom's getting along in years, you know. I know you had your troubles with her. I'm the one to talk, but she really misses you. As Bill Cosby says, she's an old person trying to get into heaven now. She's trying to be good the second 30 years of her life. We'll write you again as soon as I find out more about these quacks. Your little sister, Irene. August 14th, 1979. Dear Big Brother, well, it's depressing here. The lead I had turned out to be a bust, and I could just about cry, since I thought this might be it, since they broadcast on both shortwave and FM, like Aunt Joni's set received. But this probably wasn't it either. It was called drown radiotherapy. There's something poetic about the name, but not the operation. It was named for a Dr. Ruth Drown. She was an osteopath. Sometime before the war, she and a technocrat started working with a low-power broadcast device. By war's end, she was claiming she could treat disease at a distance, and set up a small broadcast station behind her suburban Los Angeles office. Patients came in, were diagnosed, and given a schedule of broadcast times when they were supposed to tune in. The broadcasts were directly to each patient, supposedly, 2 or 3 times a day. By the late 40s, she'd also gone into TV, which is, of course, FM, the radio stuff being shortwave. That's where I'd hoped I'd found someone broadcasting at the same time on both bands. But probably no go. She franchised the machines out to other doctors, mostly naturopaths and cancer quacks. It's possible that one was operating near Aunt Joni's somewhere, but Probably not, and anyway, a committee of doctors investigated her stuff. What they found was that the equipment was so low-powered it could only broadcast a dozen miles, not counting random skipping bouncing off the heaviside layer, which it wouldn't have been able to reach. Essentially, they ruled the equipment worthless. And the thing that got to me, there was no picture transmission on the FM TV portion, just the same type of random signals that went out on shortwave, on the same schedule every day. Even if you had a rogue cancer specialist, the FCC said the stuff couldn't broadcast a visual signal, not with the technology of the time. The engineer at the station here looked at the specs and said even if they had access to video orthicon tubes, the signal wouldn't have gotten across the room, unless it was on cable, which it wasn't. I've gone on too long. It's not it. Sorry to disappoint you again, but I'm still going on through back files of Variety and B&J and everything put out by the networks in those years. And maybe, I'm motherlode, a friend's got a friend who knows where all the Dumont records, except Gleason's, are stored. We'll find out yet, brother. I've heard stories of people waiting 20, 30, 40 years to clear things like this up. There was a guy who kept insisting he'd read a serialized novel in a newspaper about the fall of civilization in the early 1920s, pre-bomb, pre-almost everything. He was only a kid when he read it. 10 years ago he mentioned it to someone who had a friend who recognized it, not from a newspaper, but as a book called Darkness and the Dawn. It was in 3 parts, and serial rights were sold on the first part only to, like, 3 newspapers in the whole U.S. And the man, now in his 60s, had read it in one of them. Things like that do happen, kiddo. Write me when you can. Love, Irene. September 12th, 1982. Elle, I'm ready to give up on this. It's running me crazy. Not crazy, but to distraction, if I had anything else to be distracted from. I can't see any way out of this except to join the Welcome Space Brothers Club, which I refuse to do. That would be the easy way out. Give up, go over to the cheesy side of the Force. You and me saw a travelogue. A See It Now of the Planets, hosted by an interstellar Walter Cronkite on a Nipkoff disc TV in 1953. We're the only people in the world who did. No one else. But that's why CE3K and the others have made so many millions of dollars. People want to believe, but they want to believe for other people, not themselves. They don't want to be the ones. They want someone else to be the one. And then they want everybody to believe. But it's not their ass out there saying, the Space Brothers are here, I can't prove it, take my word for it, it's real, believe me as a person. I'm not that person, and neither are you. Or there has to be some other answer. One or the other, but not both, and not neither. I don't know what to do any more. Whatever it is, it's not this. It's quit being fun. It's quit being something I do aside from life as we know it. It is my life, and yours, and it's all I've got. I know what Mr. Goober was trying to tell us, and there was more, but the sound was off. I'm tired. I'll write you next week when I can call my life my own again. Your sis. Cops called from Irenestown the next week. After the funeral, and the stay at his mother's, and the inevitable fights with his stepfather trying to stay out of it, he came home and found one more letter, postmarked the same day as the police had called him. Dear Eldon, remember this, and don't think less of me. What we saw was real. Evidently too real for me. Find out what we saw. Love always, Irene.
So you'll be sitting in the bar, there'll be the low hum and thump of noise as the band sets up, and over in the corner 2 people will be talking. You'll hear the word Lucy, which could be many things, a girlfriend, a TV show, a late president's daughter, a 2-million-year-old ape child. Then you'll hear M Squad, or Untouchables, and there'll be more talk, and you'll hear distinctly, during a noise level drop, and I don't mean Johnny fucking Jupiter either, and in a few minutes he'll leave, because the band will have started, and conversation, except at the 100-decibel level, is over for the night. But he'll be back tomorrow night, and the night after, and all the star-filled nights that follow that one. Afterward. I've told this anecdote other places, too. This one was written on a blazing hot January day when the temperature was in the high 30s. I mean Perth, Australia, and I mean centigrade. I was guest of honor at SwanCon on January 25th, 1997. I had to read a story at 4 p.m. I got up at 6 a.m. and started writing. I wrote till I had a panel at 1 p.m., ate some food, showered, and wrote till 3:58 p.m. Then I read to a bunch of Aussies and other wild colonial persons. At that earlier panel, half the convention was in the audience. About midway through, the other half of the convention filed in, jam-packing the place. They were led by a guy with a guitar. Then the whole convention stood up and sang Waltzing Matilda to me. It was Australia Day. After all, their combined Labor Day, 4th of July, and National Blind Drunk Day all rolled into one, because they'd heard that I'd carried in every wallet I'd ever owned since I'd clipped it out of a Life magazine article about the premiere of Stanley Kramer's On the Beach in 1959, the words of A.B. Banjo Patterson's unofficial Australian national anthem. As the convention sang, I took out the faded, folded piece of paper and held it up. Get me back to Seattle, then also. I'd written the story in a white heat. I'd wanted to write it for a long time, so it was easy, but I needed the exact wording of a piece of research from a book I no longer owned, at a certain point in the story. I sent a letter down to Andrew Hooper in Seattle. At Oso, I had no phone or broadcast TV for 7½ years, and no stove or refrigerator for the first 3 years. Andy got the letter, put on his urban sombrero and poncho, and hie he hither to the Fremont Public Library in a 40-degree rain. I'm talking Fahrenheit. He sent me back a note with exactly what I needed, which I got the third morning. Thanks again, Andrew. I finished the story up on March 7th, 1997, and sent it off to Ellen Dablow at Omni Online. It was bought and paid for, and the story was put up on March 26th, 1998. On March 30th, 1998, Omni Online pulled the plug and went flatline DOA. I instantly, 3 days later, got a letter from Gordon Van Gelder at FNSF asking if he could buy print rights to the story since nobody saw it the 4 days it was up. Sure, I'll sell the story twice, I said. So it came out again in FNSF in a few months. When it did, Hooper said, "It would have made a great episode of the original Twilight Zone." I told him I was sorry I had only been 13 when the original series started, but that I would have been happy to have written it for them then. All the stuff I talk about, the technology stuff, was true. It's going to happen again in a couple of years when your TV quits working and HDTV takes over. I'm predicting right here, right now, in this book, there'll be riots dwarfing the New York Astor Place riot of 1848 and the draft riots of 1863, when people realize they've got to get a new $3,000 TV and an $800 DVD player and cable boxes before there's anything but the color of a TV screen tuned to a dead channel, and Gibson's memorable words. Mark my words. Us. Prologue. The ladder, though ingeniously made, was flimsy, and the rungs were too far apart. He had pushed the dowels into the holes in each of the 3 sections. It had been made to fit inside the car, parked a mile away off the road to Hopewell. The night was cold, and it had not been easy to put the sections of the ladder together with the leather gloves he wore. Construction stuff lay all around. The house wasn't landscaped yet. Borders and walks were laid out, but not yet rocked in. The house was big, 2 stories, and a gable-windowed third narrow one set in the steeply pitched roof. The outside was stucco.
He put the ladder against the upstairs window, the one with the shutter that, though new, was already warped and wouldn't close completely. He picked up the gunny sack, checked in his pocket for the envelope, and started up. There were 2 lights on downstairs, the sitting room and the kitchen. The ladder swayed and groaned. He had to lift one leg at a time, more crawl up than climb, then pull the other one after it up to the same rung. When both feet were on one, he could feel the vibration of the strain. He reached the next from the top, pulled the shutter the rest of the way open without a sound. He raised the window, the sack flopping over his face as he used one hand to steady himself and the other to lift. His eyes adjusted to the dim light inside. There was a stack of trunks and suitcases under the window, the sill of which was concrete rather than wood. A crib across the way. Beside the window, a fireplace and mantel, some bird toys along the top, a scooter on the floor. Just past the fireplace, a big parabolic electric heater and a chair. The room was almost hot. He smelled mentholatum, or Vicks salve. He eased himself over the sill, swung the sack and his feet to the floor. He went to the crib, where the medicine smell was strongest. The kid was safety-pinned under the blankets, its breathing a little rough and croupy. He undid one of the pins, eased the toddler out of the crib. It began to move. "Shh, shh," he said, holding it close and swinging it slightly back and forth. He noticed the kid was in some kind of cut-down larger garment, rather than Dr. Denton's or a nightshirt. The child subsided. He pulled a blanket out of the sack, wrapped the kid in it, put both back in the bag, lifted it gently by the center top. He went to the window-sill, laid the bag down, eased himself over. He had to search around for the first rung, turned, put one leg down, then the other. He reached back inside, lifted the child by the sack onto the concrete sill. He felt inside his pocket, took out the envelope, put it on the inside of the sill. Then, with both hands, he lifted the sack. 1. The Little Eaglet. He had been born just after Clyde Tombaugh discovered the planet Pluto. He was the most famous child in the world for a year or two, until Shirley Temple came along. He was the son of a famous man and a celebrated mother. Somebody tried to kidnap him when he was 20 months old, but they'd caught the guy on the way to his car, and Charles Jr. was back in his crib by 10 p.m., and didn't remember a thing about it. But it convinced his father, a very private man, and his mother, from a distinguished family, that they would be hounded all their lives by newspapermen, gossip columnists, and radio reporters if they stayed where they were. They moved out of the house in New Jersey and moved out to Roswell, New Mexico, so his father could be near his friend, Dr. Robert H. Goddard, who fooled around with rockets. The little eaglet, as the press had dubbed him, grew up watching 6-foot-long pieces of metal rise, wobble, and explode themselves all over the remote scrub country of the Eden Valley that Uncle Robert used as a range. It was a great place to be a kid. His mother and father were often away on flights, surveying airline routes, or his father was off consulting with Boeing or Curtiss, or there'd be pictures of him in a Zeppelin somewhere. His mother, when she was around, wrote books and was always off in her study or having another of his brothers and sisters. He had the run of the place. The first time he'd walked over on his own to the work sheds, Uncle Robert had stooped down to his level and said, "Do anything you want here, kid, but don't ever play with matches." They let him have pieces of metal, old tubing, burnt-out, frozen-up fuel pumps, and that neat stuff that looks like tortoise shell. They had to run him out of the place when they closed up at night. He went unwillingly to school in 1936, each day an agony of letters and numbers. Of course he had to poke a few 3-foot jerks in the snoot because they made fun of his curly golden hair. He learned a phrase early and used it often. "So's your old man." His own old man, after some vacillation, jumped on the preparedness bandwagon and was out with Hap Arnold, beefing up the Army Air Corps. You wouldn't have known there'd just been a depression. Uncle Robert finally got something right. When he was 8, Charles Jr. watched a rocket go up and actually get out of sight before it exploded. He, Uncle Robert, and everybody else ran back inside the small blockhouse while it rained metal for a couple of minutes. Of course his father taught him how to fly, but since he'd been driving the converted mail van and rocket trailer from the shed 3 miles out to the range since he was 6, he'd put blocks on the brakes and accelerator and stood on a box to see out the windshield. He thought flying was a lot like driving a car, only the road was bigger. One time he and his father talked about it. "I like flying too, I guess," said Charles Jr., "but the air's so thick. That's for sissies." "You'll think sissy when you pull 3 Gs on an inside turn sometime," said the lone eagle. He spent most of his time with his aunt and uncle, and by the time he was 10, he was working for Uncle Robert after school and full-time in the summers, at whatever needed to be done. Uncle Robert was getting older. He'd always looked old, with his bald head and mustache, but now his head was wrinkled and the mustache was gray and white like a dollop of cream cheese across his lip. The war had already started in Europe. One day a shady character in a cheap suit brought in some plans and left. The whole crew gathered around. Uncle Robert tapped the blueprints. "That's what the Germans are working on," he said. "They're not very serious yet, but they will be. They're on the right track, but they're spending most of their time trying to get a good centrifugal pump, and haven't thought about regenerative cooling yet. On the other hand, look at this. Graphite veins in the exhaust. And I assume if it's ballistic, they'll be set beforehand. If it's guidable, they'll have to make room for steering mechanisms and radio controls." He looked at all of them. "The Army and Air Corps have their thumbs up their wazoos right now, so we'll have to do it ourselves on the Smithsonian and Guggenheim money. I figure the Nazis are 6 months behind us in some things, a couple of years ahead in others." They went to work, and they worked hard, especially after the U.S. got in the war when the Japanese bombed the Philippines. It wasn't easy, but they did it by the middle of 1942. They fired it off. It went 143 miles and punched a 30-foot hole in the desert even without a warhead. They showed it to the Air Corps. World War II was over late in 1944, just after Charles Jr. turned 14. It was a bright and sunny day in the winter of 1945. He and Uncle Robert were looking at one of the German A-4s that had been lying around everywhere in Europe when the war ended, and then shipped to America, along with their scientists. The Army had given Goddard 5 or 6 to play with. Uncle Robert had been sick the year before, recurrence of the TB of his youth, but had gotten better. Now he seemed to have some of the old spark back. He looked at the pumps, the servo mechanisms. He looked in the empty warhead section. Then he looked at Charles Jr. "How'd you like to take a little ride?" he asked.
"Yippee-yahoo!"
"As many times as you've seen things I built turn into firecrackers?"
"You didn't build this one. The Germans did."
"At White Sands, they're maybe kinda going to send up mice and monkeys."
"Phooey,"
said Charles Jr.
"Double phooey,"
said Uncle Robert.
On March 13th, 1946, Charles Jr. went for a little ride. They hadn't told his mother or father, and no one else either, until after the fact. The front section separated and fired some JATO units as retro rockets, and the surplus cargo parachute opened, and the thing came down 68 miles away, within 2 miles of where Goddard and the crew were waiting. The trucks drove up. Charles Jr. was sitting in the shade of the parachute canopy. Uncle Robert jumped out of the truck and ran up to him. There was a small cut above his eye. "She rides a little rough," he said, and smiled. On July 4th, 1963, the great speckled bird came down on the surface of the moon, backwards, rockets firing, and settled to the lunar dust. The commander was Colonel Chuck Yeager. The pilot was Lieutenant Colonel David Simons, M.D. The navigator was Major Joe Kittinger, and the civilian mission specialist was Charles Lindbergh, Jr. After a few hours of yammer and instrument readings that were hunky-dory, Charles Jr. suited up in one of the big, bulky spacesuits the Navy had built for them. Yeager checked him over, then said, "You're on, kid." It was being carried live by all the radios in the world. They'd have to wait till they got back to see it, as both Early Bird and Echo 3 satellites weren't cooperating. The big ladder came out from the ship, and Charles Jr. backed down it, unable to see well behind him because of the size of the oxygen equipment on the suit. He paused just as he got to the bottom, looked up at Kittinger, who was filming him with an IMO camera, besides the official one on the side of the airlock, and stretched his foot out, inches above the dust. He swung one foot out in a small circle, almost touching, then the other. He said, "Here's one for Mom, and one for Pop, and one for Uncle Robert, and—" He jumped onto the ground with both feet. "One for the good old USA." 2. Call me Chucky. He could say he'd been around since Pluto was a pup. Disney made the first cartoon with Mickey's mutt a few months after he was born. When he was 20 months old, he was kidnapped. It was the most sensational story of the decade. After much police activity and several copycat ransom notes, his father, the most famous man in the world, and after Babe Ruth, in America, paid the right people and went in a Coast Guard plane to find his son in the boat. As the kidnapper's message said, Bode, Nellie, between Horseneck Beach and Gayhead near Elizabeth Island. Charles Jr. was sleeping like a log in a built-in bureau drawer below decks on the stolen and deserted boat. The kidnappers were never found, and the ransom money, much of it in marked gold certificates, which became illegal tender a couple of years later, never showed up. Colonel H.N. Schwarzkopf of the New Jersey State Police had put a 24-hour guard around the Lindbergh house in Hopewell and up at the Morrow house just after the kidnapping. His father hired his own bodyguards and dismissed the state troopers once Charles Jr. was recovered. But they moved from New Jersey soon anyway. Famous father, famous mother, most famous child in America. Of course he ended up in Hollywood. Later in interviews, Charles Jr., call me Chucky, said, Yeah, child of the Depression. We had to cut down to 2 cooks. And don't ask me how somebody with such a publicity-shy father and mother ended up doing one, count 'em, 1 hour gang short. I think they felt sorry for me, guys with big guns walking around wherever we were, people watching me like a hawk day and night. Warhol used to run that damn clip at the factory all the time. There I am, 3 years old, sitting in a beer-barrel airplane, replica of the Spirit, with an aviator's cap. There I am, me and the new kid Spanky, whatever happened to him, huh? Racing all these other kids down that damn long hill in L.A., soapbox racers, fire engines, tanks, and me and Spanky McFarlane win 'cause all the other kids have a wooden demo derby. They tell me Roach creamed his shorts, wanted to sign me, team with Spanky. Already had a name picked out. Sankandank, you know. Spank and Sankandank anyway. Lifetime contract. Louis B. Mayer would honor it once I got too old for the gang stuff. Yeah, I could have had it all. Been as big as buckwheat or alfalfa. Could have stayed on, beat up on Butch and Wime. What happened? Dad said, "No way, Jose." His father had visited Italy and Germany several times, and they had lived in England for a while, only to find British newspapermen just like the ones in America, so they moved back. His father was convinced that since it wasn't ready and couldn't afford it, the U.S. should stay neutral in any coming conflict in Europe or Asia. He'd become a major spokesman for America First. One day at school, Chucky came out to find one of his best friends beating the snot out of another. He pulled them apart while they were swinging in blind rage at each other, noses bloodied, eyes shut. "Geez, guys," he said. One pointed to the other. "He said your father was a Jew-hater. That made me mad. I said no, he wasn't. He was just dumb as a post. That made him mad." Chucky, age 11, went home. His father was packing for a trip to Des Moines, where he was going to make a terrifically ill-timed speech about staying out of the European War, which had been going on for a year and a half already. "Dad," said Chucky to his father, who looked just like him, only bigger, and was putting shirts in a leather bag. "Dad, somebody has to kick some Hitler butt." He was sent to his room without a supper. Yeah, said Chucky in another interview in 1989. "That was the first time any kid of his expressed an opinion that wasn't his. It started me on that downward spiral that led me to where I am today. For which, thanks." After the war was over and things got back to normal, Chucky went off to college in 1948. And fell in with evil companions. Some guys who endlessly drove back and forth across the country because they couldn't stand wherever they were. Poets, artists, weirdos, and old lefties, white folk singers who spent all their money on bus trips to Alabama to learn exactly what it was Cornbread Joe hollered on that record across the fields when he wanted someone to bring the water jug or oats for the mule. There were a zillion guys loose in New York City on the GI Bill, finding out what life was all about. Chucky. Say what you will, the guys who shot heroin are all still alive. The boozers have been dead these 30 years. Then he started to make things. Birdhouses made out of old airplane parts. Small ones at first, made from old propeller hubs and radio aerials, exhaust stacks, parts of instrument panels. Then they got larger and more complicated. He had a few small gallery shows, then a couple at museums. He dropped out of college his sophomore year, rented a studio, and went to work. One day Calder came by, took a look around, and whistled. Rauschenberg and all those guys dropped in. Mailer, smarting from Barbary Shore, came in and smoked some tea and talked about Chucky's pop, whom he'd met in the Pacific, and said he was going to start a village newspaper sometime. His first real show was called Birdhouses for the Stratosphere, and it all went fine from then on. He went on to use parts from jets. His Birdhouse for the Rook used most of a super constellation he'd gotten cheap from the NATSB. They had to build an extra plaza in front of the rededicated O'Hare before he could install it. Even with that going on, he continued to make the smaller houses all through the 50s and 60s and have shows in little galleries. People actually bought them and used them for birdhouses. His Wren series, made from an old Curtiss wren, was the best and most popular. At one of these small show openings in the early 60s, Chucky was a little high from reefer and a little tight from wine and a little up from some innocuous-looking red tablets someone had given him. He was 32 and good at what he did, and knew he'd be doing it the rest of his life. An old man was looking at some of the things. Houses for the Bluebird of Sadness, the show was.
and waited until the people who'd been around Chucky went over for the free cheese and beer. The old man caught his eye.
"You did these?"
"Yep."
"I have something to tell you," said the old man. "But I can't tell you until you promise it goes no further."
"Oh, this is serious. Wait a sec." Chucky quit smiling and set his face in a calm mask with a wipe of his hand. "There," he said. "Try me."
"Between you and me?"
"My word as a video ranger," said Chucky. The old man eyed him, then sagged his shoulders.
"I kidnapped you once."
"Son of a bitch!" said Chucky. "Not you, the situation. Why'd you ever do that?"
"I went Meshuggah," said the old man. "It was the Depression. I was desperate. I borrowed a stranger's boat. I kipped you from the crib, sent the notes."
"Well, they never caught you."
"It was very fucked over from beginning to end. I couldn't believe it, that I was getting away with it. I was so excited. And I lost it, all $50,000 of it, between the time I put you in the boat and the time they came to get you. I took it from the satchel your father brought it to the graveyard in, and put it in a big tin box. I had it with me when I put you in the boat. I was so excited I dropped it. I watched my life getting smaller and smaller and further away. If only I'd put it in a wooden box."
"Could I give you a few bucks?" asked Chucky.
"I didn't come here, Mr. Lenberg, Jr., to ask for money. I came here to ask forgiveness."
Chucky laughed and reached out and grabbed him by the shoulders, causing him to wince. "Forgive? Mister, that was probably the best thing that ever happened to me. Thank you."
"You mean that? All these years, nobody knew but me, and I was so sorry that I'd done it. I've lived a clean life since."
"Gaffer," said Chucky, "go with my blessing. I mean that. Thanks for telling me."
"Goodbye, then."
"Goodbye." He watched the old man leave. "Who was that?" asked a friend. "It looked intense." "A stranger," said Chucky, smiling. "He wanted to put the touch on my old man." When his father died in the 1970s, Chucky called up a bunch of old engineers and mechanics and tool and die men. He had them make an exact replica of the Ryan Spirit of St. Louis. Then he took it apart, piece by piece, and built the birdhouse for Pop. It's outside the Air and Space Museum. 3. Crazy Charlie. After 17 years in the plutonian depths of being a famous man's son, he took off. In 1953, just at the end of the Korean War, a guy showed up in Concrete, Washington. He walked with a slight gimp. He drove a second-hand, two-door Purple Kaiser. He rented a place on the edge of town for $8.40 a month. Once a week or so, he'd drive out of town. One of the locals saw him over at the Veterans Hospital in Mount Vernon. Otherwise, he walked everywhere in the town of Concrete, shopped at the local grocery store. Slowly it got out that his name was Charles. Mostly what he did was fish the Skagit River, 365 days a year if he could, less if it was muddied up, though the flow was now controlled through Diablo and Gorge dams. Sometimes the Sauk and Cascade were muddied up and put the lower river out for fishing for 4 or 5 days at a time. He used a Gladding Ike Walton Model 8 fiberglass fly rod and a Pfluger 1498 reel, and he caught more fly fishing than all the other people around there caught with bait or casting reels or the new spinning reels. People over on the Skykomish and Stillaguamish fly fished, but not many yet on the Skagit. One day, right downtown, in a pouring rain, 15 or 20 people stood on the bridge to watch him.
There was already both ends of about an 8-pounder sticking out of the back pouch of his homemade fishing jacket, and they watched for 22 minutes by the watch as he played and landed what was, by the best estimate, a steelhead that would go 25 pounds. He reached down with a pair of pliers and jerked the Brad's brat out of the fish's lip and watched it swim back out to the deeper water against the far bank.
"What the hell?"
yelled someone from the bridge.
"They won't be around forever, you know," said Charles.
"Then why the hell did you catch it, if you were going to let it go?"
"Because I can't help myself,"
said Charles, and began casting again. From then on, he was Crazy Charlie. In 1957, over in Cedro-Woolley, he met a girl at the Dairy Delight. She moved in with him in a slightly larger shack on the edge of concrete that cost $12 a month. They ate trout and salmon. She canned salmon berries and blackberries. They smoked steelhead and came out of the woods with mushrooms and roots and nuts and skunk cabbage. They drove in the Purple Kaiser. In 1958, they had twin boys, whom people learned to call Key and Matt. They assumed they were family names for something like Keys or Keenard and Matthew or even Matthias. If you go to the Skagit County Courthouse and look up their birth certificates, you'll find their names are Kemoy and Matsu. It was 1958, after all. The one peculiarity other fishermen and the people in town noticed was that wherever he was, whatever he was doing, even playing a fish, if a plane flew over, he would watch it until it disappeared. They assumed it had something to do with the Korean War. One day, one of the town blowhards came into the cafe shaking his head. Everybody was ready for a story.
"God damn this thing! Give me that Seattle paper," he said.
He looked through it quickly.
"Here, damn! Ed, you look."
"What am I looking for?"
"Well, look with your eyes and just listen. I was up in Marble Mount at the Rocky Ford Cafe. Over in the corner was Crazy Charlie and that girl of his, the two boys being most likely in school this time of day. And you know who was in the booth with them? Talking to them, huh?"
"Dwight David Eisenhower," said someone.
They all laughed.
"Charles Lindbergh, the Lone Eagle."
"Shit," said someone. "What would he be doing talking to Crazy Charlie?"
"You got me. He's older now, Lindbergh, but I knew it was him from when he used to come to the plant during the war. As big as life. Sure as shooting."
They all knew the blowhard had retired from Boeing with a disability a few years before.
"He used to be a practical joker, give old man Boeing a hot foot soon as look at him," he continued. "Always cutting up."
"Well, what was they doing?"
"Eating hamburgers, shakes, and fries."
"I didn't think Charlie and his girl ate that kind of stuff. The kids neither."
"I said the kids wasn't there. And they was sure as hell eating that way today."
"Did they see you?"
"Hell no. I was so astounded it was Lindbergh, I just sat down in that far booth, the one halfway in the kitchen. Couldn't hear him, neither. Place was crowded. Had a roast beef sandwich." "We don't care what you had for lunch. What did Lindbergh do?" "Talked, ate, went outside. By the time I was through, they was gone."
"Nothing about Lindbergh in the papers," said Ed.
"Can you beat that? Guy like that in town? Nobody thinks it's a big deal."
"Well, it was more than 30 years ago," said the blowhard.
"Still, you'd think somebody would mention it." "Maybe it was personal," said someone.
"Yeah, right. The Lone Eagle and Crazy Charlie and his girl."
They all laughed. Charlie died in 1985. His common-law wife, Estelle, died in 1989. Kemoy and Matsu own motion picture production in Seattle, like the Crays owned London in the 60s. Neither fishes. Epilogue. He reached in his pocket, took out the envelope, put it on the inside of the sill. Then, with both hands, he lifted the sack. The rung broke with a sharp snap, and his foot hit the next one. There was a sudden instant of chill, blind panic. The sack had thudded onto the concrete sill. He eased his other foot down the outside of the ladder to the rung he'd fallen to. He made it the rest of the way down, filled with adrenaline, cradled the bundle in his arms, and made off for the woods and his car. Halfway through the trees, he realized the kid hadn't moved. When he got within sight of the car, he put the sack down, lifted the blanket and child out. The kid was limp as a bunch of leather. One side of the head was misshapen. He felt around for a heartbeat. He went further back into the woods from the road, laid the kid down, kicked some leaves over him, and took the blanket and sack to his car and sped away toward Manhattan. The biggest manhunt in history was on. There were shady intermediaries. Ransom was paid. There was no Bode Nellie, no child. 2 truck drivers, one black, one white, on their way into Hopewell 2 months later, stopped their truck and went into the woods to take a pee. They saw what was left of the kid on the ground. He had been gnawed by animals. They ran for the cops. 3 years later, Bruno Richard Hauptmann, on trial for his life for essentially passing hot gold certificates, was shown the ladder used in the kidnapping.
"I did not make that," he said. "I am a carpenter."
Afterward, "I'd wanted to write a tripartite story for years. That is, one with 3 separate takes on the same event. Originally, you'll see that word a lot in these afterwards. Sometimes the story that happened had absolutely nothing to do with the initial impetus. It was to have been a story set at 3 different Peenemundas, and what happened when von Braun et al. Launched the first A4s, what we called V2s. Well, that one didn't work, and that was about 1982. Comes May 29th, 1997, in Oso, Washington. I sat down and started writing this one. I finished it on June 8th because, once again, I had a reading in Seattle that night. Hie me hither, at 60 miles, and read. Andrew Hooper, see the afterword to Mr. Goober's show, was there and knew instantly from the first sentence who and what the story was about. But then, he's a polymath and an autodidact, and can usually be ignored. I finished to raucous applause, which is the way I like to leave 'em. And for the first time in years I sent this one to the New Yorker first. I really thought I had a shot. Of course I didn't. They took 2 months or so to send me a form reject slip. I sold this one to EventHorizon.com, which was where Ellen Datlow was, between the end of Omni Online and the start of sci-fiction at sci-fi.com. It went up in October of 1997, and you might as well have taken it out in the deep woods, like the evil Queen's huntsman, and killed it for all the notice it got. Well, Gardner Dozois did pick it up for his YBSF the next year, but you know what I mean. It was only later that I realized I had written the story across the 70th anniversary of the Lindbergh flight. I didn't set out to do that. Honest. What astounded me, as a writer, about the story is that I had no idea, in the Call Me Chucky section, that the kidnapper was going to walk into the gallery and confess to Charles Jr. He came in out of nowhere, and I just kept writing because the story was telling me something I and the reader needed to know that I hadn't planned on. As I've said elsewhere, the story wrote itself. I was just privileged to be in the room while it was happening. The Dynasters. Volume 1. On the Downs. Ugg and his friends stood in front of the hillock, wondering how to get the bear out of the good cave. It was getting colder, and the other cave leaked. Meanwhile, the women and children were doing something useful, like finding stuff to eat. The men looked at the cave. "Stick holes in same time?" asked Ab.
You seen thing? Asked Nu. No, said Ab. Ugg spread his arms wide, hairs fluttering in the cold wind. Then his son Nu jumped up on his shoulders and held his hand up as high as he could. That big? Asked Ab, and looked at the cave again. Mo was chewing one of the last leaves. They turned to him. Stick fire in face, he said. They ran around gathering up stuff. Afterwards he was known as Mo the Smart. They stood at the water's edge in the snow, under the high white cliffs. From the top of them you could see more land way, way off across the big water. Only now, where the bottoms of the cliffs used to be covered, there was much sand and rock. It went far out before the water began there. Bad feeling, said Ugg. What happening? Asked Ab. No, said Ugg. We'll ask Mo. On the way back to the cave, on the path, they threw their pointy sticks into one of the big head-horn things that was browsing in the crusted snow. It took them half the day to drag it back to the other people.
Uh-oh,
said Nu. She ran back to the cave as fast as she could through the thick snow, putting her feet in the holes she'd made coming out.
Quick, she said. Stoop-shouldered guys, big jaws coming.
They grabbed their clubs and pointy sticks and all ran to the top of the cliffs. Out a ways on the mud and sand ramp that divided the two parts of the big water, which stretched out toward the land far away, you could almost see when it was clear, men were coming. They could see their big jaws this far away, and their skins flapped around them, dark in the breeze. Mo counted. 3 more, he said. Get 'em, said Ugg. Afterwards they found that the big jaws belonged to the men themselves, and admired them. They were large and were out in front of the mouth. Some of the children wobbled those of the dead ones, yaga, yaga, yaga. Their teeth were all different, too, the front ones not as sharp. But the skins, which had flapped and fluttered around them while they were fighting, were not theirs at all. They belonged to dead animals. They could be taken off the stoop-shouldered men. Ugg wrapped one around himself. After a while he said, Hey, this warm. They rushed to grab them. Mo was looking at the sandy causeway. Next time bring more, he said, pointing toward the far land. They tough. Take long time die. Ugg had 2 skins wrapped around him. He danced. Hey, he said, what have supper? Nu looked for the bug crawling in the fur of his leg, found it, pinched it to pieces. It was his time to watch from the top of the tall cliffs, as he had done many, many times before in his youth and early manhood. Now he had children of his own. The stoop-shouldered guy's big jaws never had come back. It had gotten colder, though there had been a few golden summers in there. He sighed and watched and waited and hummed the song about the big animal with a horn in the middle of its nose. Mo the 10th Smart sat at the edge of the cliff on a cool summer night and looked at the quarter moon. His grandson, little Nu, lay beside him, looking up at the summer stars and the pictures they made, the big thing, the other big thing, the ugly thing, the little boy with the snake.
Which that?
He asked. That woman with stick, said Mo the 10th Smart.
Over there.
There was a long, pale light across the sky with a bright dot at the front. That girl look for husband, said Mo. He poked little Nu in the ribs. Maybe marry you. She come round long time between. Mo the 4th Smart saw. Told Mo 7th Smart, who saw. Mo tell me. Little Nu rolled over and looked at the moon.
Will moon get eaten tonight?
He asked. It had happened when he was very little, and it had scared him. Mo pointed. Remember words Mo 5th Smart. quick bites come out, moon only full.
Forget.
Then not forget, said Mo, the 10th smart.
He looked over at the big strip of land that went between the two shallow big waters. As usual, there was just dirt and the bushes that grew there. Little New propped himself up on his elbows. "Where come from, Granddad Mo?"
From cave,
said Mo, and laughed.
"No, where come from, all us?"
We always here,
said Mo, the 10th smart.
Weena and Ula lashed together the summer hut with tendons from one of the big red deer. The breeze was warm. They were setting up the hut near the break in the cliffs where the stream came through. Mo the Many Smart stood looking at the mouth of the stream. Some of the men and boys floated on logs, sticking things in small fish or falling off into the water beyond its mouth. There was once more big water all across in front of the cliffs, though it was not very deep.
"Something bother?"
Ula asked him.
Yummy fish not back.
Every year big fish had shown up at the mouth of the stream, which was up the coast from where the land used to divide the big water. They came up in the stream. You could stick things in them, or hit them with rocks, or pick them up with your hands. They ignored you, only continuing to make eggs and sticky stuff and flopping around. They did that for most of a moon, and everybody ate and ate until they made fish puddles from their mouths.
"Next moon," said Ula.
"No," said Mo the Many Smart. "Next moon when come while land there." He pointed. "Land not there. They come this moon when used come before land there. Almost know when that was. Now should come this moon."
"Me see day before day," said Ula.
"Is where?"
"There."
She pointed down the coast where the big water curved around into the big water.
"Them come, them swim round, then go that way."
She waved her hand, indicating the big water.
"Go round all land world. Here next moon."
"Why them do that?" asked Mo. "Them right here."
Ula lifted her shoulders and raised her hands.
Said Mo the Many Smart.
A moon later, in the middle of the night, they heard flopping in the creek. They all ran down there with sticks with pointed deer horns on them and clubs and rocks. For most of that moon they ate and ate and ate. Mo the Many Smart lay between two big broken chalk boulders. His stomach was stretched tight under his fur. He could barely move. Ula walked up to him.
"Told so,"
she said.
"Not forget,"
said Mo. Then he made another fish puddle from his mouth. After a storm, Nu the Many ran into his hut.
"Stop dinner,"
he said.
"Make leg of wolf roasted tubers,"
said Allah the Many.
"Change plans," said Nu the Many.
"Blue painted guy some jaw wash up, log thing, jabber a lot. Ugh the Many poke him, no feel ribs. Big feast coming, yum yum, eat 'em up. Have wolf day ad day." "Blue paint some jaw?" asked Allah. "Not pictured up guy some jaw?" "No, that one back one. This blue all over. Paint come off, white as cliff." Allah sighed. Men. Ab the Many had troubled eyes, yellow and far-seeing. He was on the cliff, looking toward the land you could barely make out. He came up to look at it often. He did his work in the village on the downs, but his mind was not in it. He came down to where the men and boys were making log boats that would hold man for fishing. "What there?" he asked Mo the Lot Smart.
"Big trouble,"
said Mo. "Oh, no. Every time man come, we eat," said Ab the Many.
"Goes back long way land here," said Mo. "Land come. Stoop-shouldered guys big jaw come. More try come before land go away. Then grandfather time pictured up guys some jaw and blue-painted guys some jaw wash up. No be too careful."
"What we know them?" asked Ab.
"Them trouble," said Mo. "Me find out," said Ab, jerking his thumb toward his chest fur. "Smart of ages, Ab," said Mo. "No look trouble. Trouble find anyway." "Me find out," said Ab.
They had watched him build a boat log that would hold man add man add man. It had taken him day add day add day. Then he put his pointy stick, his club, hide cloak, and food into it. Then he launched it, pushed out, lined up on the big white cliff, and began to paddle hard. They sang him the song of safe journey, Ugg the Lot himself beating on the big singing log. Then they went up to the top of the cliff and watched until he was lost from sight. It was almost a moon later that one of the fishermen called them all from their huts in the village on the downs, and they went to the shore beneath the cliffs. It was late afternoon, and there was a dot on the water. It got bigger, but very slowly.
"It Ab!"
called down the watchman from the cliffs. He came to shore slowly. He paddled with only one arm. When he was close enough, they saw one of his eyes was missing, and his head was swollen up on that side. His right arm flopped at his side. He beached the log and hopped out, bracing himself with his left arm. Some things a person has to do themselves. His right foot was missing, toe add toe add toe.
"Hello, Ab,"
said Mo the Lot Smart. He was looking back across the water with his good eye.
"No understand, Mo," he said. "They kill each other over there all the time."
"All the time?"
"All the time, every day."
"Come, me fix up," said Mo.
"Something do first," said Ab.
He leaned down in the log-boat and made a big fire, and they all watched it burn.
"Oh?"
asked Ab, as cinders drifted over them on the beach.
"What, Ab?" "Mo, me ever want go somewhere again? Kill me with club."
"Can do," said Mo. Then they led him back toward the village huts. Then came big-nosed guys, some jaw, and they brought with them the great big things with long noses and 2 big curved teeth. They came in big log-boats with big square hides on trees and many, many paddlers. Ugg the Lot Many Lot said,
"Get all people up down coast, jump on them."
The big-nosed guys, some jaw, lined up all together in one place with shiny, pointy sticks all sticking out in one place. In front of them they put the great big things with the long noses and the 2 big curved teeth. "They just like old ones great many grandfathers hunted, only they have no hair," said Mo, the Lot Many Smart.
"We know how do them,"
said Ugg, the Lot Many Lot.
"Get 'em."
The fattest, big-nosed guy, some jaw, they chose for signal honors. They whacked up the great big things with the long noses and the 2 big curved teeth, the people of the other villages carrying off as much as they could. They found that the 1 add 1 add 1 big log-boats were filled with men who were fastened where they sat. They jabbered, afraid. The people broke up the things that held them down with some of the useful hard implements they found. They herded all the loosened men onto one big log-boat. Ugg the Lot Many Lot made a shooing motion with his hands.
"Go away," he said. "Go away."
The men looked at him a moment. Then they began yelling and making noise and running up and down and below into the log-boat, and the big hide flopped down, and they waved and yelled and ran out of sight, and the paddles all started working, and the big log-boat went out of sight toward where the big water started. They wrapped the fattest big-nosed guy some jaw with the things which had held the paddlers to the log-boats. He jabbered, but he stood straight and tall. Ugg the Lot Many Lot leaned in very close.
"Yum, yum, eat 'em up," he said.
Nu the Lot Many stood on the cliff, looking back over the downs and the village. He could see a herd of the red deer browsing not very far away, and further up a flock of birds drank at the mouth of the creek. He could see women gathering seeds at the weed fields, and a couple of men were out killing hares up near the boggy place.
Down in the village, the grey shapes of the old boat logs from many lot great-grandfather time, which had been made into a meeting place where the people from all up and down the coast came every 12 moons to make all boss, stood out from the other hide and mud huts. Here and there was smoke from a cooking fire. He raised his eyes and could just see smoke from the next village, far up the coast. He turned his eyes back to the big water, still dull in the early morning sun, and the far smudge of the land you could barely make out. It was going to be a warm, fine day, and Mo the lot many smart said it was just one more moon until the yummy fish came up the creek again, and there were signs of a mild winter. Later he would go down, he thought, and join the boys poking sticks into the little fish that were always in the big water. They would have to do until the yummy fish came in. Girl Look for Husband was in the sky. Even in the late afternoon, a swatch of white with a glowing head stretched halfway across the heavens. "She really looking this time," the people said. All Boss Ugg, the many lot, was fixing his hut, pounding wooden pegs in with a big rock. "Grandfather! Grandfather!" yelled Little New, the many lot, running in from the cliffs. "Not have time everyone come in flaring sagittal crest," said Ugg. "What now?" "Ab many lot say big logs come again. Come quick, bring clubs, pointy sticks." Ugg dropped the rock and began to yell everyone out of their huts and send ones running to the other villages. All the people stood on the big white cliffs. It would have been dark had not Girl Look for Husband been blazing bright as a full moon. Everything was a sort of silver-grey twilight. They looked down where many boat logs were drawn up on the beach and saw what Ab, who had seen them before dark, had said were weasel-eyed guys, some jaw there. Many lot. They all had long pointy sticks with shiny ends and shiny flat things on their hip clothes, and some had curvy things on their backs and bags full of little sticks. Ugg poked Mo the many smart. "More them than us," said Mo. "Not wait day," said Ugg. "Go get 'em." Yelling and waving their clubs and pointy sticks, they charged down the hills. Afterward. You have just read, unless there are lacunae in my knowledge even I don't know about, the only story you will ever read about Piltdown Man and Woman. Essentially, Piltdown Man was a hoax, perpetrated on or by an amateur archaeologist at 1910 on the Sussex Downs in England. There are 4 or 5 good books about the hoax. Read one. Everybody had to rewrite the prehistory books to account for Piltdown Man, which was essentially the filed-down jaw of a modern orangutan and a human skull, probably from a Roman burial, stained to look like they'd been in the gravel a million years or so. Nobody questioned that there weren't even fossil apes in Britain, or how to account for the modern-looking skull and primitive jaw. It did fit right in with the theories of the time. Man evolved because he grew a big brain first, rather than, as we now think, the brain developed after we got upright, began to use our hands, and developed swell binocular vision high up due to our posture. Eoanthropus dawsonii, Dawson's Dawn Man, was called the first Englishman, to give Britain pride of place in everything, not just colonial slaughter, genocide, and piracy. I started thinking, what would it have been like to have been a Piltdowner? What if they had been real? What would the British Isles had to have been like to keep Neanderthals and Cro-Magnons from coming over and having a cannibal party early on? What possibly could have kept the Picts and Romans away? And so on and so forth. Another thing, people were always telling me the only way to get rich writing is to do a multi-volume series following a family down through the generations. Hence the title, with a tip of the Waldrop iceberg to Thomas Hardy. This was written in the Big Eileen Gun Ledger, November 9th to 10th, 1998, and read at Oricon in Portland.
It was published in the 50th anniversary October 1999 issue of the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, which was about 2 inches thick. I'm real glad Gordon Van Gelder squeezed it in there. I'm the only person in the issue without his name on the cover. As I said before, you gotta watch me every minute. Yum, yum, eat 'em up. Calling Your Name. All my life I've waited for someone to ease the pain. All my life I've waited for someone to take the blame. From Calling Your Name by Janice Ian. Footnote. Calling Your Name, words and music by Janice Ian. Copyright 2 Songs 2. End of note. I reached for the switch on the bandsaw. Then I woke up with a crowd forming around me, and I was in my own backyard. It turns out that my next-door neighbor had seen me fall out of the storage building I use as a workshop and had called 911 when I didn't get up after a few seconds. Once, long ago in college, working in Little Theater, I'd had a light bridge lowered to set the Fresnels for Blithe Spirit, just after the Christmas semester break. Some idiot had left a hot male 220 plug loose, and as I reached up to the iron bridge, it dropped against the bar. I'd felt that all over, and I jumped backwards about 15 feet. A crowd started for me, but I let out some truly blazing oath that turned the whole stage violet indigo blue, and they disappeared in a hurry. Then I yelled at the guys and girl in the technical booth to kill everything on stage, and spent the next hour making sure nothing else wasn't where it shouldn't be. That's while I was working 36 hours a week at a printing plant, going to college full-time and working in the theater another 60 hours a week, for no pay. I was also dating a foul-mouthed young woman named Susan, who was brighter than me. Eventually, something had to give. It was my stomach, an ulcer at 20, and my relationship with her. She came back into the theater later that day and heard about the incident and walked up to me and said, "Are you happy to see me, or is that a hot male 220-volt plug in your pocket?" That shock, the 220, had felt like someone shaking my hand at 2,700 RPM while wearing a spiked glove, and someone behind me was hammering nails in my head, and meanwhile they were piling safes on me. When I'd touched the puny 110 bandsaw, I felt nothing. Then there were neighbors and 2 EMS people leaning over me upside down. "What's up, Doc?" I asked. "How many fingers?" he asked, moving his hand, changing it in a slow blur. 3, 5, 2. "What's today?" "You mean Tuesday? Or May 6th? I sat up. "Easy," said the lady EMS person. "You'll probably have a headache." The guy pushed me back down slowly. "What happened?" "I turned on the bandsaw. Then I'm looking at you." He got up, went to the corner of the shed, and turned off the breakers. By then the sirens had stopped, and 2 or 3 firefighters and the lieutenant had come in the yard. "You okay, Pups?" he asked. "I think so," I said. I turned to the crowd. "Thanks to whoever called these guys." Then the EMS people asked me some medical stuff, and the lieutenant, after looking at the breakers, went in the shed and fiddled around. He came out. "You got a shorted switch," he said. "Better replace it." I thanked Miss Krelboind, the neighbor lady. Everybody went away, and I went inside to finish my cup of coffee. My daughter Maureen pulled up as I drank the last of the milk skim off the top of the coffee. She ran in. "Are you all right, Dad?" "Evidently," I said. Her husband, Bob, was a fireman. He usually worked over at Firehouse 2, the one on the other side of town. He'd heard the address the EMS had been called to on the squawk box, and had called her. "What happened?" "Short in the saw," I said. "The lieutenant said so officially." "I mean," she repeated, "are you sure you're all right?" "It was like a little vacation," I said. "I needed one."
She called her husband, and I made more coffee, and we got to talking about her kids, Vera, Chuck, and Dave, or whichever ones are hers. I can't keep up. There's 2 daughters, Maureen and Celine, and 5 grandkids. Sorting them all out was my late wife's job. She's only been gone a year and a month and 3 days. We got off onto colleges, even though it would be some years before any of the grandkids needed one. The usual party schools came up. "I can see them at Sam Houston State and Toga's," I said.
"I'm just real sure toga parties will come back," said Mo.
Then I mentioned Kent State.
"Kent State? Nothing ever happens there," she said.
"Yeah, right," I said. "Like the nothing that happened after Nixon invaded Cambodia. All the campuses in America shut down. They sent the guard in. They shot 4 people down, just like they were at a carnival."
She looked at me. "Nixon? What did Nixon have to do with anything?"
"Well, he was the president. He wanted no wider war. Then he sent the army into Cambodia and Laos. It was before your time."
"Daddy," she said, "I don't remember much American history, but Nixon was never president. I think he was vice president under one of those old guys. Was it Eisenhower? Then he tried to be a senator. Then he wanted to be president, but someone whipped his ass at the convention. Where in that was he ever president? I know Eisenhower didn't die in office."
"What the hell are you talking about?"
"You stay right here," she said, and went to the living room.
I heard her banging around in the bookcase. She came back with volume 14 of the set of 1980s encyclopedias I'd bought for $20 down and $20 a month. Seems like paying for about 15 years on them. She had her thumb in it, holding a place. She opened it on the washing machine lid.
"Read."
The entry was on Nixon, Richard Milhouse, and it was shorter than it should have been. There was the HUAC and his stuff, the Checkers speech, the vice presidency and re-election, the Kennedy-Nixon debates, the loss, the Senate attempt, the won't have Dick Nixon to kick around anymore speech, the law firm, the oil company stuff, the death from phlebitis in 1977. "Where the hell did you get this? It's all wrong."
"It's yours, Dad. It's your encyclopedia. You've had them 20 years. You bought them for us to do homework out of, remember?"
I went to the living room. There was a hole in the set at volume 14. I put it back in. Then I took out volume 24, UV, and looked up Vietnam War in. There was World War II, 1939 to 1945, then French Colonial War, 1945 to 1954, then America in, 1954 to 1970. Then I took down Volume 2 and read about John F. Kennedy, President, 1961 to 1969.
"Are you better now, Daddy?"
she asked. "No, I haven't finished reading a bunch of lies yet. I've just begun."
"I'm sorry. I know the shock hurt, and things haven't been good since Mom... But this really isn't like you."
"I know what happened in the 60s. I was there. Where were you?"
Okay, let's drop it. I've got to get back home. The kids are out of school soon."
"All right," I said. "It was a shock. Not a nasty one. Not my first, but maybe, if I'm careful, my last."
"I'll send Bill over tomorrow on his day off, and he can help you fix the saw. You know how he likes to futz with machinery."
"For God's sakes, Mo, it's a bad switch. It'll take 2 minutes to replace it. It ain't rocket science." She hugged me, went out to her car, and drove off. Strange that she should have called her husband Bob Bill. No wonder the kids struggled at school. Those encyclopedias sucked. I hope the whole staff got fired and went to prison. I went down to the library, where they had Britannicas, World Books, Old Comptons. Everybody else in the place was on or waiting in line for the Internet. I sat down by the reference shelves and opened 4 or 5 encyclopedias to the entries on Nixon. All of them started Nixon, Richard Milhouse, and then in brackets, 1913 to 1977. After the 5th one, I got up and went over to the reference librarian, who'd just unjammed one of the printers, and she looked up at me and smiled, and as I said it, I knew I should not have, but I said, "All your encyclopedias are wrong." The smile stayed on her face. And then I thought, here's a guy standing in front of her. He's in his 50s. He looks a little peaked, and he's telling her all her reference books are wrong. Just like I once heard a guy in his 50s, a little peaked, yelling at a librarian that some book in the place was trying to tell him that Jesus had been a Jew. What would you do? Before she could do anything, I said, "Excuse me." "Certainly," she said. I left in a hurry. My son-in-law came over the next morning when he should have been asleep. He looked a little different. His ears were longer. It took a little while to notice that was it. And he seemed a little older, but he looked pretty much the same as always. "Hey, Mo sent me over to do the major overhaul on the bandsaw." "Fuck it," I said. "It's the switch. I can do it in my sleep." "She said she'd feel better if you let me do it." "Buzz off." He laughed and grabbed one of the beers he keeps in my refrigerator. "Okay, then," he said. "Can I borrow a couple of albums to tape? I want the kids to hear what real music sounds like." He had a pretty good selection of 45s, albums, and CDs, even some shellac 78s. He's got a couple of old turntables, one that plays 16 RPM even. But I have some stuff on vinyl he doesn't. "Help yourself," I said. He went to the living room and started making noises opening cabinets. I mentioned The Who. "Who?" "Not who. The Who." "What do you mean, who?" "Who, the rock group. The Who." "Who?" No, the rock group, which is named The Who." "What is this?" he asked. "Abbott and Hardy?" "We'll get to that later," I said. "Same time as the early Beatles, that—" "Who?" "Let me start over. Roger Daltrey, Pete Townsend, John Entwistle, Keith—" "High numbers," he said. "Why didn't you say so?" "A minute ago, I said they came along with the early Beatles, and you said, 'Who?' Do not start. There is no rock band called the Beatles," he said with authority. I looked at him. "Paul McCartney?" He cocked his head, gave me a go-on gesture. "John Lennon? George Harrison?" "You mean the Quarrymen?" he asked. "Son, Ringo Starr?" "You mean Pete Best and Stuart Sutcliffe," he said. "Sir Richard Starkey, Ringo Starr. From all the rings on his fingers?" "The Quarrymen. 5 guys. They had a few hits in the early 60s. Wrote a shitpot of songs for other people. Broke up in 1966. Boring old farts since then. Tried comeback albums. No back to come to. Lennon lives in a trailer in New Jersey. God knows where the rest of them are." "Lennon's dead," I said. "He was assassinated at the Dakota Apartments in New York City in 1980 by a guy who wanted to impress Jodie Foster." "Well, then, CNTV's got it all wrong, because they did a Where Are They Now thing a couple of weeks ago, and he looked pretty alive to me. He talked a few minutes and showed them some Holsteins or various other moo cows, and a reporter made fun of them, and Lennon went back into the trailer and closed the door." I knew they watched a lot of TV at the firehouse. "This week they did one on ex-President Kennedy. It was his 84th birthday or something. He's the one that looked near dead to me. They said he's had Parkinson's since the 60s. They only had 1 candle on the cake, but I bet like Popeye these days he had to eat 3 cans of spinach just to blow it out. His 2 brothers took turns reading a proclamation from President Gore. It looked like he didn't know who that was. His mom had to help him cut the cake. Then his wife Marilyn kissed him. He seemed to like that." I sat there quietly a few minutes. "In your family," I asked, "who's Bill?" He quit thumbing through the albums. He took in his breath a little too loudly. He looked at me. "Edward," he said, "I'm Bill." "Then who's Bob?" "Bob was what they called my younger brother. He lived 2 days. He's out at Kid Heaven in Greenwood. You, me, and Mo went out there last Easter, remember?" Yeah, I said. "Are you sure you're okay? After the shock, I mean?" "Fit as a fiddle," I said, lying through my teeth. "You sure you don't need help with the saw?" "It'll be a snap." "Well, be careful." "The breakers are still off." "Thanks for the beer," he said, putting a couple of albums under his arm and going toward the door. "Bye. Go get some sleep," I said. "I'll have to remember to call Bob Bill." Mo was back, in a hurry.
"What is it, Dad? I've never seen Bill so upset."
"I don't know. Things are just so mixed up. In fact, they're wrong."
"What do you mean, wrong? I'm really worried about you now, and so's Bill."
I've never been a whiner, even in the worst of times.
"Oh, Dad," she said, "maybe you should go see Doc Adams, maybe get some tests done. See if he can't recommend someone."
"You mean like I've got Alzheimer's? I don't have Alzheimer's. It's not me, it's the world that's off the trolley. Yesterday, I don't know, it's like everything I thought I knew is wrong. It's like some Horowitz discontinuity of the mind. Nixon was president. He had to resign because of a break-in at the Watergate Hotel, the Democratic National Headquarters, in 1972. I have a bumper sticker somewhere. Behind every Watergate is a mill house. It was the same bunch of guys who set up Kennedy in 1963. It was—"
I started to cry. Maureen didn't know whether to come to me or not.
"Are you thinking about Mom?" she asked.
"Yes," I said. "Yes, I'm thinking about your mother."
Then she hugged me.
I don't know what to say. I'm a bright enough guy. I'm beginning to understand, though, about how people get bewildered. On my way from the library, after embarrassing myself, I passed the comic book and poster shop 2 blocks away. There were reproduction posters in one window, the famous one of Clark Gable and Paulette Goddard, with the flames of Atlanta behind them from Mules in Horses' Harnesses, Fred McMurray and Jack Oakey in The Road to Morocco, and window cards from James Dean and Somebody Up There Likes Me, along with Giant and East of Eden. I came home and turned on the oldies station. It wasn't there. One like it was somewhere else on the dial. It was just like Bill said. The first thing I heard was the Quarrymen doing Gimme Dynahanda. I sat there for 2 hours, till it got dark, without turning on the lights, listening. There were familiar tunes by somebody else, called something else. There were the right songs by the right people. Janice I. Fink seemed to be in heavy rotation, 3 songs in the 2 hours, both before and after she went to prison, according to the DJ. The things you find out on an oldie station. I heard no Chuck Berry. Almost an impossibility. Well, I will try to live here. I'll just have to be careful finding my way around in it. Tomorrow, after the visit to the doc, it's back to the library. Before going to bed, I rummaged around in my important papers file. I took out my old draft notice. It wasn't from Richard Nixon, like it has been for the last 32 years. It was from Barry Goldwater. AU plus H2O equals 1968. The psychiatrist seemed like a nice enough guy.
We talked a few minutes about the medical stuff Doc Adams had sent over, work, the shock, what Mo had told the doc.
Your daughter seems to think you're upset about your environment. Can you tell me why she thinks that?
I think she means to say I told her this was not the world I was born in and have lived in for 56 years, I said. He didn't write anything down in his pad. It's all different, I said. He nodded. Since the other morning, everything I've known all my life doesn't add up. The wrong people have been elected to office. History is different. Not just the politics, battles, wars stuff, but also social history, culture. There's a book of social history by a guy named Furness. I haven't looked, but I bet that's all different too. I'll get it out of the library today, if it's there. If there's a guy named Furness anymore. I told him some of the things that were changed just in 2 days' worth. I told him some of it anyway, was fascinating, but I'm sure I'd find scary stuff sooner or later. I'd have to learn to live with it, go with the flow.
What do you think happened?
He asked. What is this, The Sopranos?
Beg pardon?
He asked. Oh. Oh. You'd like it? It's a TV show about a mafia guy who, among other things, goes to a shrink, a lady shrink. It's on HBO.
HBO?
Sorry, a cable network. He wrote 3 things down on his pad. Look, where I come from, I know that sounds weird, in Lindner's book. Lindner, the 50-minute hour, bestseller 1950s. I take by the title it was about psychiatry, and a bestseller. Let me start over. He wrote the book they took the title Rebels Without a Cause from. But that had nothing to do with the movie. He was writing stuff down now, fast. It's getting deeper and deeper, isn't it? I asked. Go on, please. Lindner had a patient who was a guy who thought he lived on a far planet in an advanced civilization. Star-spanning, galaxy-wide stuff. 20 years before Star Wars. Anyway, he wrote down 2 words without taking his eyes off me. In my world, I said, very slowly and carefully, looking directly at him, there was a movie called Star Wars in 1977 that changed the way business was done in Hollywood. Okay, he said. This is not getting us anywhere, I said. And then he came out with the most heartening thing I'd heard in 2 days. He said, What do you mean we, Kimosabe? Well, we laughed, and then I tried to tell him, really tell him, what I thought I knew. The past was another country, as they say. They did things differently there. The more I looked up, the more I needed to look up. I had 12 or 15 books scattered across the reference tables. Now I know how conspiracy theorists feel. It's not just the Trilateral Commission or Henry Kissinger, a minor ABC NRC official here, and the Queen of England and Area 51 and the Greys. It's like history has ganged up on me, as an individual, to drive me bugfuck. I don't have a chance. The more you find out, the more you need to explain. How much more you need to find out. It could never end. Where did it change? We are trapped in history like insects in amber, and it is hardening all around me. Who am I to struggle against the tree sap of time? The psychiatrist has asked me to write down and bring in everything I can think of. Anything. Presidents, cars, wars, culture. He wants to read it ahead of time and schedule 2 full hours on Friday. You can bet I don't feel swell about this. My other daughter, Celine, is here. I had tried and tried and tried, but she'd turned out to be a Christian in spite of all my work. She is watching me like a hawk, I can tell. We were never as close as Maureen and me. She was her mother's daughter.
"How are you feeling?"
"Just peachy," I said, considering.
"Considering what?"
Her eyes were very green, like her mother's had been. "If you don't mind, I'm pretty tired of answering questions, or asking them."
"You ought to be more careful with those tools."
"This is not about power tools or the shock," I said. "I don't know what Mo told you, but I have been truly discomfited these last few days."
"Look, Daddy," she said, "I don't care what the trouble is. We'll find a way to get you through it."
"You couldn't get me through it unless you've got a couple of 1,000 years on rewind."
"What?"
"Never mind. I'm just tired. And I have to go to the hardware store and get a new switch for the bandsaw before I burn the place down or cause World War III or something. I'm sure they have hardware stores here, or I wouldn't have power tools." She looked at me like I'd grown tentacles. "Just kidding," I said. "Loosen up, Celine. Think of me right now as your old, tired father. I'll learn my way around the place and be right as rain." Absolutely no response. "I'm being ironic," I said. "I have always been noted for my sense of humor, remember?"
"Well, yes, sort of."
"Great," I said. "Let's go get some burgers at McDonald's."
"Where?"
"I mean Burger King," I said. I'd passed one on the way back from the library.
"Sounds good, Dad," she said. "Let me drive."
I have lived in this house for 26 years. I was born in the house across the street. In 1957, my friend Gino Ballantoni lived here, and I was over here every day, or just about, for 4 years, till Gino's father's aircraft job moved it to California. I'd always wanted it, and after I got out of the Army, I got it on the GI Bill. I know its every pop and groan, every sound it makes, day or night, the feel of the one place the point isn't smooth, on the inside door jamb trim of what used to be Mo's room before it was Celine's. There's one light switch put on upside down I never changed. The garage makeover I did myself. It's what's now the living room. I love this place. I would have lived here no matter what. I tell myself history wasn't different enough that this house isn't still a vacant lot, or an apartment building. That's at least something to hang on to. I noticed the extra sticker inside the car windshield. Evidently, we now have an emissions control test in this state, too. I'll have to look in the phone book and find out where to go, as this one expires at the end of the month. And also on TV, when they show news from New York, there's still the 2 World Trade Center towers. You can't be too careful about the past. The psychiatrist called to ask if someone could sit in on the double session tomorrow. He knew it was early, but it was special. His old mentor from whatever mater he'd alma'd at, the guy was in a day early for some shrink hoedown in the big city, and wanted to watch his star pupil in action. He was asking all the patients tomorrow, he said. The old doc wouldn't say anything, and you'd hardly know he was there. "Well, I got enough troubles. What's one more?" He thanked me. That's what did it for me. This was not going to stop. This was not something that I could be helped work through, like bedwetting or agoraphobia or the desire to eat human flesh. It was going to go on forever here, until I died. Okay, I thought. Let's get out Occam's famous razor and cut a few Gordian knots. Or somewhat, as the logicians used to say. I went out to the workshop, where everybody thinks it all started. I turned on the outside breakers. I went inside. This time I closed the door. I went over and turned on the bandsaw. After I got up off the floor, I opened the door and stepped out into the yard. It was near dark, so I must have been out an hour or so. I turned off the breakers and went into the house through the back door and through the utility room and down the hall to the living room bookcase. I pulled out volume 14 of the encyclopedia and opened it. Nixon, Richard Milhouse, it said, 1913 to 1994. A good long entry. There was a sound from the kitchen. The oven door opened and closed. "What have you been doing?" asked a voice. "There's a short in the bandsaw I'll have to get fixed," I said. I went around the corner. It was my wife, Susan. She looked a little older, a little heavier since I last saw her, it seemed. She still looked pretty good. "Stand there where I can see you," I said. "We were having a fight before you wandered away, remember?" "Whatever it was," I said, "I was wrong. You were right. We'll do whatever it is you want."
"Do you even remember what it was we were arguing about?"
"No," I said. "Whatever. It's not important. The problems of two people don't amount to a hill of beans and—"
"Cut the Casablanca crap," said Susan. "Jody and Susie Q want to bring the kids over next Saturday and have little Eddie's birthday party here. You wanted peace and quiet here, and go somewhere else for the party. That was the argument."
"I wasn't cut out to be a grandpa," I said. "But bring 'em on. Invite the neighbors. Put out signs on the street. And I, an old man here." Then I quieted down. "Tell them we'd be happy to have the party here," I said.
"Honestly, Edward," said Susan, putting the casserole on the big trivet.
It was her night to cook.
"Sometimes I think you'd forget your ass if it weren't glued on."
"Yeah, sure," I said. "I've damn sure forgotten what peace and quiet was like. And probably lots of other stuff, too."
"Supper's ready," said Susan.
Afterward. Janice Ian is just swell. She's out on tour 9 months a year, and has been since long before she could vote or drink beer, singing her head off. She came through early success and too much adulation way too early, virtually unscathed. She was not, as she knew, the new Dylan. The old man is still around. She bootlegs her own concerts, she's written some songs that will still be sung next century, and she's done a duet with Dolly Parton. Who knew that beneath that innocent face and soul on her sleeve air beat the tortured, yearning heart of an SF fan? I believe she outed her inner fangirl guilt for the first time at the World SF Convention in 2001. I wasn't there, but I saw the pictures in Locus. I was there in 2003 in Toronto, when she and her long-time partner, Patricia Snyder, were married, and I realized I was standing in the most enlightened country in the Western Hemisphere, in a ceremony that got a half-page spread in the New York Times. In fact, I walked into the hotel about 30 minutes after the wedding, when they were eating the wedding dinner, surrounded by the literati of the SF world. To make a long story shorter, she reveals to all in 2001 that she has loved SF all her life. By 2002, she and Mike Resnick are editing Stars, an anthology based on the songs of Janice Ian, which everyone wanted to be in, including moi. I would have tried even if I weren't invited by one of the nicest letters I have ever gotten. To people she and Mike wanted in the book, she sent like the first dozen of her CDs, for people to hear some songs they might not have been familiar with, to see if any struck sparks. I'd been listening to her stuff for 35 years by then, but I hadn't heard everything. Well, the second I heard Calling Your Name, I knew that was the one for me. I wrote it July 10th to 12th, 2002, which means I was still living in Oso, Washington, getting ready to move back to Texas that September. I got, of course, a nice acceptance letter back, in which she said that Calling Your Name was what she thought of as her first grown-up song. She was probably 16 when she wrote it, the little dickens.
Well, by and by the book goes into production. By and by we get proofs which I send off expeditiously. By and by the great-looking doorstop of an anthology comes out, and the page-proof corrections I'd made hadn't been done. The story was so goobered up, parts of it didn't make sense. I let out a scream and fired off letters. I got abject apologies from Janice, from Mike, and from Marty Greenberg, who'd done silently what we in the writing biz call the donkey work. Getting permissions, making things happen, keeping everybody happy and on schedule, etc. In fact, from everyone but the publisher, who pretended nothing was wrong. Everybody else's stories were just fine, and all their corrections had been made. The fact that the story as printed didn't make much sense, didn't keep people from recommending it for a nebula, etc., etc. After the story came out, it was picked up by 2 bests of the year. The editors could see through the fog of wrong words that a story was there, and they got the correct text to set copy from, so what appeared in their books was what should have been there in the initial printing. Anyway, none of this was Janice or Mike or Marty's fault. Later, much later, someone brought to my attention that I might have been unduly influenced by The Simpsons episode, where Homer tried to fix the toaster and ends up time-traveling and into alternate worlds. A brilliant episode. 50 SF tropes in 7½ minutes. Well, no, I hadn't thought about that at all. What I was trying to write was an alternate world story in which the alternity was personal. Most aren't. They're cultural, political, or military. How does a 16-year-old girl's song about longing and blame become an old guy's cry of existential pain? It's just part of the wonder of this thing called SF, folks. Thanks, Ms. Ian. The King of Where I Go. When I was 8, in 1954, my sister caught polio. It wasn't my fault, although it took 20 years before I talked myself out of believing it was. See, we had this fight. We were at my paternal grandparents' house in Alabama, where we were always taken in the summer, either being driven from Texas to there on Memorial Day and picked up on July 4th, or taken the 4th and retrieved Labor Day weekend, just before school started again in Texas. This was the first of the 2 times when we spent the whole summer in Alabama. Our parents were taking a break from us for 3 whole months. We essentially ran wild all that time. This was a whole new experience. A few years later, when it happened the second time, we would return to find our parents separated. Me and my sister living with my mother in a garage apartment that backed up on the railroad tracks, and my father living in what was a former motel that had been turned into day-laborer apartments a half-mile away. Our father worked as an assembler in a radio factory that would go out of business in the early 1960s, when the Japanese started making them better, smaller, and cheaper. Our mother worked in the Ben Franklin 5-cent, 10-cent, 25-cent store downtown. Our father had to carpool every day into a Dallas suburb, so he would come and get the car 1 day a week. We would be going to junior high by then, and it was 2 blocks away. But that was in the future. This was the summer of 1954. Every 2 weeks we would get in our aunt's purple Kaiser, and she would drive us the 45 miles to our maternal grandparents' farm in the next county, and we would spend the next 2 weeks there. Then they'd come and get us after 2 weeks and bring us back. Like the movie title says, 2 weeks in another town. We were back for the second time at the paternal grandparents' place. It was after the 4th of July, because there were burned patches on my grandfather's lower field where they'd had to go beat out the fires started by errant Roman candles and skyrockets. There was a concrete walk up to the porch of our grandparents' house that divided the lawn in 2.
The house then was 3 miles out of town. Sometime in the 1980s, the city limits would move past the place when a highway bypass was built to rejoin the highway that went through town, and the town made a land grab. On the left side of the lawn, we'd set up a croquet game. The croquet set would cost a small fortune now, I realized, though neither my grandparents or aunt was what people called well off. My sister and I were playing. My grandfather had gone off to his job somewhere in the county. My grandmother was lying down, with what was probably a migraine, or maybe the start of the cancer that would kill her in a few years. For those not raised in the South, in older homes, the bedroom was also the front parlor. There was a stove, chairs for entertaining, and the beds in the main room of the house. The bed my grandmother lay on was next to the front window. My sister Ethel did something wrong in the game. Usually I would have been out fishing from before sunup until after dark, with a few breaks during the day when I'd have to come back to the house. Breakfast, made always by my grandfather, who had a field holler that carried a mile, which he would let out from the back porch when breakfast was ready, and I'd come reluctantly back from the big pond. My grandfather used 1/3 of a pound of coffee a day, and he percolated it for at least 15 minutes. You could stand a spoon up in it. Then lunch, which in the South is called dinner, when my aunt would come out from her job in town and eat with me and my sister, my grandmother, and any cousins, uncles, or kin who dropped by. Always arranged ahead of time, I'm sure. Then supper, the evening meal, after my grandfather got home. Usually I went fishing after that, too, until it got too dark to see and the water moccasins came out. But this morning we were playing croquet, and it was still cool, so I must have come back from fishing for some reason and been snookered into playing croquet. "Hey, you can't do that!" I yelled at my sister. "Do what?" she yelled back. "Whatever you just did," I said. "I didn't do anything," she yelled. "You children, please be quiet," yelled my grandmother from her bed by the window. "You cheated!" I yelled at my sister. "I did not," she hollered back. One thing led to another, and my sister hit me between the eyes with a green-striped croquet mallet, about as hard as a 6-year-old can hit. I went down in a heap near a wicket. I sat up, grabbed the blue croquet ball, and threw it as hard as I could into my sister's right kneecap. She went down screaming. My grandmother was now standing outside the screen door on the porch, which rich people called a veranda, in her housecoat. "I asked you children to be quiet, please," she said. "You shut up," said my sister, holding her knee and crying. My forehead had swelled up the size of an apple. My grandmother moved like the wind then, like Roger Bannister, who had just broken the 4-minute mile. Suddenly there was a willow switch in her hand, and she had my sister's right arm, and she was tanning her hide with the switch. So here was my sister, screaming in 2 kinds of pain and regretting the invention of language, and my grandmother was saying with every movement of her arm, "Don't you ever tell me to shut up, young lady!" She left her in a screaming pile and went back into the house and lay down to start dying some more. I was well pleased with the casual cruelty of childhood, that I would never in my wildest dreams ever tell my grandmother to shut up. I got up, picked up my rod and tackle box, and went back over the hill to the big pond, which is what I would rather have been doing than playing croquet anyway. That night my sister got what we thought was a cold, in the middle of July. Next day she was in the hospital with polio. My Aunt Noni had had a best friend who got poliomyelitis when they were 9, just after World War I, about the time Franklin Delano Roosevelt had gotten his. Roosevelt had been president through 4 terms later, through the Depression the grown-ups were always talking about, and World War II, which was the exciting part of the history books you never got to in school. He'd died at the end of the war, more than a year before I was born. Then the president had been Truman, and now it was Ike. My aunt knew what to do, and had Ethel in the hospital quick, It probably saved my sister's life, and at least saved her from an iron lung, if it were going to be that kind of polio. You can't imagine how much those pictures in newsreels scared us all. Rows of kids, only their heads sticking out of what looked like long, tubular, industrial washing machines. Polio attacked many things. It could make it so you couldn't breathe on your own. The iron lung was alternately a hypo and a hyperbaric chamber. It did the work of your diaphragm. This still being in vacuum tube radio times, miniaturization hadn't set in, so the things weighed a ton. They made noises like breathing, too, which made them even creepier. If you were in one, there was a little mirror over your head, you were lying down, where you could look at yourself. You couldn't look anywhere else. Normally that summer we would have gone every 3 days or so with our aunt back to town after dinner and gone to the swimming pool in town. But it was closed because of the polio scare, and so was the theater. They didn't want young people congregating in one place so the disease could quickly spread. So what you ended up with was a town full of bored school kids and teenagers out of school for the summer with nothing to do. Not what a Baptist town really cares for. Of course, you could swim in a lake or something, but the nearest lake was miles out of town. If you couldn't hitch a ride or find someone to drive you there, you were SOL. You could go to the drive-ins for movies. The nearest one was at the edge of the next county. Again, you needed someone with wheels, although once there you could sit on top of the car and watch the movie, leaving the car itself to the grown-ups or older teenage brothers and sisters. They'd even taken away the seats in front of the snack bar, where once you could sit like in a regular theater, only with a cloud of mosquitoes eating you all up, again because of polio. Me? I had fishing, and I didn't care. Let the town wimps stew in their own juices. But that was all before my sister made polio up close and personal in the family, and brought back memories to my aunt. But Aunt Noni became a ball of fire. I couldn't go into the hospital to see my sister, of course, even though I had been right there when she started getting sick. Kids could absolutely not come down to the polio ward. This was just a small county hospital with about 40 beds, but it also had a polio ward with 2 iron lungs ready to go. Such was the fear in those days. My aunt took me to the hospital one day anyway. She had had a big picture-frame mirror with her from her house. "She's propped up on pillows and can't move much," my aunt said, "but I think we can get her to see you. Stay out here in the parking lot and watch that window," she said. She pointed to one of the half windows in the basement. I stayed out there until I saw my aunt waving in the window. I waved back. Then my aunt came out and asked, "Did you see her?" "I saw you." "She saw you," she said. "It made her happy." Yeah, I thought, the guy who kneecapped her with the croquet ball. "I don't know why," I said. Then my aunt gave me some of my weekly allowance that my parents mailed to her in installments. I took off to the drugstore like a bullet. I bought a cherry-lime chocolate Coke at the fountain, and a Monster of Frankenstein, a Plastic Man, and an Uncle Scrooge comic book. That took care of 40 of my 50 cents. A whole dime, and nowhere to spend it. If it would have been open, and this had been a Saturday, when we usually got our allowance, I would have used the dime to go to the movies and seen 8 cartoons, a Three Stooges short, a newsreel, a chapter of a serial, some previews, and a double feature, some SF flick and a Guy Madison movie, if I were lucky, a couple of westerns if I weren't. But it was a weekday, and I went back to the office where my Aunt Noni was the Jill of all trades plus secretary for a one-man business for 47 years, it turned out. It was upstairs next to the bank. Her boss, Mr. Jacks, lived in the biggest new house in town, until much later the new doctor in town built a house out on the highway modeled on Elvis's Graceland. Mr. Jacks' house, as fate would have it, was situated on a lot touching my aunt's, only set one house over, and facing the other street back. He wasn't in. He usually wasn't in the office when I was there. Aunt Noni was typing like a bunny, a real blur from the wrists down. She was the only one in the family who had been to college. Much later, I would futz around in one for 5 years without graduating. She could read, write, and speak Latin, like I later could. She read books. She had the librarian at the Carnegie Library in town send off to Montgomery for books on polio. They'd arrived while I was having the Coca-Cola comic book orgy, and she'd gone to get them when the librarian had called her. There was a pile on the third chair in the office. I was sitting in the second one. "I want to know," she said as she typed without looking at her shorthand pad or the typewriter, "enough so that I'll know if someone is steering me wrong on something. I don't want to know enough to become pedantic." "Huh?" I asked. She nodded toward the big dictionary on the stand by the door. I dutifully got up and went to it. "P?" "P-E-D-A," said my aunt, still typing. I looked it up. I said. "Okay." Then I sat back down. "They're talking like she won't walk again without braces or crutches. That's what they told my friend Frances in 1921, she said. "You see her motorboating all around town now. She only limps a little when she gets really tired and worn out." Frances worked down at the dress shop. She looked fine, except her right leg was a little thinner than her left. "My aim is to have your sister walking again by herself by next summer." "Will it happen?" "If I have anything to do with it, it will," said Aunt Noni. I never felt so glum about the future as I did sitting there in my aunt's sunny office that July afternoon. What if she were wrong? What if my sister Ethel never walked again? What would her life be like? Who the hell would I play croquet with in Alabama in the summer, if not her, when I wasn't fishing? Of course, a year later, the Salk vaccine was developed and tried out and started the end of polio, and a couple of years after that came the Sabin oral vaccine, which they gave to you on sugar cubes and which tasted like your grandfather's old hunting socks smelled, which really ended the disease. We didn't know any of that then, and the future didn't help my sister any right then. My parents had, of course, taken off work and driven from Texas at the end of the first week. There were many family conferences to which the me part of the family was not privy. My parents, of course, went to see her and stayed at the hospital. What was decided was that my sister was to remain in Alabama with my grandparents for the next year, and that I was to return to my dead hometown in Texas with my parents and some goddamn how survive the rest of the summer there. My sister Ethel would be enrolled in school in Alabama, providing she was strong enough to do the schoolwork. So I fished the big pond and the little pond one last time, till it was too dark to see, and the bass lost interest in anything in the tackle box, and I went over the low hill to my grandparents' house, robbed of a summer. Next morning we got the car packed, ready to return to Texas, a 14-hour drive in a Flathead 6 1952 Ford. Then we stopped by the hospital. Aunt Noni was already there, her purple Kaiser parked by the front door. My parents went in. After a while Aunt Noni waved at the window, then I saw a blur in the mirror, and a shape, and I waved and jumped up and down with an enthusiasm I did not feel. Then I got in the car, and we went back to Texas. Somehow I did live through that summer. One of the things that got me through it was the letters my aunt took down from my sister and typed up. The first couple were about the hospital, till they let her go, and then about what she could see from the back room of my grandparents' house. We'd usually only gone to Alabama for the summer, and sometimes rushed trips at Christmas, where we were in the car 14 hours. Those days the interstate highway system was just a gleam in Ike's eye, so he could fight a two-front war and not be caught short moving stuff from one coast to the other like they had in the Korean War while he was running Columbia University in New York City. Then we stayed at one grandparent's place Christmas Eve and one Christmas morning, and then drove 14 hours back home just in time for my parents to go to work the day after Christmas. So I'd never seen Alabama in the fall or the spring. My sister described the slow change from summer to fall there after school started. In Texas it was summer till early October, and you had the leaves finish falling off the trees the third week of December, and new buds coming out the second week of January. She wrote of the geese she heard going over on the Mississippi Flyway. She complained about the schoolwork. In letters back to her, I complained about school itself. The same dorks were the same dorks, the same jerks, the same bullies, still bullies. And that was third grade. Then you always think it's going to change the next year, until you realize these jerks are going to be the same ones I'm stuck with the rest of their lives. As Scoop Jackson, the senator, would later say, it's hard to turn 55 and realize the world is being run by people you used to beat up in the fourth grade. Third grade was the biggest grind of my life. My sister was finding Alabama second grade tough, too. There was no Alamo, no Texas under 6 flags. In Alabama there was stealing land from the Choctaws and Cherokees. There was the cotton gin and slavery. There was the war for Southern independence. Then there was the boll weevil. That was about it. No Deaf Smith, no Ben Milam, no line drawn in the dirt with a sword, no last battle of the Civil War fought by 2 detachments who didn't know the war was over 6 weeks after Appomattox, no Spindletop, no oil boom, no great comic book textbook called Texas History Movies, which told you everything in a casually racist way, but which you remembered better than any textbook the rest of your life. I told her what I was doing, reading comics, watching TV, what I caught in the city park pond or the creek coming out of it. It was the 50s in Texas. There was a drought. The town well had gone dry, and they were digging a lake west of town, which, at the current 7 inches of rain a year, would take 22 years to fill up, by which time we'd all be dead. I told her about the movies I'd seen, once the town's lone theater had opened back up. There were 3 drive-ins, one in the next town west, with a great neon cowboy roundup scene on the back of the screen, facing the highway. One guy strummed a green neon guitar. A red neon fire burned at the chuck wagon. A vaquero twirled a pink neon lasso. One at the west edge of our town, and one near the next town to the east. Anyway, I got and wrote at least 1 letter a week to and from my sister. My aunt wrote separate letters to me and my parents. They called each other at least once a week. Somehow, Christmas dragged its ass towards the school year. My parents decided we'd go to Alabama during the break and see my sister and try to have a happy holiday. My sister was thinner and her eyes were shinier. She looked pretty much the same, except her left leg was skinny. She was propped up in bed. Everybody made a big fuss over her all the time. There was a pile of Christmas presents for her out under the tree in the screened-in hall that would choke a mastodon. I was finally in her room with no one else there. "Bored, huh?" I asked. "There's too many people playing the damned fool around here for me to get bored," she said. "I mean, outside of Christmas?" "Well, yeah. The physical therapist lady comes twice a day usually, and we go through that rigmarole." "I hope people got you lots of books," I said. "I've read so many books I can't see straight, Bubba." "Have you read all about dinosaurs?" I asked. "No." "I've got my copy with me. You can read it, but I gotta have it back before we leave. I stood in a Sears and Roebuck store in Fort Worth for 6 hours once while they shipped one over from the Dallas warehouse. The last truck came in and the book wasn't there. They were out and didn't know it. I'd saved up my allowance for 4 weeks, without movies or comic books. I told anybody who would listen about it. A week later one came in the mail. Aunt Noni heard the story and ordered it for me." "Bless her heart." "I'm real sorry all this happened, sis," I said, before I knew I was saying it. "I wish we hadn't fought the day before you got sick." "What? What fight?" "The croquet game. You hit me.
You hit me, she said. No, you backsassed Mamaw. She hit you. Yes, she did, said my sister Ethel. Anyway, I'm sorry. It wasn't your fault, she said. I really was going to talk to her more, but some damn fool uncle came in, wearing his hat upside down to make her laugh. My sister grew up and walked again, and except for a slight limp and a sometime windmilling foot, especially like my aunt's friend Frances when she was very tired, she got around pretty well, even though she lost most of a year of her life in that bed in Alabama. I remember walking with her the first day of school when she had come back to Texas and was starting 3rd grade. "Doing okay?" I asked. We lived 3 whole blocks from school then, but I wanted her to take it slow and not get too tired. "Yeah, sure," she said. I remember the day they handed out the permission forms for the Salk polio vaccine, which was a big shot with a square needle in the meat of your arm. My sister laughed and laughed. "Oh, bitter irony," she said. "Oh, ashes and dust." "Yeah," I said. "Well, have Mom and Pop sign yours twice," she said. "At least it'll do you some good." "Once again, sis, I'm sorry. Tell that to the school nurse," she said. At some point when we were in our late teens, we were having one of those long philosophical discussions brothers and sisters have when neither has a date and you're too damned tired from the school week to get up off your butt and go out and do something on your own, and the public library closed early. Besides, your folks are yelling at each other in their bedroom. The Time Machine was one of my favorite movies. They all are. I had the movie tie-in paperback with a photo of Rod Taylor on the back, the Dell Movie Classic comic book with art by Alex Toth, and the Classics Illustrated edition with art by Lou Cameron. It had been my favorite for years before the movie had come out in 1960. "What would I do?" I repeated Ethel's question. "If I could travel in time? Like go see dinosaurs, or go visit the spaceport they're going to build just outside this Popsicleburg?" Most people would do just what I do. First, I'd go to the coin shop, buy 10 early 1930s Mercury dimes, then go back to 1938 and buy 10 copies of Action Comics #1 with Superman's first story, and then I'd go write MASH notes to Eve Arden. I'd just finished watching reruns of Our Miss Brooks on TV. "No," she said. "I mean, really." "No," I said. "I mean, really." "Wouldn't you try to stop Oswald?" she asked. "Go strangle Hitler in his cradle?" "You didn't ask what would you do if you could travel in time to make the world a better place. You asked what would you do if you could travel in time." "Be that way," she said. "I am that way." And then she went off to work at some Rhine-like lab in North Carolina. That's not what she set out to do. What she set out to do was be a car hop, get out of the house in our live local version of the Bickersons. Bickering equals pow, sock, crash. She first worked as a car hop in town from the time she was 14, and then she got the real glamour job over in Dallas at the biggest drive-in cafe there. 25 car hops, half of them on skates, not her. She moved in with 2 other car hops there. A few months later, King and Bobby Kennedy got killed and half the U.S. burned down. Something happened at the cafe. I never found out exactly what, but a week later she called home and said this research lab was flying her to North Carolina for a few days. She'd never flown before. And then she left. I started getting letters from her. By then our parents had gotten a divorce. I was living in the house with my father, who would die in a few months of heart failure and a broken heart. My mom had run off with the guy she'd been sneaking around with the last couple of years, and we weren't talking much. I was in college and seeing the girl I would eventually marry, have a kid with, and divorce. My sister told me they were really interested in her.
that other institutes were trying to get her to come over to them, and that she wasn't the only polio survivor there. My first thought was, what's going on? Is this like Himmler's interest in twins and gypsies? Or was this just statistically average? This was the late 60s. Lots of people our age had polio before 1955, so maybe that was it. Her letters were a nice break in the college routine. Classes, theater, part-time, 36-hour-a-week job. Of course, I got an ulcer before I turned 22. Later, it didn't keep me from being drafted. It had gotten better after I quit working 30 hours a week in theater, plus the job, plus only sleeping between 3 and 6 a.m. 7 days a week. "The people here are nice," she said. "The tests are fun, except for the concentration. I get headaches like Mamaw used to get every other day." She sent me a set of the cards. Rhine cards. Circle, triangle, star, square, plus sign, wavy horizontal lines. They had her across the table from a guy who turned the cards, 50 of them, randomly shuffled. She was supposed to intuit, or receive telepathically, which cards he'd turned over. She marked the symbol she thought it was. There was a big high partition across the middle of the table. She could barely see the top of the guy's head. Sometimes she was the one turning the cards, and tried to send messages to him. There were other more esoteric ones. The tests were supposed to be scientific and repeatable. From one of her letters, "I don't mind the work here, and if they prove something by it, more's the better. What I do mind is that all the magazines I read here think that if there is something to extrasensory perception, then there also has to be mental contact with UFOs." "What UFOs?" "And the Atlanteans." "What Atlantis?" "And mental death rays in contact with the spirit world." "What spirit world?" "I don't understand that. Proving extrasensory perception only proves that exists, and they haven't even proved that yet. Next week they're moving me over to the PK unit. Psychokinesis. Moving stuff at a distance without, as Morbius said, instrumentality. That's more like what happens at the drive-in anyway. They wanted to test me for this stuff first. Evidently, I'm not very good at this. Or I'm the same as everybody else, except the ones they catch cheating by what they call reading the other person. Physical stuff, like in poker, where somebody always lifts an eyebrow when the star comes up. Stuff like that. Will write to you when I get a handle on this PK stuff. Your sis, Ethel. "You would have thought I set off an atom bomb here," her next letter began. She then described what happened and the shady-looking new people who showed up to watch her tests. Later they showed her some film smuggled out of the USSR of ladies shaped like potatoes doing hand shtick and making candles move toward them. My sister told them her brother could do the same thing with a 2-pound test nylon fishing line. "If I want that candle there to move over here, I'll do it without using my hands," she'd said. And then the candle didn't move. They told me then my abilities may lie in some other area, that the cafe incident was an anomaly, or perhaps someone else, a cook or another car hop, had the ability. It had just happened to her because she was the one with the trays and dishes. "Perhaps," she had told them, "you were wrong about me entirely and are wasting your motel and cafeteria money and should send me back to Texas real soon. Or maybe I have the ability to move something besides candles, something no one else ever had. Or maybe we are just all pulling our puds," or words to that effect. A couple of days later she called me on the phone. The operator told her to deposit $1.15. I heard the ching and chime of coins in the payphone. "Franklin," said Ethel. She never called me by my right name. I was Bubba to everyone in the family. "Yes, sis, what is it?" "I think we had a little breakthrough here. We won't know till tomorrow. I want you to know I love you." "What the hell you talking about?" "I'll let you know," she said. Then she hung up. The next day was my usual Wednesday, which meant I wouldn't get any sleep. I'd gotten to bed the night before at 2 a.m. I was in class by 7 a.m. and had 3 classes and labs scattered across the day. At 6 p.m. I drove to the regional newspaper plant that printed all the suburban dailies. I was a linotype operator at minimum wage. The real newspaper that owned all the suburban ones was a union shop, and the guys there made $3.25 an hour in 1968 dollars. I worked a 12-hour shift, or a little less if we got all the typeset early, 3 nights a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. That way, not only did you work for $1.25 an hour, they didn't owe you for overtime unless you pulled more than a 16-hour shift one night, and nobody ever did. Linotypes were mechanical marvels, so much so that Mergenthaler, who finally perfected it, went slap-dab crazy before he died. It's like being in a room of mechanical monsters who spit out hot pieces of lead, and sometimes hot lead itself all over you. Before they do that, they make a distinctive noise, and you've got a second and a half to get 10 feet away. It's called a backspill. Once, all linotype was set by hand, by the operators. By the time I came along, they had typists set copy on a tape machine. What came out there was perforated tape, brought into the linotype room in big curling strands. The operator, me, put the front end of the tape into a reader box built onto the keyboard, and the linotype clicked away like magic. The keys depressed, lines of type mold keys fell into place from a big magazine above the keyboard. They were lifted up and moved over to the molder against the pot of hot lead. The line was cast, an arm came down, lifted the letter matrices up. Another rod pushed them over onto an endless spiraled rod, and they fell back into the type case when the side of the matrix equaled the space on the type case, and the process started all over. If the tape code were wrong and a line went too long, you got either type matrices flying everywhere as the line was lifted to the molder, or it went over and you got a backspill and hot lead flew across the room. Then you had to turn off the reader, take off the galley where the slugs of hot type came off to cool, open up the front of the machine, clean all the lead off with a wire brush, put it back together, and start the tape reader back up. When the whole galley was set and cool, you pulled a proof on a small rotary press and sent it back to the typists, where corrections would come back on shorter and shorter pieces of paper tape. You kept setting and inserting the corrections and throwing away the bad slugs until the galley was okayed. Then you pulled a copy of the galley and sent it up to the composing room, where they laid out the page of corrected galley, shot a page on a plate camera, and made a steel plate from that. That was put on the web press. The paper was run off and sent out to newsboys all over 3 counties. It was a noisy, nasty 12-hour hell, with the possibility of being hit in the face with molten lead, or asphyxiating when, in your copious free time, you took old dead galleys and incorrect slugs back to the lead smelter to melt down, and then ladled out molten lead into pig-iron molds, which, when cooled down, you took and hung by the hole in one end to the chain above the pot on each linotype. Besides doing everything else it did, the machine lowered the lead pigs into the pots by a ratchet gear each time it set a line. No wonder Mergenthaler went mad. I did all that 12 hours a night, 3 nights a week for 5 years, besides college. There were 5 linotypes in the place, including one that Mergenthaler himself must have made around 1880, and usually 3 of them were down at a time with backspills or other problems. Besides that, there were the practical jokers. Your first day on the job, you were always sent for the type stretcher, all over the printing plant. "Hell, I don't know who had that last," they'd say. "Check the composing room." Then some night the phone would ring in the linotype room. You'd go to answer it and get an earful of printer's ink about the consistency of axle grease. Someone had slathered a big gob on the earpiece and called you from somewhere else in the plant. Nyak, nyak, nyak. If you'd really pissed someone off, it never happened to me, they'd wait for a hot day and go out and fill all 4 of your hubcaps with fresh shrimp. It would take 2 or 3 days before they'd really stink. You'd check everywhere in the car, but the hubcaps. Finally, something brown would start running from them, and you'd figure it out. Yuck, yuck, yuck. That night I started to feel jumpy. Usually I was philosophical. Why, this is hell, nor am I out of it. Nothing was going on but the usual hot, repetitious drudgery. Something felt wrong. My head didn't exactly hurt, but I knew it was there. Things took on a distancing effect. I would recognize that from dope later on, but there was no goofer dust in my life then. Then I noticed everybody else was moving and talking faster than normal. I looked at the clock with the big sweep second hand outside the linotype room. It had slowed to a crawl. I grabbed onto the bed of the cold iron proof press and held onto it. Later, when I turned 50 or so, I was in a couple of earthquakes on the West Coast, but they were nothing compared to what I was feeling at that moment. One of the tape compositor ladies, a blur, stopped in front of me and chirped out, "Do you feel all right, Frank?" "Just a headache. I'll be okay," I twittered back. I looked at the clock again. The sweep hand stopped. I looked back into the linotype room. People moved around like John Paul Stapp on the Sonic Wind rocket sled. I looked at the clock again. The second hand moved backwards. And then the world blurred all out of focus, and part of me left the clanging, clattering linotypes behind. I looked around the part of town I could see. What was I doing downtown? Wasn't I at work? The place looked like it did around 1962. The carpet shop was still in business. It had failed a few months before JFK was shot. Hamburgers were still 4 for $1 on the menus outside the cafes. The theater was showing Horror Chamber of Dr. Faustus and The Manster, which was a 1962 double feature. Hosey the usher was leaving in his '58 Chevy. He quit working at the theater in 1964, I know. I had a feeling that if I walked 1 block north and 4 blocks west, I could look in the window of a house and see myself reading a book or doing homework. I sure didn't want to do that. Then the plant manager was in front of me.
"Hey, you've got a backspill on number 5, that crappy old bastard, and number 3's quit reading tape."
"Sorry," I said. "I just got a splitting headache for a minute. Got any aspirin?" I asked, taking the galley off number 5.
"Go ask one of the women who's having her period," he said. "I just took all the aspirin in the place. The publisher's all over my ass this week. Why, I don't know. I robbed the first aid kit. Don't go there."
"That would have been my next stop," I said. I brushed a cooled line of lead off the keyboard and from the seat and up the back of the caster chair in front of the linotype. I closed the machine back up and started it up, and went over and pounded on the reader box of number 3. It chattered away. For a while I was too busy to think about what had happened. "Feeling a little weird?" asked my sister, this time on a regular phone.
"What the hell happened?"
"Talk to this man," she said. She put on some professor whose name I didn't catch. He asked me some questions. I told him the answers. He said he was sending a questionnaire. My sister came back on. "I think they think I gave you a bad dream 2,000 miles away," she said. "That would be a big cheese deal to them."
"What do you think?" I asked. "I saw Hosey."
"Either way, you would have done that," she said.
"What do you mean, either way? Why are you involving me? Is this fun?"
"Because," she said, "you're my brother and I love you."
"Yeah, well," I said, "why don't you mess with someone you don't like? Who's that guy who left you in Grand Prairie to walk home at 5 a.m.?
"I killed him with a mental lightning bolt yesterday," she said. Then, "Just kidding."
"Well, I'm glad you're just kidding, because I just shit my pants. I don't want to ever feel like I did last night again. Ever. It was creepy."
"Of course it was creepy," she said. "We're working at the frontiers of science here."
"Are you on the frontiers of science there?" I asked. "Or," she finished the sentence with me,
"are we just pulling our puds?"
She laughed.
"I don't have a clue. They're trying to figure out how to do this scientifically. They may have to fly you in." "No, thanks," I said. "I've got a life to live. I'm actually dating a real-live girl. I'm also working myself to death. I don't have time for hot dates with Ouija boards, or whatever you're doing there. Include me out." She laughed again. "We'll see." "No, you won't. Don't do this to me. I'm—" There was a dial tone. So, the second time, I knew what was happening. I was at home. I felt the distancing effect, the speeding up of everything around except the kitchen clock. It was the kind where parts of numbers flipped down, an analog readout. It slowed to a crawl. The thin metal strips the numbers were painted on took a real long time before they flipped down. A bird rocketed through the yard. The neighbor's dog was a beige blur. I could barely move. My stomach churned like when I was on the Mad Octopus at the Texas State Fair. The clock hung between 10:29 and 10:30. Then it was 10:29, 10:28, 10:27. Then the readout turned into a high, whining flutter. This time, everything was bigger. Don't ask me why. I was at my favorite drugstore, the one next to the theater. The drugstore was at the corner of Division, the highway, and Center Street. I glanced at a newspaper. June 17th, 1956. If memory serves, I would have been over in Alabama at the time, so I wouldn't be running into myself. I reached in my pocket and looked at my change. Half of it hadn't been minted yet. How was that possible? The guy at the register ignored me. He'd seen me 1,000,000 times, and I wasn't one of the kids he had to give the hairy eyeball to. When I came in, I came to buy. I looked at the funny book rack. Everything except the Dell comics had the Comics Code seal on them, which meant they'd go to nice heaven. No zombies, no monsters, no blood, no Black Hawks fighting the commies who used stuff that melts tanks, people, everything but wood. No vampires sucking your blood. Dullsville. I picked up a Mad magazine, which was no longer a comic book, so it wouldn't be under the Comics Code, but had turned into a 25-cent, me cheap, magazine. It had a Kelly Freese cover of Alfred E. Newman. I fished out a 1952 quarter and put it down by the register. There wasn't any sales tax in Texas yet. 50 years later, we would be paying more than New York City. I looked at the theater marquee when I stepped outside. Bottom of the Bottle and Bandido. One with Joseph Cotton and Richard Egan, the other with Glenn Ford and Gilbert Roland. I'd seen them later, bored by the first, except for a storm scene, and liked the second because there were lots of explosions and Browning .50 caliber machine guns. Nothing for me there. I walked down toward Main Street. There was a swooping sensation and a flutter of light, and I was back home. The analog readout on the clock clicked to 10:30 a.m. I went to the coin shop. I went to my doctor's office. I went to a couple of other places. I actually had to lie a couple of times, and I used one friendship badly, only they didn't know, but I did. Then I found the second letter my sister had sent me from North Carolina and got the phone number of the lab. I called her the next morning. It took a while, but they finally got Ethel to the phone. "Feeling okay?" she asked. "Hell no," I said. "I'm not having any fun. At least let me have fun. 2 days from now, give me an hallucination about Alabama. In the summer. I want to at least see if the fishing is as good as I remember it." "So it is written," she said, imitating Yul Brynner in the 10 Commandments. "So it shall be done." I knew it really didn't matter, but I kept my old fiberglass spinning rod with its Johnson Century spinning reel and my old My Buddy tackle box as near me as I could the next 2 days. Inside the tackle box with all the other crap were 3 new double-hook rigged rubber eels. Cheap as piss in 1969, but they cost $1 each in 1950s money when they'd first come out. This time I was almost ready for it and didn't panic when the thing came on. I rode it out like the log flume ride out at Six Flags Over Texas, and when the clock outside the college classroom started jumping backwards, I didn't even get woozy. I closed my eyes and made the jump myself. I was at the big pond and had made a cast. A 2-pound bass had taken the rubber eel. The big pond was even bigger than I remembered, although I knew it was only 4 acres. I got the bass in and put it on a stringer with its 11 big clamps and swivels between each clamp on the chain. I put the bass out about 2 feet in the water and put the clamp on the end of the stringer around a willow root. Then I cast again, and the biggest bass I had ever had took it. There was a swirl in the water the size of a No. 5 washtub, and I set the hook. I had him on for maybe 30 seconds. He jumped in the shallow water as I reeled. He must have weighed 10 pounds. When he came down, there was a splash like a cow had fallen into the pond. Then the rubber eel came sailing lazily out of the middle of the commotion, and the line went slack in a back-flowing arc. Probably she had thrown the hook. There was a big V-wake heading for deeper water when the bass realized it was free. I was pissed off at myself. I picked up the stringer with the 2-pound bass, which now didn't look as large as it had 5 minutes ago, and my tackle box, and started off over the hill back toward my grandparents' house. I walked through the back gate, with its plowshare counterweight on the chain which kept it closed. I took the fish off the stringer and eased it into the 75-gallon rain barrel, where it started to swim along with the catfish my uncle had caught at the little pond yesterday. In the summer, there was usually a fish fry every Friday. We got serious about fishing on Thursdays. By Friday, there would be 15 or 20 fish in the barrel, from small bluegills to a few crappie to a bunch of bass and catfish. On Fridays, my uncle would get off early, start cleaning fish, heating up a cast-iron pot full of lard over a charcoal fire, and making up batter for the fish and hush-puppies. Then, after my grandfather came in, 10 or 11 of us would eat until we fell over. Later, the cooled fish grease would be used to make dog bread for my grandfather's hounds. You didn't waste much in Alabama in those days. I washed my hands off at the outside faucet and went through the long hall from the back door, being quiet, as the only sound in the house was of Suzanne, the black lady, who cooked for my grandmother, starting to make lunch. I looked into the front room and saw my grandmother sleeping on the main bed. I went out onto the veranda. I'd taken stuff out of the tackle box in the back hall, when I'd leaned my fishing rod up against a bureau where I kept it ready to go all summer. I was eating from a box of Domino sugar cubes when I came out. My sister was in one of the Adirondack-type wooden chairs, reading a Katie Keene comic book, the kind where the girl readers sent in drawings of dresses and sunsuits they designed for Katie. The artist redrew them when they chose yours for a story, and they ran your name and address printed beside it, so other Katie Keene fans could write you. Few people know it, but that's how the Internet started. She must have been 5 or 6 before she got sick. She was like a sparkle of light in a dark world. "Back already?" she asked. "Quitter?" "I lost the biggest fish of my life," I said. "I tried to horse it in. I should have let it horse me, but kept control, as the great A.J. McLean says in Field and Stream," I said. "I am truly disappointed in my fishing abilities for the first time in a long time." "Papa'll whip your ass if he finds out you lost that big fish he's been trying to catch," she said. "He would have gone in after it, if he ever had it on." "He would have, too." "Yeah, but he's a cane-pole fisherman, the best there ever was, but it was too shallow there for him to get his minnow in there with a pole. It was by that old stump in the shallow end." Then I held up the sugar cube box. "Look what I found," I said. "Where'd you get those?" "In the old shiver robe." "Suzanne'll beat your butt if she finds you filching sugar from her kitchen." "Probably some of Aunt Noni's for her tea. She probably bought it during the Coolidge administration and forgot about it." Aunt Noni was the only person I knew in Alabama who drank only 1 cup of coffee in the morning, and then drank only tea, iced or hot, the rest of the day.
"Give me some," said Ethel.
"What's the magic word?"
"Please and thank you."
I moved the box so she took the ones I wanted her to. She made a face.
"God, that stuff is old," she said.
"I told you they was," I said.
"Give me more, please," she said. "Those are better."
Then,
"I've read this Katie Keene about to death. Want to play croquet till you get up your nerve to go back and try to catch that fish before Papaw gets home?"
"Sure," I said, "but that fish will have a sore jaw till tomorrow. He'll be real careful what he bites the rest of the day. I won't be able to tempt him again until tomorrow." We started playing croquet. I had quite the little run there, making it to the middle wicket from the first tap. Then my sister came out of the starting double wicket, and I could tell she was intent on hitting my ball, and getting to send me off down the hill. We had a rule that if you were knocked out of bounds, you could put the ball back in a mallet head length from where it went out. But if you hit it hard enough, the ball went out of bounds, over the gravel parking area, down the long driveway, all the way down the hill, and out onto Alabama Highway 12. You had to haul your ass all the way down the dirt drive, dodge the traffic, retrieve the ball from your cousin's front yard, and climb all the way back up to the croquet grounds to put your ball back into play. My sister tapped my ball at the end of a long shot. She placed her ball against it and put her foot on top of her croquet ball. She lined up her shot. She took a practice tap to make sure she had the right murderous swing. "Hey," I said, "my ball moved. That counts as your shot." "Does not," she yelled. "Yes, it does," I yelled. "Take your next shot. That counted," I added. "It did not," she screamed. "You children be quiet," my grandmother yelled from her bed of pain. About that time was when Ethel hit me between the eyes with a green-striped croquet mallet. I kneecapped her with a blue croquet ball, and with a smile on my swelling face as I heard the screen door open and close, I went away from there. This time I felt like I had been beaten with more than a mallet wielded by a 6-year-old. I felt like I'd been stoned by a crowd and left for dead. I was dehydrated. My right foot hurt like a bastard, and mucus was dripping from my nose. I'm pretty sure the crowds in the hall, as classes let out, noticed. They gave me a wide berth, like I was a big ugly rock in the path of migrating salmon. I got home as quickly as I could, cutting History of the Totalitarian State 405, which was usually one of my favorites. I called the lab long distance. Nobody could find my sister. Maybe it was her day off. I called the Motel 6. "We'll have to send someone to knock on the door," the manager said. This was before the Motel 6s had phones in the room, and they were only $8 a night. After a while there was some yelling, then I heard a big book open. "Nobody's in that room, and nobody's registered by her name," the manager said. "Thank you for calling Motel 6. Then he hung up. Maybe she'd come back to Dallas. I called her number there. "Hello," said somebody nice. "Is Ethel there?" "Ethel?" "Yeah, Ethel." "Oh, that must have been Joni's old roommate." I'd met Joni once. "Put Joni on, please," I asked. She was in and took the phone. "Joni, hi, this is Franklin. Bubba, Ethel's brother." "Yeah?" "I can't get a hold of her in North Carolina." "Why would you be calling her there, honey?" "'Cause that's where she was the last 2 weeks." "I don't know about that, but she moved out of here 4 months ago. I got a number for her, but she's never there. The phone just rings and rings. If you happen to catch her, tell her she still owes me $4.31 on that last electric bill. I'm working mostly days now, and I ain't waiting around 2 hours to see her. She can leave it with Steve. He'll see I get it." "Steve. Work. $4, I mumbled. She gave me the number. The prefix meant South Oak Cliff, a suburb that had been eaten by Dallas. I dialed it. "Ethel?" "Who is this? What the hell you want? I just worked a double shift." "It's Bubba," I said. "Brother? I haven't heard from you in a month of Sundays." "No wonder. You're in North Carolina. You come back without telling me. You didn't tell me you'd moved out from Joni's."
"What the hell you mean, North Carolina? I've been pulling double shifts for 3 solid weeks. I ain't had a day off since September 26th. I ain't never been to North Carolina in my life."
Okay. First, Joni says you owe her $4.31 on the electric bill.
$4.31, she said, like she was writing it down. "I'll be so glad when I pay her so she'll shut up."
Okay, let's start over. How's your leg?
"Which leg?"
Your left leg. The polio leg. Just the one that's given you trouble for 15 years. That's which leg?
"Polio. Polio? The only person I know with polio is Noni's friend Francis in Alabama."
"Does the year 1954 ring a bell?" I asked.
"Yeah. That was the first time we spent the whole summer in Alabama. Mom and Dad sure fooled us the second time, didn't they? Hi, welcome back from vacation, kids. Welcome to your new broken home."
They should have divorced long before they did. They would have made themselves and a lot of people happier.
"No," she said. "They just never should have left backwoods Alabama and come to the big city. All those glittering objects, all that excitement."
Are we talking about the same town here? I asked.
"Towns are as big as your capacity for wonder, as Fitzgerald said Ethel.
Okay. Back to weird. Are you sure you never had polio when you were a kid? That you haven't been in North Carolina the last month at some weird science place? That you weren't causing me to hallucinate being a time traveler?"
"Franklin," she said, "I have never seen it, but I do believe you are drunk. Why don't you hang up now and call me back when you are sober? I still love you, but I will not tolerate a drunken brother calling me while I am trying to sleep. Goodbye now."
Wait! I want to know, are my travels through? Can I get back to my real life now?
"How would I know?" asked Ethel. "I'm not the king of where you go."
Maybe not.
Go sober up now. Next time call me at work, nights."
She hung up. And then I thought, what would it be like to watch everyone slow down, the clock start whirling clockwise around the dial till it turned gray like it was full of dishwater, and then suddenly be out at the spaceport they're going to build out at the edge of town and watch the Mars rocket take off every Tuesday? And I would never know the thrill of standing with a satchel full of comics under my arm, waiting at the end of Eve Arden's driveway for her to get home from the studio. Afterward. This is the latest thing in the book, see intro, and I've never written about it before. A couple of years ago, people asked if I'd be guest of honor at Capclave, a Washington, D.C. convention, successor to the late lamented Disclaves. Sure, I said. We want to publish a book, said Michael Walsh. Sound familiar? Chairman of the convention and also publisher of Old Earth books. An ace double sort. 2 things. One on each side, bound upside down, back to back. What Locust calls do-si-do, for double other side. Sure thing, I said. If I have an ace double, I want an Emsh cover on it. Said Mike. Don't worry, I said. I wrote Carol Emshwiller, dynamite writer, and the widow of the late Ed Emshwiller. Emsh. Got any art on you, Carol? I asked innocently. I want an Emsh cover on a book, 2 of them, in fact. Carol Emshwiller. Well, she allowed as how she might have some old stuff. Not to worry. Pat Murphy and the inestimable Eileen Gunn were coming down to go backpacking with her in Yosemite. She walks their legs off, though she has 20 years on both of them. They helped her go through her stuff. She sent a bunch. One of the first plans for the Capclave novelettes, as they are now called in legend, was to have one side new and one side be the 25th anniversary reprint of The Ugly Chickens. So Carol set out to draw a dodo.
"The croquille pen won't make the right lines, and the ink won't flow," she despaired.
You're not remembering art school,
"Well, you met Ed, right?" I said. "Coquille pens never made the right lines, and the ink never flowed." Anyway, the more I looked at the batch of original stuff she sent, the more I knew I wanted to write stories based on the drawings. 2 were these great splotchy color things, which I knew would be backgrounds, and there was an ink drawing of a guy and a girl and one of a horse's head, like straight from the John Marley scene in The Godfather, only done 15 years before the book or movie. So I sat down and wrote what became The Horse of a Different Color, that you rode in on. Essentially the Da Vinci Code, which I've never read. Stuff done better, and only 5,000 words, starring the 6th Marx brother, Manny, who in real life died when he was 6 months old, but in my world lived to be 107, and a vaudeville horse act, and the king of Where I Go. We're at the 1st of June 2005 here. The convention's in October, so I have to finish them by mid-September. Martha Grennan, whose house I live in, had saved 5 years to 1, add a sunroom, and 2, put a tin roof on the house. She'd been meeting with a nice lady architect all spring, and a young contractor. I started writing on the 1st of June. The wrecking crew shows up June 2nd. They take down the carport and fence so the backhoe with a jackhammer can get in the backyard. They tear off the old screened-in back porch and jackhammer the old porch pad to dust. Bang, bang, bang. Then the guys who lean on shovels show up. And lean on shovels. An 18-wheeler moves a 32-foot dumpster into what used to be the driveway but is now the dumpster way. Then the guys who make noise come along. 5 of them plug radial saws into a single 15-amp circuit. 1 saw starts up, then a second. The house goes dark. I'm trying to see to write. Then all the circuits go off. When the lights come back on, I have to get up and reset all the clocks, radios, TVs, electronics, stoves. Then the saws start up and they all go off again. I go out. They plug in the 5 saws and start them up. They all go off. A guy goes to the breaker box. He's unclear on the concept and the language. He thinks if a breaker is tripped to off, you trip all the breakers on that side of the box to off. I watched him do it. I went to the foreman. Tell them to please only plug 1 saw at a time into the circuit. If they do more than 1, you go to the breaker box and switch the breaker back. Then I went inside and reset all the radios, clocks, and stoves. June. July. Now the new stud walls are up for the room. Now they're going to put the new tin roof on. The decking plywood is too thin. This calls for a complete roof tear-off and rebuild. Another 18-wheeler brings an extra 25-foot dumpster in. August. All the roof decking's off, just builder's paper up there. Big wowza thunderstorm comes up at midnight. Rain starts coming in the new room and around the living room door, etc., etc. Call contractor. He gets here 3 a.m., goes up and puts 30-foot by 40-foot blue tarp over the whole house by himself in a wind and electrical storm, and ties it down. Damage fixed next 3 days. Saw, 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 hammer, hammer, hammer. Meanwhile, I am pulling the 2 stories out of my guts. I don't know which end is up. I have to walk the dog 6 times a day, as there are no fences. People are ringing the doorbell every 10 minutes, needing to measure something. September. To save time, I try bringing some true stuff that happened to me and my sister when we were young into TKO WIGO. By page 10, I was out of the truth and had to make everything up. I didn't save any time at all. I finish HDC, TYRIO, and the first 20 pages of TKO WIGO and send them off express mail September 24th. I send the rest off a day later. I can no longer separate the writing of the 2 stories from the conditions under which they were written.
About October 1st, I get a message from Walsh. Mike Nelson, the guy who's doing the production work, has just been handed one of those notes by his apartment owners. Be out by the 20th or have $140,000 for us. We're going condo. Crisp new bills preferred. Mike wants to tough it out. I call him. Find a new place to live, I say. There's life after the convention. The original plan? Cap Clave novelettes are printed. I sign them all when I get there. Everybody who comes to Cap Clave gets one at the door. That doesn't happen, of course. Through nobody's fault. I go and have a great Cap Clave anyway. An ex-girlfriend of my ex-housemate even shows up, wanting his address to get in touch with people. Nobody's seen her for 30 years. I come home to find Martha and the dog have been attacked by a pit bull down the block when some moron kid left a door and a gate open. They have both been shaven and stitched in the oddest places. By and by, the Cap Clave novelettes are published. Both have been up as e-stories on Ellen Datlow's Sci-Fiction late in the 2005 year, just before it died, in April 2006, and mailed to all the con attendees. They're just beautiful, and I'm real glad nothing happened to Carol between October and April, and she got to see her copies safe and sound. Thanks, Carol. Like I said, I can't separate the writing of them from their worth. Something must be okay. The King of Where I Go is in 2 YBSFs, and I just lost a Hugo with it last night. Horse of a Different Color, that you wrote in on, is in this year's Best Horror and Fantasy. The WorldCon gave me a very nice Hugo nominee certificate, or as I refer to it, another ticket to Palookaville. I have a closet full of them. I wasn't there when I lost the Hugo, but all my friends were. End of Things Will Never Be the Same, a Howard Waldrop reader, selected short fiction, 1980 to 2005. By Howard Waldrop, Howard Waldrop. Read by Roy Avers in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, December 2007. Published by Old Earth Books, Post Office Box 19951, Baltimore, Maryland 21211. www.oldearthbooks.com. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.